You are listening to Love the Fake, Seduced by the Billionaire, written by Rebecca Baker. Chapter 1. Meghan. I stared at the raindrops running down the pane of the office window. It was already noon and time for our lunch break, but the day was still as grey and gloomy as it had been at 700 a.m., when I had reluctantly dragged myself out of bed and gotten ready for work. It was Monday and a new week had begun, a week like any other, which for me would be neither better nor worse than all the weeks before and after. My prospects for the future were about as grey and gloomy as the weather. Are you going on your lunch break now, Meghan? Want to grab a sandwich together? My colleague Sally's voice interrupted my negative thoughts and brought me back to reality. But reality wasn't particularly positive either. I was sitting with Sally in a small, shabby, poorly heated office in the middle of Manhattan, New York. I was born and raised in New York and had never wanted to live anywhere else. I had gone to school here and then studied law at university. Now I should have been happy and content, because my dream had come true and I had been working here in the center of New York as a lawyer for several years. More specifically, as a divorce lawyer. And even more precisely, as a poorly paid divorce lawyer who was barely scraping by on the salary she earned at a middle-class law firm. Meghan, are you okay? Sally's questioning and slightly concerned voice reached my ears again. I started. Oh, I'm sorry. I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't hear you. Yes, everything's fine. Let's go get a sandwich. I've been hungry for a while. We stood up and I reached for my coat. It was cozy and warm, and I had worn it several times during work in the office in the winter months to avoid sitting chattering in front of the keyboard and subsequently getting sick. Our boss Neil was an absolute penny pincher. In the summer, we groaned under the heat because there was no air conditioning in our office. In the winter, we froze because the heating was throttled. Our desks and chairs were warped and wobbly. The carpet was shabby and smelled musty, just like all the rooms in our law firm, and the dim lighting was far from optimal for concentrated work. Sally and I left our office and promptly ran into our boss Neil on the way out. Where are you two off to again? Don't you have anything to do? He grumbled at us without greeting. As always, I avoided his gaze and looked at the floor. My eyes wandered from the shabby carpet to the brown beige walls where the paint was slowly peeling off, up to the ceiling where cobwebs hung down. Cleaning staff rarely entered our offices. Neil was of the opinion that everyone could keep their own desk clean. Well, it's the Enero. Time for a break. Sally trilled cheerfully. How she could be in such a good mood on a grey, dreary day like today was a mystery to me. Do you want to come along, Neil? She added invitingly. I froze. Please, no. I couldn't stand Neil and wanted to spend as little time as possible with him. Sally knew that too. What had gotten into her to ask Neil such a question? No, Neil grumbled. I have too much to do and so do you. Meghan, what about the Smith case? Neil was asking me a question, but his words sounded more like an order. That's how he always spoke, at least to me. We're just grabbing a sandwich quickly, then I'll get right back to it. The file will be ready in 2 hours. I hated the submissive tone I inevitably fell into whenever Neil addressed me in his commanding tone. Neil dismissed us with an irritable wave of his hand. I breathed a sigh of relief. Sally and I left the office and walked down the street. I ducked under my umbrella to offer as little surface area to the wind as possible. Fortunately, it wasn't raining as heavily as it had been a few minutes ago. A block away was a small Pakistani delicatessen that, in addition to Asian specialties, also made delicious yet affordable New York sandwiches. I had no particular talent for preparing food for myself. My sandwiches were always boring and tasted that way too. Bread and cheese was all I could manage. Sally pushed open the door to the store. The chime of a bell announced our arrival. A cozy warmth and the aroma of Pakistani food greeted us. Despite the lunch hour, we were the only 2 customers in the store. Hello, ladies. 2 New York Club sandwiches to go, as usual. Asif, the owner, was behind the counter himself today and greeted us warmly. Since we got our sandwiches here at least twice a week, he knew us and what we like to eat. Hello, Asif. Yes, please, as always. We urgently need something in our stomachs to be able to keep working today, Sally ordered. She turned to me. You're being particularly talkative and cheerful today. Her statement sounded ironic, but I once again detected a concerned undertone in her voice. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I have a case of the Monday blues. I didn't know myself what was wrong with me, so I tried a standard excuse. I can't stand Neil, and the job doesn't give me any particular joy either. You know that, I added. I'd rather work somewhere else on cases where I can actually make a difference. Where my knowledge is needed. I looked out through the shop window of a thrift store into the rain. Don't let Neil get you down like that. You're a good lawyer. He's lucky to have you working here. Sally tried to cheer me up. For several months I had applied to every single other law job in New York trying to escape Neil and this shabby law firm. Unfortunately, other candidates were always chosen for the position. No wonder. In New York, lawyers were a dime a dozen. The competition was fierce and I was just one among many. Sally thought Neil was lucky to have me working for him, but in reality, I was the one who should be grateful to have this lousy job in this lousy firm with this lousy boss. I desperately needed the income because I had large debts with the bank that I had to pay off monthly. 2 years ago, together with Scott, my former husband, I had extensively renovated my parents' house here in New York. My parents had passed away while I was still in college, and I had inherited the house. Scott and I had wanted to create a cozy home there for our own family. At least 2 children, that's what we had always dreamed about. Better yet 3. It had been a joyful and happy time, full of hope and plans for the future. We had taken out a large loan, thoroughly renovated the house, and had it furnished by an interior designer. I was still paying off that loan today, and would probably continue to do so for the next 20 years. Alone, Scott and I had separated just a few months after the renovation. The thought of Scott still triggered pain and anger in me. He had been cheating on me from the very beginning. First with a colleague, then with his fitness trainer, and finally with the neighbor. I had caught him in the act with the neighbor in our own house, in our shared bed, and immediately filed for divorce. That's when all the affairs came to light. The joyful and happy time in my house had never really existed. Fortunately, the house still belonged to me. The debts, however, did too. Don't think about it anymore, Meghan. 2 club sandwiches for the ladies. Asif's cheerful voice with its melodious Pakistani accent interrupted my thoughts. Thank you, Asif. It smells delicious as always. Sally beamed. I opened my wallet. It contained for $1. That was all the cash I had left, and I had to make it last until the end of the month. Luckily, the next month would start in 2 days. Then we would get our salary. We paid, took our sandwiches, and hurried back to the office in the drizzling rain. I was glad to be dry again. Before sitting down on the wobbly desk chair, I turned on the dim light again. It had been burning nearly all day today. I took up the Smith file, which Neil had so emphatically pointed out to me, and worked intently. Every now and then, I took a bite of my sandwich. Meghan, what's the status on the Smith file? Neil's impatient tone interrupted my work after some time. I had been so engrossed in the file that I hadn't heard Neil come into the office at all. Surprised, I looked up from my screen and inevitably met Neil's cold grey eyes, which flashed angrily at me from his doughy face. I'll send it over by email right away, I replied politely. Best not to provoke any arguments. And the Woodland case we talked about yesterday? What about that? Still not finished? Do you even know what you're doing here? Neil's voice grew louder and harsher. Sally looked up from her keyboard and opened her mouth. I shook my head slightly. It was nice of her to want to defend me, but with Neil, it was better to keep quiet in such cases and let the storm pass over you. The Woodland case is next on my list, I explained again, politely but briefly. I didn't want to give Neil any more ammunition. Then hurry up for heaven's sake. You're not leaving the office today until you finish both cases, Smith and Woodland. Otherwise, you can look for a new job. Neil's voice had taken on a threatening undertone. He stood in front of me, looking down at me. I glanced at him briefly once more, then lowered my eyes and just nodded. Of course, I'll finish both cases today. What else could I say? I knew exactly that Neil enjoyed threatening me. This happened at least once a week. He never fired me, and I never stood up to him. Don't you dare leave me with an incompletely processed case. With these words, Neil left our office and slammed the door behind him. I breathed a sigh of relief. Sally looked at me sympathetically. How long are you going to put up with this, Meghan? You need to start applying for other jobs again. You can't let yourself be worn down like this. Sally's words echoed in my head. I looked over my screen at her and shrugged helplessly. I have no idea, Sally. I need the job, you know that. I have to pay off the loan installments. Otherwise, I'll lose my parents' house, and I wouldn't survive that. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The house was my anchor in an otherwise uncertain world. Then, I thought of the $20.41 in my wallet, which was now only $15.41 after buying a sandwich. Inevitably, this led to thoughts of the bank loan and the poor prospects in the job market. A resigned sigh escaped me. I had no other choice. I had to keep working here and probably for a very long time to come. Chapter 2. Trevor. On this grey Monday morning, I once again enjoyed the view from my spacious corner office on the top floor of a New York skyscraper. The sight of the Empire State Building was simply magnificent. Today it was rainy and grey, but I didn't let that spoil my mood. I loved the view and the feeling of power that came with the impression that the city lay at my feet. This feeling spread through me even now, despite the cloud-covered vista in which I saw the antennas of the Empire State Building and other skyscrapers blinking red and green against the backdrop of grey clouds. A new week was beginning. For me, it would be the best week of the year so far. A very significant week because I had made a decision. This week, I would officially announce my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. I, Trevor Dean, had felt the calling since childhood to become the most powerful man in the world and to steer the fate of our country. Not just New York, but all of America should lie at my feet. I was running to win and would settle for nothing less than the presidency. The idea of soon sitting in the White House and being addressed as Mr. President evoked an indescribable feeling of satisfaction in me, one that I had rarely felt so intensely before. I grinned confidently and turned in my leather-covered executive chair away from the view and towards my desk. Last year, I had redesigned my office with the help of New York's most renowned interior designer. The investment had paid off. Furniture, carpet, and lighting were perfectly coordinated and looked elegant without being ostentatious. Muted colors, fine wood, and glass walls that allowed me to discreetly check on the person working in my anteroom at any time with a quick glance. At the moment, the chair there was empty, but it would be occupied again shortly. My gaze wandered back to my office. Yes, the decor was worthy of a president. That's what my buddy Ryan had said when he first saw the newly renovated office. As I had to admit, he was absolutely right about that. Ryan, I definitely needed to tell him about my decision to run for the presidency. After all, it was ultimately his remark that had inspired me to turn my dream into reality. I picked up my phone from the desk and dialed his number. "Trevor, don't you have anything to do on a Monday?" Ryan's cheerful voice came through to my ear. He had a large real estate office just a few blocks away from me in Manhattan. I had invested my money in some of his projects. "On the contrary, buddy, the next few weeks will be busier for me than ever before," I countered Ryan's cheeky remark. We had known each other since school, and like me, he was now one of New York's wealthiest men. That's why I let such quips slide, even though I usually didn't like having my authority questioned. I even enjoyed bantering with Ryan a little. "Don't tell me you found a new investment opportunity and need my support." Ryan sounded as relaxed as ever, but I could sense that I had piqued his interest. I hadn't even known he was looking for new business options, as he usually couldn't keep up with the lucrative offers coming his way. "Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you in that regard. It's something much bigger." I like keeping Ryan in suspense. I wanted him to ask me for more information. I enjoyed controlling the people around me in this way. "Something much bigger? Come on, spit it out," Ryan said, as I had hoped. "I'm going to run for the presidency of the United States," I announced in a solemn tone. After an imperceptible pause, Ryan began to cough. Obviously, my news had surprised him so much that he had choked. His barking came through the line for several seconds. "You? President of the United States? Is this a joke?" He spluttered out with a mixture of laughter and wheezing when he could speak again. "I don't see what's so funny about it. I possess all the skills necessary for this office. Yes, I bet you I can do it much better than the current incumbent and many of his predecessors," I replied coolly. I couldn't stand having my decisions questioned or ridiculed. "Trevor?" Ryan now adopted a more serious tone. "You know I think highly of you and admire you beyond measure. You're my best friend and not for nothing, one of the richest men in the United States. You've earned your fortune through hard work with your intelligence, your cunning, and your unerring sense for a good opportunity. You would certainly make an excellent president." I nodded automatically at each of Ryan's points. Yes, I had everything a president of the United States needed. I had proven my diplomacy and negotiation and skills many times in difficult business deals around the globe. As Ryan spoke, I had stood up and walked to the display cases that lined the right wall of my office. They contained countless photos of me, shaking hands with business tycoons and being greeted with a pat on the shoulder by politicians. There was even a photo of me on the lawn in front of the White House. Soon, I would be the master of that house myself. Next to the photos stood some select awards for my contributions to the economy of the United States. The economy and unemployment rate had influenced many an election outcome, and in this field, no one could easily outdo me. I grinned confidently. "Presidents work hard, just like you've always done." Ryan paused briefly after these words to emphasize the importance of the sentence that would follow. "Besides, they have a more or less orderly private life, as they're usually married and don't give the media, and thus the voters, especially female voters, any reason to speculate about affairs or anything similar. That's not exactly something that can be said about you." Ryan's objection was justified. Nevertheless, I grunted in annoyance that he was rubbing my lifestyle in my face. It sounded as if I was stumbling from one faux pas to another. I wasn't making any missteps. I was just enjoying my life to the fullest. That was all. Yes, I was not only one of the most influential and well-known men in New York's business world, but also in its nightlife. At the burlesque club owned by my good friend Darren, I was a regular with VIP status. The shows there were excellent, and I always had a great time. The best part was retreating to one of the discreet alcoves with a drink in hand, appraising the naked skin on display, and then having fun with a girl of my choice, engaging in hot, uninhibited sex. Of course, I chose a different girl each time. Why else would Darren reliably ensure a fresh supply and variety among his dancers? It would have been downright sacrilegious not to take advantage of and thoroughly test the available selection. After all, I wasn't there to find a wife. Why would I? My life had everything I needed. Even when I wasn't visiting the burlesque club, I had my pick of which attractive woman I wanted to spend the night with. Actresses, models, singers, Miss Universe. They had all been impressed by my good looks and ultimately succumbed to my charm. The tabloid press had reported extensively on each occasion. I grinned at the memory of various headlines and photos showing me in a more or less inebriated state with a usually scantily clad celebrity. Well, someone had to provide this branch of the magazine industry with reading material, so it might as well be me. One or another beautiful celebrity had probably also convinced herself that she would be the one to persuade me into a relationship or even marriage. I had always managed to avoid that. I know, buddy. I'm no innocent angel, but I'll manage. I will become president of the United States. You'll see. How's that? You can't undo the past, buy up all the tabloids, delete the Google archives, and bribe all your former affairs. Everyone knows your reputation. It precedes you. A sleazy journalist wouldn't even need to do research. They could publish a photo of you with a different woman every day throughout the entire election campaign. You're simply not a poster boy for good morals, let alone the ideal son-in-law. So what's your plan? Ryan sounded curious. There's no plan yet, but I'll have one soon. I've hired Jennifer Williams. Her plane is landing in New York shortly, and then she'll start her job here immediately. You remember Jennifer? I asked confidently. As I spoke, I discreetly glanced at my expensive Mont Blanc wristwatch, which I had bought for my watch collection during one of my recent visits to Switzerland. The plane with Jennifer Williams would be landing soon, and I absolutely had to get on my way to the airport to arrive more or less on time. She would become my most important ally in the election campaign, and I definitely wanted to greet her personally upon her arrival. Oh yes, of course. We met her a few months ago at a charity dinner. I know she's managed several election campaigns. So you think she can help you win? Ryan asked. She will, I confirmed. She's helped several senators and governors win their campaigns. During that time, she managed to cover up drugs, childhood shoplifting by candidates, meetings with the prostitutes, and brief prison stays of candidates' children. Everyone knew about it, but the press never reported on it, at least not on a large scale. So she'll come up with something to polish my image. That's her job. That's why I hired her. And I can tell you one thing, she's well paid. I believe you. You've been called a playboy, heartbreaker, and seducer, but never a miser. Ryan was right about that too. I hadn't become rich by being stingy. On the contrary, I like to give generously. In return, however, I expected corresponding performance and absolute obedience. First, she can teach you how to tie a tie. Lisa isn't around anymore to do that, Ryan added with a little jab. My longtime secretary had gotten married a month ago and followed her husband to Kansas. I shook my head in incomprehension at such a decision. What on earth did they want there in the flat countryside? The fact was, however, that since then I hadn't worn a tie to my receptions. I couldn't tie one. Lisa had always done that for me. Her place in the anteroom was now empty, and from tomorrow it would be occupied by Jennifer Williams. I suspected that she probably wouldn't tie my tie for me, but rather book a corresponding service. A quick glance at my Mont Blanc told me that I really had to leave now. I stood up. You'll probably have to change in one way or another anyway, Ryan said thoughtfully. Me change? Never. I laughed at the thought. Maybe I'll have to handle my escapades a bit more discreetly, but I certainly won't pose for cliché-laden family photos in front of the fireplace. You can count on that. I have to go, Ryan. Jennifer Williams is about to land, and I'll tell you one thing. She'll change my image, but not me. Chapter 3. Meghan. Relieved, I clicked save and closed the file containing the Woodland case. I then sent Neil a brief email informing him that the process was now complete. I looked up from the monitor, stretched, and blinked several times to relax my eyes. The dim office light barely provided enough brightness to continue working in the twilight. Since I had finished all my tasks for the day anyway, I decided to call it quits. The day had been depressing enough. I quickly turned off the computer and reached for my bag. See you tomorrow, Sally. Don't work too late. I said goodbye to my colleague who was still typing busily on her keyboard. Sally looked up and smiled at me warmly. Have a nice evening, Meghan. I'm almost done here and then I'll head home. My husband's waiting. Sally's friendly greeting left a small sting in my heart. I would be spending my nice evening alone on the couch, watching a talk show on TV and eating microwaved mac and cheese. I couldn't afford anything more, especially not at the end of the month. I could already taste the bland flavor of the instant meal on my tongue. and I regretted once again that I couldn't even cook. When I was still married to Scott, I had taken cooking classes to learn how to prepare cheap and healthy meals for a family. After the divorce, I had lost all motivation to put what I'd learned into practice. In a fit of anger and frustration, a few weeks after the separation, I had thrown the folder with recipes from the course into the trash can. TV dinners were much more convenient and less time-consuming when you lived alone anyway. I shook off thoughts of the past and slipped out of the office as quietly as possible, so Neil wouldn't see me leaving and punish me for my almost punctual departure by assigning some extra tasks. I went down the stairs and pushed open the door to the street. The road gleamed wet under the streetlights, and I could see in the puddles that it was still raining. I stood under the awning and was promptly caught by a gust of wind that made me shiver despite my cozy winter coat. I longingly watched the passing cars that took their passengers directly from one place to another without getting wet or cold. Of course, I didn't own a car, and I could never afford a taxi either. Sighing, I opened my umbrella, left the protective awning, and made my way to the subway station, which was diagonally across the street. After a few steps, I felt a slight vibration in my handbag. My phone. Who would be calling me at this time? It could only be Rachel, my best friend, who had opened a boutique in Manhattan a few months ago. With my left hand, I fished my phone out of my bag while simultaneously balancing the umbrella over my head with my right hand to avoid getting too wet. An unknown number was displayed on the screen. Curious, I swiped across the display to accept the call. Miss Allen? A pleasant male voice was on the other end of the line. I was sure I had never spoken to this man before. Yes, this is Meghan Allen. Who am I speaking with? This is Gavin Miller from Corporation Bank. It's about your loan with us. At these words, my heart sank. Gavin Miller surely wasn't calling at this time to bring good news. What about the loan? I asked anxiously. The conversation would probably last longer than just 2 minutes, so I sought shelter under the nearest awning. Passers-by hurried past me to escape the wetness and wind as quickly as possible. The payments haven't been made in full for 3 months now. Can you pay the outstanding amounts within the next week? Gavin Miller sounded businesslike. He probably wanted to finish work soon and get this call over with as quickly as possible. I can't manage that. I'll be able to pay the next partial payment at the beginning of the month. That's when my salary comes in. I tried to make my voice sound confident, but I wasn't sure if I had succeeded. What do you mean by partial payment? My conversation partner probed. For the last few months, I've always paid 50% of the actually due payment, as you just said. I'll be able to repay this amount next month as well. I waited with bated breath for Gavin Miller's response. That's exactly the problem, Ms. Allen. Unfortunately, we are no longer convinced that you will ever be able to repay the full amount again. These payments are simply too high for your salary as a single earner. I've done the math. With these partial payments, you'll still be paying off this loan in 40 years. But by then, you'll no longer be working, you'll be retired. We as a bank simply can't tolerate such an extension of the term, especially without prior agreement. There was now a certain sternness in Gavin Miller's voice. I swallowed hard. Gavin Miller's patient explanation sounded logical. Of course, the bank couldn't give me an unlimited loan that I would probably never be able to repay. I overcame my pride and replied, You know, since my divorce, I've been having a lot of trouble paying off the monthly installments on my own. I've already sold numerous pieces of furniture and other items from the house to be able to pay for everything. Now there's nothing left. I want to pay, but what am I supposed to do? I sounded desperate because I was desperate. But Gavin Miller wasn't impressed by this and remained cool and businesslike. I believe that you want to pay, Ms. Allen. That's why I'm giving you one last extension of 1 week, as announced earlier. If the money has been received here by next Monday, the loan will continue to run normally as before. Otherwise, your house will be put up for foreclosure. Foreclosure. The word hit me like a punch to the gut. I thought about the house, my parents, and all the happy memories from my childhood and youth. On rainy days like today, my parents had prepared hot chocolate for me when I came home from school, and we had sat together at the large dining table on the ground floor, laughing as I imitated my schoolmates in front of my mother and father. My acting talent had shown itself even then, and it had often been of great use to me during negotiations throughout my law studies and my career as a lawyer. The house where I had grown up and discovered my talents was my safe haven in an uncertain world. I couldn't imagine my life without my parents' home. At the thought of losing it, tears welled up in my eyes, and I could barely hide my desperation even on the phone. But that's my childhood home, I sobbed. Where am I supposed to go if it's foreclosed? Gavin Miller cleared his throat uncomfortably. I was visibly overwhelmed by the situation. Well, as I said, you have a week to find an alternative, or to raise the money. That would of course be another option. At that moment, there was obviously nothing more I could do. Hopelessly, I stared at the rain that was gathering in puddles on the sidewalk just inches from my toes. I swallowed my tears and pulled myself together. Think, Meghan, where can you get money from? I certainly wouldn't find a new job that quickly, so I had to buy time. Mr. Miller, can I come by the bank tomorrow at 8:00 a.m. to discuss this again? There's nothing more to discuss, Miss Allen. Our terms are clear. Either you pay the entire outstanding amount on time or the house will be foreclosed. Have a nice evening. With these words, Gavin Miller ended the call. I stared desperately at my phone. My head was spinning. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be true. Where was I supposed to get the money if even the bank wouldn't give me a loan anymore? I absolutely couldn't lose the house. A jolt went through my body. I had to go to Gavin Miller at the bank and stop him from putting the house up for foreclosure. And I had to do it right away because he would surely be leaving work soon. The subway station was across the street. Without thinking much, I ran off in the pouring rain. This was about my home and every minute counted now. I was already in the middle of the street when I heard loud honking from the right. Startled, I looked up and froze. Two headlights were rushing towards me menacingly in the partial darkness. My head told me to keep running and get to safety, but I was paralyzed with fear, and my body no longer obeyed me. After what seemed like an endless moment, the red Ferrari came to a stop just inches from my knees thanks to a full brake. In the partial darkness behind the windshield, I could make out an attractive, athletically built man who was glaring at me. And rightfully so. My eyes bored into his, which flashed darkly from his face. For a small eternity, we stared at each other as if hypnotized. Something about the stranger behind the wheel seemed oddly trustworthy, and the completely absurd thought crossed my mind that he might be able to help me save my parents' house from the bank. At that moment, the stranger behind the wheel honked again. I awoke from my daydream, made an apologetic gesture towards the attractive driver, finally tore my gaze away from him, and quickly brought myself to safety on the other side of the street. There I took a deep breath. I needed to come back to my senses. A visit to the bank made no sense now. Gavin Miller would surely have gone home by the time I got there. I thought for a moment and then set off towards a new destination. The talk show and the macaroni and cheese would have to wait too. Chapter 4. Trevor. Angrily I glared at the attractive dark-haired woman who stood frozen like a deer in the headlights of my car, unable to move forward or backward. She had simply run into the street without looking left or right, and was still standing on her own 2 feet in front of me, only thanks to my quick reaction and the excellent brakes of my Ferrari. On 2 very pretty and well-shaped legs, I couldn't help but notice. An expensive winter coat concealed her body, but from the way she had run across the street, I could tell she must be as slim and well-toned as the dancers at the burlesque club. I imperceptibly licked my lips and felt my cock swell and press against my pants at these thoughts. The attractive brunette didn't move an inch. What the hell had gotten into her? If I hadn't reacted so quickly, she'd be under my car now, and I'd have to bury my plans to become the next president of the United States. In my mind's eye, I could already see the headline, "Reckless Playboy Runs Woman to Death." His next goal, becoming president. In that case, even an excellent campaign manager like Jennifer Williams probably couldn't do much. Angrily, I snorted and decisively honked the horn again to finally drive the young woman off the street. As much as I was enjoying the sight of her, startled, the stranger wrung her hands and then disappeared from my view. I continued my drive towards the airport. What ideas would Jennifer Williams bring to polish my image? She had announced that it would take a big bang to convincingly portray me as a future president in the media. I was curious. I was equally curious whether Jennifer Williams still looked as good as she did at the reception where I first met her. She wasn't quite as attractive as the stranger I had just nearly run over, but still not to be scoffed at. However, I immediately banished this thought from my head. Getting involved with my campaign manager was definitely not a good idea. It would only cause more trouble. Rule number 1. Never mix personal with professional. Once Jennifer had settled in and the excitement over my candidacy had died down a bit, I would call Darren. He could certainly arrange a discreet arrangement with one of his dancers for me, and then I would be able to indulge my sexual desires without limits. Finally, I arrived at the airport's private terminal. Of course, I had Jennifer Williams picked up from Washington, D.C. and flown to New York in my private jet. Even first class on a commercial airline didn't come close to the amenities of my plane, which was equipped with an oak desk, a comfortable leather couch, a full HD screen, a whirlpool, and several other nice gadgets that I had installed over time. I parked my Ferrari directly under the large canopy of the terminal building and got out. At that moment, my phone buzzed. A new message. My plane with Jennifer Williams on board had just landed. Satisfied, I put the phone back in my breast pocket and entered the terminal building. It was busy at this time, with many business travelers returning to the city on their company's private jets. After just a few minutes, I saw a young slim woman walking towards me with energetic strides in high heels. Several men turned to look at her as she hurried past them. She had a boyish figure accentuated by the undoubtedly tailored dark suit she wore. Her blonde hair was tied up in a severe bun, and equally severe was the look she gave me from her blue-green eyes as she finally stood before me. Not a woman you'd want to mess with, and contrary to my previous thoughts, not one you'd want to have fun with either, I quickly decided. She probably couldn't have fun at all. Trevor, I'm very pleased to see you again. We shook hands. The pleasure is all mine, Jennifer. Welcome to New York. I'm very glad that you accepted my offer and will be assisting me with your knowledge and experience in the upcoming campaign. I deliberately chose very formal words as I led Jennifer to my Ferrari parked in the front row and opened the door for her. I quickly hurried around the car and got in as well. Your luggage will be brought to the hotel later, I announced as I started the engine. Excellent, Jennifer replied. She took a deep breath. Of course, I'll do everything in my power to help you in the election. How could I have refused your offer? It not only includes extremely generous compensation, but is also a unique professional challenge. Your playboy image is well known far beyond the borders of New York. So, we'll have to work hard to turn you into a serious presidential candidate. Jennifer didn't mince words, which wasn't exactly pleasant. I frowned and a reprimand was on the tip of my tongue. But I swallowed the words this time because Jennifer wasn't wrong. Besides, I'm quite happy to get out of Washington for a while. It's a beautiful city, but compared to New York, it's rather provincial when it comes to cultural offerings. Jennifer sighed longingly as she settled into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. I nodded understandingly. Yes, Washington certainly couldn't offer a cultural and nightlife comparable to New York's. I would need to take advantage of New York's amenities and my discreet connections with Darren until I moved into the White House. I steered the Ferrari towards Manhattan, where I had booked a suite in a luxurious hotel for Jennifer. She should want for nothing during her time here. I've already been thinking about how we can polish your image accordingly, Jennifer began. I'm listening. I was more than curious to hear what idea Jennifer would now unveil. Well, the matter is somewhat delicate, Jennifer began. The voters equate your ability to maintain relationships with your political competence. If a woman can trust you, then the nation can trust you. If you can protect the family, then you can protect the nation. Do you understand? Yes, I replied curtly. Jennifer's explanation sounded logical, but I didn't like the direction the conversation was taking. On the voters' trust scale, I must have been deep in the negative after this explanation. We need to make you a trustworthy family man. At Jennifer's remark, especially at the word family, chills ran down my spine, but I remained outwardly calm. And how do you plan to do that? I don't have a family. The thought made me laugh briefly. Me and a family? That was out of the question. It doesn't have to be a family right away. A wife would be sufficient for starters. Jennifer's suggestion was probably meant to be a compromise, but I found it just as unattractive as the idea of a family. I don't have a wife either. My answer was short and to the point, as I wanted to end the uncomfortable topic as quickly as possible and talk about more important things, like our political strategy for the upcoming campaign. I had some serious competitors to beat. Well, then we'll get you one. Jennifer's answer left me speechless for a few seconds. Excuse me, this blonde eyes block next to me wanted to meddle in my life and get me a wife? What's that supposed to mean? I don't want a wife. I felt the vein at my temple start to throb. Jennifer had managed to push me to the brink of a rage fit in just a few minutes. That's clear to me, Trevor. Jennifer's voice sounded patient, but by no means accommodating. It's not about whether you want one or not. Above all, you want to become President of the United States, don't you? A loaded question. At this moment, I began to seriously consider whether Jennifer was the right person for the job as campaign manager. Of course I do. I'm even willing to change my behavior for it. No clubs, no bars, no affairs. That's all well and good. But marriage, that's really asking too much. It turns my whole life upside down. My voice grew louder and more emphatic. Lisa, my former secretary, would have understood by this tone at the latest that she'd better keep her mouth shut and do what I asked of her. Trevor. Jennifer didn't sound the least bit impressed, and unlike Lisa, didn't let up. I was on the verge of making a 180-degree turn with my Ferrari and driving Jennifer back to the airport. My private jet could take her right back to Washington. Then I'd be rid of her and her absurd ideas for good. You hired me to win an election at any cost. Those were your words. Well, if you want the best possible chance of winning this election, then it has to cost you your bachelor status. That's my urgent recommendation. Without a woman by your side who makes a good impression with you, you don't have great prospects of making your dream of moving into the White House come true. I would even go so far as to say you have no chance of being elected. Jennifer's urgent words made me pause. We drove on towards Manhattan in silence. I wanted to rule America at any cost. I have no desire to be locked in a cage, I grumbled reluctantly. Who's talking about that? Jennifer laughed. You have interesting ideas about marriage. It doesn't have to be a love marriage and certainly not a cage. We'll find a woman with whom the voters, especially the female voters, can identify. I imagine the following. She's employed, has been through a bit in life. Until a few weeks ago, she had the good fortune to meet you and tame you. Jennifer grinned at me triumphantly. Her description of the ideal woman didn't exactly match my ideas. I was thinking more along the lines of a curvy figure, a sexy aura, large breasts and certain qualities in bed. Involuntarily, I thought of the unknown woman who had suddenly appeared in the middle of the street in front of my car earlier. I grumbled, somewhat more conciliatory but not quite convinced. What does she look like? Jennifer laughed again. Ah, so that's how the wind blows. We'll find a candidate who meets your standards in that regard. Where do you even plan to look? I asked curiously. I had no idea where to find a woman outside of bars or clubs. Jennifer wasn't planning to place a personal ad, was she? Leave it to me. I have my sources and the connections. Have you done this sort of thing before? I asked incredulously. No, of course not. However, I have selected employees before. This is basically no different. If all goes well, you'll have a suitable candidate standing in your office by the end of this week. Fine, I'll take a look at her, I conceded, thinking of the election victory and power over America. Just so we're clear, whether and whom I marry is my decision. Chapter 5. Meghan. After a short ride, I got off the subway at Columbus Circle and headed up to the street where the dark New York winter evening had already set in. I loved this area because it was right next to Central Park, the green heart of the city. There was a small shopping mall and numerous beautiful stores and boutiques in the side streets, which weren't as crowded and expensive as the big department stores where mostly tourists shopped. While I could no longer afford an extensive shopping spree since my divorce from Scott, I still enjoyed looking at the latest collections in the prettily decorated shop windows. I would dream about what I could afford if my life took a turn for the better. At this moment, however, I was further from that than ever before. A new women's clothing boutique had opened in a side street a few months ago. All things beautiful belonged to my best friend Rachel, who had finally realized her dream of owning her own store after studying fashion design. A few months ago, I had reviewed all the contracts for her boutique legally, and now she sold me clothes at cost price. I had Rachel to thank for owning clothes like the cozy winter coat that always kept me warm in our poorly heated office. Rachel and I had known each other since elementary school, where we had formed an unbeatable trio with Rachel's twin sister Kaylee. Kaylee had been in England for some time now. Rachel and I had really missed her at the boutique's opening. During the short subway ride, the rain had let up a bit. I hurried down the street against the wind until I saw the turquoise neon sign of All Things Beautiful. I pushed open the door to quickly get inside where it was warm. Rachel was standing at the cash register, packing a customer's purchases into a bag. The melodic chime of the doorbell alerted her that someone had entered the store, and she looked up. Meghan, I wasn't expecting you today. She beamed at me with delight. Just a moment. I'll be right with you. Of course, take your time. As soon as I heard Rachel's familiar voice, my heart felt lighter. Even as teenagers, we had found ways out of the worst situations together with Kaylee, and comforted each other in times of distress. Surely Rachel would know what to do now too. Once again, I regretted that Kaylee wasn't in New York right now. The customer had finished paying for her purchases, said a warm goodbye to Rachel, and hurried past me out the door. Now the store was empty except for Rachel and me. Let me give you a hug. I haven't even properly greeted you yet. Rachel came out from behind the counter and embraced me warmly. I fell into her arms and finally, the tension I had felt since Gavin Miller's call dissipated. Oh, Rachel. I suddenly felt miserable and my voice sounded as hopeless as I felt. What's wrong, Meghan? My best friend asked, alarmed. I haven't seen you like this since the divorce. Did something terrible happen at work? I hugged Rachel even tighter. She returned my embrace, but then pulled away, took me by the shoulders and looked into my eyes. Meghan? I swallowed the lump in my throat. No, nothing happened at work. It's the house. The bank called me today. If I don't pay the loan installments on time and in full and settle all overdue payments within a week, they'll take the house away. There will be a foreclosure auction. I was so shaken that I could barely form complete sentences. Fortunately, Rachel knew the whole story from the divorce to the high loan payments that I had only been able to partially pay in recent months. Wait a moment. Rachel let go of me, went to the door, locked it and turned the sign in the window from open to closed. Come to the back. I'll make us some tea. We went into the windowless storage room next to the fitting rooms, which had shelves of clothes as well as a small seating area with a table and an electric kettle. Rachel turned on the light and put water on to boil while I sat down. The room seemed gloomy, but I felt better than I had in the fresh air because Rachel was with me. That's terrible news, Rachel said sympathetically. With a deep sigh, she added, "You know, I'd love to help you out and lend you the missing money, but I hardly have anything myself." With a helpless gesture, she pointed to the shelves in the boutique's sales floor. Rachel's money was tied up in the clothes stored around us, waiting for customers. And not just her money, but the bank's too. To fulfill her dream of owning her own boutique, Rachel had also had to take out a loan, which she now had to pay off monthly from her sales revenue. "I know you would help if you could." I smiled at Rachel, but couldn't hide the tears of desperation welling up in my eyes. "I didn't come here to ask you for money. I just don't know what to do. You know what the house means to me. It's my home in more ways than one. I've lived there my whole life." Rachel took 2 cups and 2 tea bags from the cupboard and poured in the boiling water. "Can't you arrange an alternative payment plan with the bank with lower installments?" she asked. "I don't think they'll agree to that," I replied dejectedly. "The advisor said I'd still be paying off the loan as a retiree." I could really kick myself, Rachel. I rarely used vulgar language, and Rachel looked up in surprise. If only I hadn't let Scott talk me into renovating the house so extensively, I wouldn't have this huge debt now. I thought I was doing something for our future together. But in reality, I destroyed my own future. I laid my arms on the table and let my head sink onto them in despair. "Meghan, you can't think like that." Rachel's voice sounded unusually loud and sharp. She took a sip of tea and set the cup back down on the table with an emphatic bang, making me jump and look at her again. "Your future isn't ruined. Don't let this get you down, damn it. Yes, you have debts and a crappy job, but you also have an excellent education, quite a bit of brains, and great talent. Use that for yourself now instead of for your clients or your boss." Bam! That hit home. Rachel had always known how to put her finger on my sore spots. "What do you mean exactly?" I asked, somewhat hesitantly but hopefully. "You're a lawyer. You managed to get something out of even the most hopeless cases for each of your clients. Why not for yourself at the bank? The advisor called, you said. Then go and talk to him again. And what about Scott? He calls you every few months. He has a part in you being in this situation now, so he can help you too. Get him to lend you something." I thought about it. Forget about Scott. When he calls me, he usually needs money, or is frustrated because his latest fling has dumped him again. Or both. Either way, I certainly can't expect any money from him. Then try the bank again. Tell them you have a new job prospect with double the salary, and therefore you'll be able to pay everything off easily. "You think so?" Rachel rolled her eyes. "It's hard to believe you're a lawyer, Meghan. Don't you constantly say things like that in courtrooms or during other negotiations? Something that's not entirely true but not entirely false either because it could happen." I couldn't help but laugh. Rachel had always known how to cheer me up. "You're making it sound a bit too simple. It's not that bad. We don't lie. We just sometimes get a little creative with the truth for the benefit of our clients." "There you go," Rachel triumphed. "And now you're going to do that for yourself. To get what you want, you have to fight, Meghan. You don't even like your job anyway. Now you'll find a better one. Maybe a little later than planned, but your bank advisor doesn't need to know that right away. You're a good enough actor to make it believable that you have a better job prospect." The way Rachel said it all, it sounded very simple. Everything always seemed simple with her. She had always loved finding the right outfit for people. In high school, I had only avoided being an unfashionably dressed wallflower thanks to her. After graduation, Rachel had studied fashion design and worked for major fashion labels for several years. Now she owned her own boutique in the heart of New York. She had never wanted to do anything else. I, on the other hand, had wanted to become a lawyer to help right and justice prevail. Then I had met Scott and wanted to start a family with him. After our painful divorce, I had taken the job with Neil to make ends meet financially. I had fallen into a hole and I had remained stuck in it until now, further from my dreams than ever before. I looked around the small storage room, which somehow formed the heart of Rachel's dream with all the dresses. She had debts, but she was doing something she loved and believed in. Rachel was right. It was time I made more of my life again. First, I would sort out the loan issue, and after that, I would finally look for a new job. A job where I could actually make a difference, fight for justice, and change people's lives for the better. Chapter 6. Trevor. Alright, that covers the schedule for all campaign appearances for the next 3 months. Jennifer Williams pressed the button on the remote and the large HD screen in my office displayed a multiple-column, multicolored Excel spreadsheet that could be sorted in any way. Are the important dates in California, Texas, and Florida included? Of course. Jennifer just smiled as I asked this question. We went through the table point by point. I nodded approvingly. She hadn't forgotten anything. Once again, I realized how much work was coming my way in the next few weeks. There wouldn't be much time left for leisure activities or trips to the burlesque club. The next item, Project First Lady. I've had the following thoughts on this. Jennifer began to explain and pressed the remote button again. A photograph of Jackie Kennedy appeared on the screen. Was that supposed to be an allusion? After all, John F. Kennedy was known for having numerous affairs during his term in office. I liked the thought. Project First Lady, I asked, raising my eyebrows nonetheless. Trevor, I think we agreed that you need a woman to polish your image, so that you'll end up as the winner at the end of the elections. More precisely, as a winner with a clean slate who enjoys the trust of all Americans. Jennifer's voice sounded strict. Yes, we did. I confirmed. Inside, I was boiling. Who did Jennifer think she was lecturing me like that? Outwardly, I remained calm. At the moment, I couldn't afford to upset Jennifer. I had to win the election first, and Jennifer was the key to my victory. I've initiated some research. You need a woman with an appropriate level of education, preferably with a university degree in law or political science. She should look presentable and live in New York so we can credibly claim that you met some time ago and have now fallen in love. Of course, she must be the right age for you, and either still single or at least divorced for a considerable time. Jennifer rattled off her criteria. I nodded automatically, but mainly perked up at the mention of presentable looks. I doubted that Jennifer and I had the same idea of an attractive woman, but I could always reject the candidates. Sounds good. Let's go for it. That was all I had to say for now. Ultimately, I would decide who would become First Lady. Maybe Jennifer would manage to find a candidate acceptable to me as well. Jennifer nodded to me, gathered her notes, and left the office. I took a deep breath and reached for my phone. Ryan picked up after the third ring. Trevor, buddy, how's it going? How about I tell you in the chopper on the way to the motorcycle track? I cut straight to the chase. Ryan and I shared a common hobby. We had 2 Harleys at the racetrack in New York State, about a 30-minute flight from Manhattan. A hard race would be just the thing for me right now. Ryan and I didn't hold back on the motorcycle track. I desperately needed to blow off some steam, and an evening at the burlesque club and hot sex with one of Darren's dancers were unfortunately no longer an option. Why not? In 30 minutes at the helipad? Ryan's voice sounded curious. See you soon. I ended the call and left my office. I have something urgent to take care of, Jennifer. See you tomorrow. With these words, I was already out the door to the elevator. I wasn't going to engage in any unnecessary discussions with my employee now. Half an hour later, Ryan and I boarded my helicopter. I loved my toys, the Ferrari, the Harley, the helicopter, and the private jet. Trevor, man, you really made me curious on the phone. Ryan greeted me. I started the engine and heard the rotors above me begin to whirl the air around. We put on our headsets so we could talk well during the flight. I nodded to Ryan. All instruments showed green. We took off, and within just a few minutes, we could enjoy the breathtaking view of the entire Manhattan skyline. Thankfully, the weather was much better than yesterday. A light cloud cover, hardly any rain and no wind. After I had transmitted the necessary details of our route to air traffic control, I turned to Ryan. Jennifer Williams explained to me yesterday and today the plan she has to make me the perfect candidate. Oh yeah? Now I'm really curious. Your voice doesn't bode well. You sound pretty annoyed. Ryan looked at me inquisitively. My gaze was stubbornly fixed outside. I'm going to get married. After my words, there was silence in the helicopter for at least 5 seconds. Then Ryan erupted in such deafening laughter that I automatically reached for my headset to turn down the volume a bit. After a few minutes, Ryan had calmed down enough to be approachable again. I don't know what's so funny about that, I snapped at him. This was something I could really only tolerate from Ryan, whom I'd known for ages. Sorry, Trevor, but you and getting married, are you serious? Ryan could obviously see from my face, even as he asked, that jokes were out of place at the moment. He cleared his throat. That's an unusual plan, Trevor. He attempted to steer the conversation in a reasonable direction. But I didn't want a constructive discussion. I hate this plan, I growled. Well, that's a relief. I thought you'd mutated into the nation's model son-in-law within a day. Jennifer is convinced that I can only polish my image enough to win the election with a first lady by my side. The plan sounds logical at least, Ryan admitted. And how is this supposed to work? Who exactly do you want to marry? You've practically had sex with every woman in New York. Is there even one you haven't been to bed with? That sounds like you're saying a woman wouldn't marry me after having sex with me, I growled. Buddy, that's not the point at all. It's just that a wild marriage with a former nightclub dancer isn't going to help you get a better image. You need a calm, serious woman as first lady. Where on earth are you going to get one? And how are you going to stand being with her? The first one is Jennifer's business. She made the suggestion, and she will select a few candidates. Ryan just shook his head. By now we had landed at the racetrack's helipad. James, the mechanic who took care of our Harleys year-round, was waiting in a small caddy to drive us directly to the changing room and then to our motorcycles. From a distance, I could see the Harleys already gleaming and polished waiting for Ryan and me at the racetrack. "Have you installed the new carburetor yet, James?" I inquired. I had beaten Ryan in every race so far and was determined to maintain my flawless record, finding the best replacement and tuning parts for my Harley. And having James install them was one of my favorite hobbies. "Of course, sir," James replied, adding, "Have fun, both of you." "Thanks, James." Ryan nimbly jumped off the caddy. "One warm-up lap, then we start." I announced the rules as always, though they never changed. We always rode one warm-up lap and then 5 laps for a race. Ryan and I mounted our motorcycles. I hit the starter and enjoyed hearing the rich sound of the engine. It was music to my ears. I loved feeling the heavy Harley between my thighs. In the motorcycle saddle, I felt free, in control, and one with my surroundings. I revved the engine, leaned into the curves, and left Ryan far behind even on the practice lap. Grinning, I waited for him again at the starting line. "You don't stand a chance today, buddy. Just you wait." Ryan's attempt to position himself as a serious opponent remained weak. At my signal, we revved up the Harleys. Contrary to my expectations, I realized that Ryan had apparently used the practice lap for a little deception, because now in the race, he wasn't so easy to shake off. I had to cut several corners to prevent him from overtaking. Inwardly, I grinned because I could almost feel him getting angrier and angrier, focusing more and more on winning. "Not today, buddy, never. I was Trevor Dean, the next president of the United States. I would not only win the election, but also this race." In the next turn, Ryan tried to overtake again. I let gravity carry my Harley a bit further out until I almost touched Ryan. Now it was crunch time. Who would give in first? That person would lose the race. If neither gave in, we'd both crash. For what seemed like an eternity, I could hear Ryan and his Harley next to me. He wouldn't really push it that far, would he? Then I felt the slipstream behind me lessen. Ryan had fallen back. I grinned triumphantly and rode to victory in a wild ride across the finish line. "The devil must have been riding you today. Did you want to escape your yet unknown first lady through a motorcycle accident?" Ryan looked at me reproachfully as he took off his helmet after the last lap. "I couldn't just let you win like that." I grinned. Presidents don't give up so easily in motorcycle races, and not otherwise either. First lady or not, in the end, I'll still be the one calling the shots. Chapter 7. Meghan. Another day at work had passed. Tuesday. The week was crawling by, but in this case I couldn't complain. Despite Rachel's urgent words the previous evening, I hadn't done anything yet to keep my house. I had driven to the office as usual, even joked a bit with Sally, and of course tried to avoid Neil as much as possible. Now it was almost time for me to clock out again. My phone vibrated once more. I involuntarily flinched, thinking of yesterday. Surely Gavin Miller wouldn't be calling to shorten the deadline for the foreclosure. However, I saw Rachel's name on the display. "Hi Rachel. Meghan, how are you? Any news about the house?" Rachel sounded cheerful and optimistic. "Nothing. I haven't done anything yet," I admitted, feeling slightly guilty. "Meghan!" Rachel's horrified exclamation was so loud that Sally raised her head at her desk. "It's about your home. She must do something." "Yes, I know. I'll go to the bank first thing tomorrow morning." "You're making an appointment there now for tomorrow morning." "My dear, sometimes I really have to light a fire under your butt." I sighed. Rachel was right, of course. She could sometimes be a bit exhausting, even though it was always for my own good. "I'll do it. I don't know what's holding me back. I think I'm a little afraid that the bank will insist on their terms and reject everything." "So what if they do? Then you're no worse off than you are now. But at least you'll have tried everything." Rachel was damn right so often. I had to give her that, even if it was terribly uncomfortable in this case. "So, you make the appointment now, and then you clock out and come over here. We'll have a cozy evening at my place. I have all the ingredients for a pizza at home, and after dinner, we'll watch a nice movie. My Netflix trial subscription is still running through the winter. We should take advantage of that. What would I do without you, Rachel? Be completely helpless in life like all people." Rachel's warm-hearted laugh reached my ear. "You're a treasure. See you later." I ended the call and looked at my phone. It really was time to clock out. Sally was just packing up her things. "See you tomorrow, Meghan." "See you tomorrow, Sally." I breathed a sigh of relief because now that I was alone in the office, I could call the bank immediately without Sally overhearing. She was a very nice colleague, but I simply didn't want anyone at work to know that I was in financial trouble and might possibly lose my house. I completed the call to the bank in a matter of seconds. Gavin Miller had already gone home, but a friendly assistant gave me an appointment for tomorrow morning at 800. I took a deep breath. "You can do this, Meghan. Now you're going to Rachel's and having a nice evening with her." I turned off my PC and packed my things. I managed to leave the office without encountering Neil, and therefore I enjoyed the fresh air even more when I stepped outside onto the sidewalk. Again, I hurried to the subway station, this time without a near accident. Automatically, I thought of the attractive Ferrari driver. What was his name? I quickly wanted to shake off the thought of him, but during the ride to Rachel's apartment, I still had his image in my mind's eye. I called myself to order. Think about your house, Meghan. After the unfortunate experience with Scott, who had broken my heart and left me with a mountain of debt, I had no further need for men or even love stories. I simply wanted to enjoy life undisturbed in my home and have a job that fulfilled me. When I entered Rachel's apartment a little later, the Ferrari driver almost automatically disappeared from my thoughts. At Rachel's, I simply felt at home. Her apartment was far from being as big as my parents' house, but it was cozy and prettily decorated, the exact opposite of my half-empty house, which only contained the most necessary furniture and objects. I had sold everything else to pay off the loan, and the things Scott and I had chosen together now delighted the hearts of other people. I didn't miss them because they had only reminded me of the lies Scott had fed me. Meghan, you look so thoughtful. Is everything okay? Rachel greeted me and hugged me. Hi, Rachel. I was just lost in thought. That's a relief. I'm a little worried about you. Come on, let's go to the kitchen. It's time you finally learned how to make a decent pizza dough. Rachel laughed. My inability to prepare anything, more than pasta and potatoes with ready-made sauce, had always been the subject of numerous teasing between us. In Rachel's kitchen, water, yeast, salt, oil, and flour were already on the table. I nodded reassuringly and sat down on the corner bench with the red and white striped cover that always reminded me a little of my Aunt Lizzie's kitchen apron. With the ingredients already laid out, I couldn't really go wrong. You can mix the dough from these ingredients here. I'll just quickly pick some basil from my herb garden. The herb garden was the windowsill of Rachel's living room window. Everything Rachel wanted grew there. Not only could she cook, but she also had a green thumb. I thought with a sigh of the ficus benjamina in my living room, which only had a few dried leaves left, and finally reached for the mixing bowl, in which I combined all the ingredients. However, the dough stuck to my fingers a lot, so I added a bit more water. Rachel came back from the living room and looked critically into the bowl. That's quite liquid. How much water did you put in? I don't know. Enough so that it doesn't stick anymore. Meghan, the dough is supposed to stick. I looked at Rachel guiltily. Give it here. I'll finish it. Rachel took over the bowl and added some more flour. You really are a natural talent, Meghan, at not cooking. Rachel grinned at me. If you ever find another man, hopefully it'll be one who can either cook or has a cook. At that moment, my phone vibrated. Who could that be at this time? Usually only Rachel called me at this hour. The display showed an unknown number. I need to take this quickly. It might be the bank. I apologized to Rachel. Hello, Meghan. The voice on the other end sounded strangely familiar. Hello, Scott, I said curtly. Rachel looked up concerned. What are you up to? I'm cooking. Ah, wonderful. You finally learned to cook. Listen, I'm in New York and I'd love to see you. I'm hungry too, so if it suits you, I could come over right away. Scott was as always. He appeared out of nowhere, practically ambushed me, and expected a set table to boot. No thank you, I replied icily. Meghan, please. You know I've always regretted what I did back then. I just didn't know what was important to me in life and what I had in you. That's why I lost you. It was a mistake. I just want to talk to you. About what? I didn't even know why I asked this question. I should have just hung up. Listen, Meghan, I'm moving back to New York. I found a job here and I'm starting in a few days. But right now I'm pretty broke. I urgently need a place to stay until I get my first paycheck. Can't I just stay with you for a few weeks for old time's sake? I'll be out a lot anyway and hardly ever home. Home. This jerk dared to still refer to my house as his home. Soon I probably wouldn't have a home anymore. And it was because of him. He had pushed for us to renovate the house and take out the high loan. I had wanted to fulfill his wish. No. Meghan, give me a chance. No. Have a nice evening, Scott. Good luck with the new job. When I hung up, Rachel applauded. I have no idea what that was about, but it sounded really good. Decisive and without the slightest hint of doubt. I wanted to stay with me. Temporarily, he said. My voice sounded bitter. Rachel frowned. Do you think he has ulterior motives? With Scott, you never really know. Since our divorce, Scott would call me from time to time. Usually he wanted money, but occasionally it seemed to me as if he wanted to creep back into my life. I talked about a new job in New York and that he doesn't have an apartment yet. As I spoke these words, I almost regretted having dismissed Scott so brusquely. Where would he stay? Meghan, don't worry so much. Scott is doing just fine without you. And don't forget, you're better off without him. Mine hurt you deeply and left you with a pile of debt. Rachel seemed to be able to read my thoughts as always. I smiled at her gratefully. Thanks, Rachel. You don't need to worry. I suddenly grinned mischievously. If there's one man I wouldn't kick out of bed right now, it's the Ferrari driver who nearly ran me over yesterday. You haven't told me anything about that yet. Now I want to know all the details. Spill. Chapter 8. Trevor. Ryan and I said goodbye in New York at the helipad. In the future, I would probably only be able to take this kind of trip under the supervision of a bodyguard. There were only rumors about my upcoming candidacy, but I was already receiving threatening letters and emails with vicious insults, alternately threatening me with mutilation, death, and character assassination. While I found these letters rather amusing and sometimes read them on the couch with an expensive single malt after work, Jennifer had reacted immediately. Today, I would interview a candidate for the position of bodyguard. If he was reasonably suitable, I should hire him right away. Later, the Secret Service would protect me, but until then, I needed my own bodyguard. At least that's what Jennifer thought. I got into my Ferrari and drove home. Jennifer, this woman was really meddling in my life. Of course, this was what I wanted, as it served my goal of obtaining the presidency. Nevertheless, I still had to get used to the changes that came with it. I also had to ensure that ultimately, I was the one making the decisions. I would keep a close eye on Jennifer. I parked the Ferrari in the garage of the building, where I had the top floor all to myself. I had moved into the luxurious penthouse a few years ago and felt very comfortable there. The location and price matched my status, as there was hardly a more expensive area in New York. The view over Central Park had impressed every woman so far and eventually landed them in my bed, even those who had hesitantly come to my apartment. The mirrored elevator took me directly from the underground garage up to my penthouse. After first enjoying the view over Central Park, I glanced at the mail. My housekeeper, Katie, laid it out for me every day in the heavy crystal bowl on the antique mahogany sideboard. Today there was only one threatening letter. A miserable pig like you should be castrated. Then we can be sure that you'll leave women alone in the future. If you announce your candidacy, you can expect something. We'll find you and we'll neutralize you. A few concerned American women. I should leave women alone? I shook my head, grinning. Women didn't want to be left alone by me at all. I sought out willing and experienced lovers who also got their money's worth during sex. Even the dancers at the burlesque club lined up to be selected by me again for special attention. The thought of Darren's club made my cock stir in my pants. I definitely had to plan a visit there soon. At that moment, the concierge reported through my smart home system. Mr. Dean, there's a visitor here for you, Scott Smith. He says he has an appointment. Send him up. Scott Smith was the applicant for the bodyguard position. I went to the elevator and pressed the lowest of the softly shimmering buttons. This allowed the concierge to send the visitor up to me in the elevator. A few seconds later, Scott Smith stood before me. I was a broad-shouldered, quite attractive guy whose facial features radiated determination and calmness. First impression, positive. Mr. Dean, pleased to meet you. Likewise, Scott. I addressed all my employees by their first names, and they all called me Mr. Dean. The only exceptions were people like Jennifer, who were closer to me and whom I consulted on important decisions. Scott reported on his previous jobs in the security industry. Among other things, he had once been head of security at Darren's competition. This, of course, made him even more interesting to me, because with this experience, he could certainly smuggle me unnoticed into a nightclub even as president. Everything else was just a matter of hush money for the woman I would be enjoying myself with there. In addition to bodyguard services, I also need you as my driver, and unambiguous instruction. I didn't want any discussions, neither about salary nor duties. A driver would protect me from awkward near accidents like yesterday, because if something should actually happen again, I wouldn't be the one directly at fault. No problem, sir. My impression remained positive. Scott Smith obviously knew how to respect his employer. When can you start? Next week, sir. Why not immediately? I've just returned to New York from Chicago. Mrs. Williams only contacted me yesterday. I still need to find an apartment. All right. One day more or less doesn't matter. Have Jennifer Williams arrange temporary accommodation for you, then we'll see. With these words, I stood up and accompanied Scott back to the elevator. I called the concierge, who was supposed to escort Scott to the exit downstairs. No answer. Annoyed, I frowned. Why the hell wasn't the man at his workplace? Even though Scott would sign his contract as my bodyguard next week, that didn't mean I would leave him unsupervised in the building today. I'll accompany you downstairs. We entered the elevator together. In the lobby, I said goodbye to Scott and watched through the building's glass front as Scott Smith walked towards a lone taxi and got in the back. The sidewalk was already deserted, and there were hardly any vehicles on the street. The weather had deteriorated again shortly after our return flight from the racetrack, rain and strong winds keeping people in their homes or taking a taxi. In this weather, only those who absolutely had no money walked on foot. At that moment, I saw a woman hurrying from the right on the other side of the street. She was struggling with her umbrella, which the wind was pulling in all directions. Her gait somehow reminded me of the woman who had run in front of my car yesterday. I observed the dark long curls falling heavily and wet over her winter coat and imagined how they would dance wildly on the shoulders of this stranger as she rode me in my wide bed while we passionately fucked. In my fantasy, I caressed the unknown woman until she screamed so loudly with pleasure that her moans echoed across Central Park, waking up everyone who was illegally spending the night there. This thought immediately gave me an erection. My cock hardened. It was really high time I did something to satisfy myself. Why not with the stranger? Yesterday, I couldn't seize the opportunity because I had to pick up Jennifer. Today, on the other hand, I had a clear path. And if the woman was out alone at this time and in this weather, there was probably no man who could stand in my way. Quickly and decisively, I crossed the lobby and stepped onto the sidewalk. I would offer the woman to wait out the rain at my place, or at least dry off, after which I would drive her home. We'd see what happened then. "Miss, excuse me, please." My call echoed behind the slender woman. She turned around and I could tell from her movements that she was afraid. Of course, what woman likes to be approached alone in the dark on a dark street? When she realized that I was on the other side of the street, her body relaxed so noticeably that I could perceive it even from that distance. "Yes?" Her attention was now focused on me. At that moment, one of the numerous homeless people who set up camp in Central Park at night shot out from behind the bushes behind the woman and snatched her handbag, or rather tried to snatch her handbag. In disbelief, I watched as the slender stranger held onto the bag and began to fight with the homeless man. I cursed inwardly. Was she crazy or freshly arrived in New York? Every woman in the city knew that she should avoid the vicinity of Central Park at night, and should she become a victim of an attack, surrender money and valuables to the attacker without a fight if possible. After all, these things could be replaced, but one's own life could not. The woman wouldn't let go, and neither would the homeless man. Let her go and fuck off. As I sprinted across the street to help the woman, I yelled at the would-be thief as loudly as I could. Startled, the homeless man and the woman paused in their struggle for milliseconds. The homeless man saw me sprint quickly, assessing his chances of still snatching the handbag. When he realized he would hardly have a chance, he shoved the woman away in a wide arc. I reached the opposite sidewalk just in time to catch the stranger and prevent her from falling to the ground. The homeless man disappeared back into the bushes from where he had launched his attack just moments before. I stared angrily at the rustling branches that were faintly visible in the darkness and regretted not being able to pursue the perpetrator. I would have loved to teach him a lesson that would deter him from attacking innocent women in the future, but I couldn't leave the woman in my arms alone. Her body felt warm and soft, and despite the thick winter coat hiding her figure, I could feel that she had curves and roundness in all the right places. My eyes glided over her face. She did indeed bear a strong resemblance to the woman who had run in front of my car yesterday. All the better. In my fantasy, the two women merged into one, whom I hopefully would soon be fucking. Curiously, I observed the attractive stranger. Beneath the dark curls flashed two unusually blue eyes, a combination I had never seen before. Her regular facial features were dominated by full lips that glowed red, even without lipstick, and practically invited kisses. I felt my cock stirring again. There it was, the perfect opportunity right in my arms. Chapter 9. Meghan. The Netflix night with Rachel had been so relaxing and fun in the end that I had completely forgotten about Scott's call and the mixed feelings it had stirred in me. I hadn't laughed so much in a long time, and our pizza had tasted wonderful. This was probably mainly because I had only been responsible for the toppings in the end. Rachel had thrown away my botched dough and made a new one. When I left, she had insisted on calling me a taxi. The subway didn't offer a good connection between Rachel's apartment and my house, so I couldn't use my monthly pass. If I walked, I would have to pass by Central Park, which all New York women avoided after dark. However, I couldn't afford a taxi as I had exactly $15.41 left in my wallet and a pile of debt at the bank. I didn't want to tell Rachel that I was nearly out of cash, because then she would insist on paying for the taxi and not just lend me the money, but give it to me as a gift. I loved Rachel, but I would never accept money from her. So, I had lied to Rachel, telling her that I would only walk to the next corner where you could always get a taxi. She had let me go and I had set off on foot to my house. At the level of Central Park, I involuntarily began to walk faster because I never felt completely safe in this area. Suddenly, I heard a stranger calling out to me. I froze in fear and felt my whole body begin to tremble in the rain and darkness. I wanted to run away, but my legs wouldn't move anymore. Cautiously, I turned around to face the caller and saw, to my great relief, that the man was on the other side of the street and looked rather harmless. But at that exact moment, someone pulled at my handbag from behind. Were there two attackers? I dropped my umbrella and gripped the strap of my bag tighter. I knew I should have just let it go. Every rule of behavior during a robbery said so. My last bit of cash was in the handbag, which I needed to buy something to eat tomorrow and the day after. The thought gave me fighting spirit. I didn't let go of the handbag. My head was spinning. I could barely think straight anymore. Meghan, you're really stupid. If only you had borrowed the money for a taxi from Rachel. This is what you get for your false pride. The moment seemed endless, but in reality, it only lasted a few seconds. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the man who had called out to me from across the street was running over. Did he want to grab the handbag? I fought more desperately. Then the thief shoved me away and disappeared into the darkness of Central Park without my handbag. I felt my knees give way after all the excitement and the tension drained from me. Just in time, the other man caught me and prevented me from falling onto the wet pavement. And now, I lay in the arms of the stranger who had just rushed to my aid, feeling warmer, softer, safer, and more secure than ever before in my life, despite the rain. I would have loved to close my eyes to enjoy the situation even more, but my gaze was hypnotically fixed on his face. Dark hair and dark eyes, in which I was literally drowning. Was I just imagining the slight resemblance to the Ferrari driver from last night? Or was it real? Either way, this man looked simply forbidden good. My heart began to race. Was it the adrenaline rushing through my veins after the robbery I had just survived? No, it definitely felt different. My heart was racing, jumping and leaping, seeming to be everywhere at once. In my chest, my stomach, and my knees. What was happening to me? I pulled myself together. Meghan, now is really not the time to fall in love. Suddenly, my rescuer pressed me against his muscular chest. I felt my mouth go dry and my core tighten slightly. Now I did close my eyes to fully surrender to the wonderful feeling. This mixture of excitement and security that I hadn't felt in a long time. Are you all right? A deep, pleasant, and very masculine voice reached my ear. With a little regret, I opened my eyes again. A shiver of excitement trickled down my back as my gaze met that of the stranger. I felt my nipples harden under layers of clothing. Miss? Yes. Thank you. I think everything's fine. I cleared my throat carefully, but made no move to break free from the stranger's arms. Likewise, he showed no inclination to let me go. Suddenly, he leaned over me. I felt his breath brush over my face, and a moment later, he pressed his mouth to mine. His lips felt wonderful, warm and soft, yet firm at the same time. The kiss made me crave more. A promising tingle spread throughout my entire body. His stubble scratched lightly against my skin. The stranger's tongue tickled my lips, and the kiss transformed into a question. Do you want more? Yes, I did. Even now, as his lips rested on my closed mouth, I could barely think straight. Involuntarily, I opened my mouth, answering the unspoken question. I wanted more, and how I wanted it. I wanted it as I had never wanted in my entire life. The stranger's tongue entered my mouth and met mine there. Our kiss became more passionate and he pulled me even closer. My arms embraced his shoulders, and I felt his erection pressing against my center. A moan escaped my throat. The man, whose name I didn't even know, ran his hand down my neck. His fingers lingered on the collar of my coat, ready for more. At that exact moment, something flashed in the stranger's eyes, like a small ironic spark that disturbed the overall picture. Hold on, Meghan. What are you doing here? You're kissing a complete stranger on the street. And not just a little, but shamelessly, wildly, and passionately. The stranger looked at me thoughtfully, and at that moment, all my internal alarm sensors started flashing red. What if he was in cahoots with the thief after all? What if I gave myself to this stranger now? Oh, how I would have loved to do nothing but that. To simply fuck wildly and shamelessly and fulfill the promising pledge my savior had given me with that kiss. But what if I did exactly that and then the thief showed up? My body tensed at the thought. My savior leaned over me again, but I turned my face away. His hot breath grazed my ear. Come on, I'll take you to safety. You can rest a bit and then I'll drive you home. The tempting offer he whispered in my ear left plenty of room for interpretation. Rest a bit could turn into anything or nothing. Though our kiss definitely hadn't felt like nothing. What should I do? I was unable to decide or even say a word. At that moment, I felt my savior start to nibble on my earlobe. My knees went weak and I clung to him. Oh my God. Since my divorce from Scott, I had kissed about 3 men, but I hadn't had sex with any of them. I simply hadn't felt ready to give myself to someone, and the kisses hadn't evoked the same feelings in me as a touch from Scott, whom I had thought of every time another man had approached me. The kiss this stranger had just given me was in a completely different league. I had forgotten Scott. I had forgotten the world. I had forgotten myself. And right now I was about to forget everything again as the stranger nibbled on my earlobe. "Come with me." The stranger growled in a husky voice into my ear. "We'll have an unforgettable night." At that moment, something rustled in the bushes beside us, and I was so startled that I tore myself away from the stranger. A squirrel scurried across the street in front of us, and suddenly we were standing before each other like two embarrassed teenagers who had been caught by their parents during their first makeout session. I can't," I whispered, barely audible. The man's brows furrowed, and his dark eyes seemed to turn almost completely black. "I have to go. Thank you so much for saving me." An empty taxi drove by, and the stranger hailed it with a whistle and a sweeping arm gesture. He opened the back door, and I got in somewhat reluctantly, partly because I couldn't afford the taxi ride, and partly because a part of me wanted to stay with the stranger and spend the night with him. The taxi driver looked questioningly over his shoulder. "The lady will tell you where to go." I turned to my savior one last time. "Thank you so much. I don't know what else to say." The stranger's eyes flashed ironically again. "I found you most attractive when you weren't saying anything." His lips curled slightly at the statement. He touched them with his right index finger, then traced it over my mouth. I held my breath and felt the tingling return to my core. Just as I was about to close my eyes again, the stranger lowered his hand. "It was my pleasure, lady." With these words, he slammed the car door shut, turned around, and crossed the street. I watched him go. My knees were shaking. Whether from excitement or exhaustion, I couldn't tell. I was sitting in a taxi that I would pay for with my last cash. No one was waiting for me at home. I would lie alone in my unheated bedroom staring at the ceiling. I would be awake all night thinking about what had just happened. And then I would wish I had been braver, more reckless. Chapter 10. Trevor. As every morning, I steered my Ferrari south on Fifth Avenue. St. Patrick's Cathedral, the Empire State Building, and the Flatiron Building glided past my windshield. Soon I'd have even more opportunity to admire New York's architecture, because once I'd officially announced my candidacy, Scott would be chauffeuring me. I regretted this a little, as I enjoyed the feeling of sitting behind the wheel, sensing the car's horsepower, and making room for myself on the street with a quick honk. Nobody wanted to risk a collision with a Ferrari, not even in busy New York. Nobody, except for a dark-haired lunatic who damn well reminded me of the woman who had almost come upstairs with me yesterday. I shrugged regretfully. The kiss had been promising. I was sure we would have spent one of the most passionate nights of our lives together. At the memory, my cock stirred and pressed uncomfortably against my pants. There were only two options. Either Jennifer would soon find a potential first lady I could also fuck, or I'd pay Darren a visit at the burlesque club. Maybe I could squeeze that in tonight. The thought cheered me up, and I turned off Fifth Avenue in high spirits onto the side street where the entrance to my office's underground parking was located, right next to a bank. I let some pedestrians pass, and suddenly my gaze fixed on one passerby. The expensive plump winter coat, the long dark curls. No doubt it was her, the woman I had kissed last night. For some strange reason I couldn't quite explain, I was suddenly also sure that she had been the one I had almost run over the day before yesterday. My cock throbbed even more in my pants than before. An impatient honking behind me made me start. This couldn't be happening. I, Trevor Dean, the man who could have any woman, had been staring after a stranger. At that moment, the woman disappeared into the bank. The honking behind me grew more insistent, and I turned into the entrance to the underground parking. For a moment, I considered stopping by the bank on my way up, but quickly dismissed the thought. Not only was a lot of work waiting for me, but also the rule over the country. I would soon be able to satisfy my sexual needs in other ways. Besides, I didn't have the faintest idea who the stranger was. She could be anything, including a journalist who could further damage my reputation. Jennifer's admonitions echoed in my ear. I had to be very careful now. "Good morning, Trevor." Jennifer was already at work when I stepped out of the elevator on my office floor. This woman was like a machine, always ready for action, without any emotional expression, always perfectly styled and perfect in her demeanor. "Good morning, Jennifer." I greeted Jennifer in a good mood. Of course, all these qualities also made her a perfect employee. I briefly wondered what her private life might look like. It was probably pretty bleak, but that was pure speculation. I shrugged. "What is it?" Jennifer asked, having observed my gesture. Nothing, everything's fine," I hastened to say. "What's on the agenda today?" "We need to discuss the media interviews for announcing your candidacy. It's important that everything goes optimally here. I've worked out a possible schedule and a briefing. Also, here are some dossiers of candidates for the position of First Lady. Ideally, we could announce the engagement simultaneously with your candidacy. That way, you're sure to get all the headlines. Attention is the most important asset in this fight." Jennifer's words sounded determined. Simultaneously? So I'm supposed to choose a woman this week? I felt a bit strange at the thought of selecting a woman as if from a catalogue. Yet I had often done exactly that in the past when I had pointed to the one among Darren's dancers with whom I wanted to spend the night. But that had only been about sex and not about my life. Well, when did you want to do it? After election day? Jennifer's voice sounded a bit mocking. I looked at her and from my gaze she sensed that she had gone too far with this remark. Good. I needed to rein this woman in and keep an eye on her. A first lady like her would never set foot in my house. I mean, it's important to improve your image now, so that voters have the best possible impression of you throughout the entire campaign, Jennifer added in a gentle tone. Of course, let's start with the schedule. Then, I'll look at the dossiers you put together. I had to keep thinking about my goal, ruling this country. Ruling over a woman was actually a small matter in comparison. For the next 2 hours, Jennifer and I intensively discussed the schedule. TV appearances, interviews with radio stations and newspapers, charity dinners with my sponsors and supporters, and of course appearances in halls where thousands of my fans were waiting for me. In the coming weeks and months, I would be on the road often, shaking many hands and smiling into numerous cameras. Jennifer had thought of all the important media and had even meticulously set the timings for posts on my social media channels. I nodded approvingly. Now on to the dossiers of the candidates for the First Lady position. Jennifer pulled out a stack of papers from her notebook. I've shortlisted 5 candidates. They all live in New York, studied law, and now work in small law firms. Why do they have to have studied law? I interrupted Jennifer's explanations. They don't have to, Jennifer replied. But it would be quite practical if your future wife had a basic understanding of the US political system. After all, as First Lady, she'll be an unofficial part of it. My goodness. This woman spoke in such a stilted manner, but I nodded because what she said made sense. Continue. Also, no one should know them. Their names should never have been mentioned in the media. A blank, white, unwritten sheet. Hence, a small law firm. The women are also all in financial difficulties, or at least so short on cash that they would accept a generous offer from you, at least on paper. In reality, we can only know that once we've made the offer. I nodded again. I'd rather not know where Jennifer had gotten all this information, especially about the financial status of the candidates. But she had obviously put the right thoughts into it, while I hadn't given the subject much consideration. Of course, they must be single. That goes without saying. Additionally, there shouldn't be any affairs or anything similar in their past. A clean slate in every respect. That's what you need. The list of criteria seemed to be complete now. What should I say? It sounded boring, very boring. I imagined a pale woman who spent all day stamping files and forbade herself any fun. She'd probably lie stiff as a board under me in bed if she even wanted to have sex at all. I suppressed a sigh. So here are the dossiers. Jennifer continued. She made a move to open the first file, but I interrupted her. Hand them all over. I'll look at them alone. Jennifer looked up in surprise, but then passed me all the files. The commanding tone in my voice made it clear that I wouldn't tolerate any objection and wouldn't engage in any discussions. I haven't arranged them in any particular order, Jennifer explained. One candidate is divorced. That shouldn't normally be a problem. But I think a candidate without a former husband would be a better choice. Jennifer stood up. Let me know when you've made a decision. She nodded to me and left the office. I was alone. More eager than I wanted to admit, I opened the first file. An unremarkable resume compiled by Jennifer. Involuntarily, I rolled my eyes. I wanted photos. Jennifer should have known that, right? As many photos as possible. Nude photos would have been best, of course, but after Jennifer's explanation, I could probably be glad if the women ever showed themselves naked at all, as long as the light in the bedroom was still on. I thought of the stage in the burlesque club, which was perfectly lit to accentuate the dancers' bodies. On the second page of the file, I found the portrait photo. That was better than nothing, even though I would have preferred a full body shot. The woman looked exactly as I had imagined the candidates based on Jennifer's descriptions. Boring and unremarkable. Her hair color reminded me of dull mouse brown, and there was a slight indifference in her eyes. She was exactly the type of woman I would never have given a second glance on the street. I gritted my teeth. Yes, I wanted to become president of the United States. But if the prize for that was sitting across from a mouse with dull hair for the next few years of my life while I ate breakfast, then it was damn high. I opened the second file. The candidate was blonde, which I like better already, and she was smiling in the photo, which at least suggested she wasn't entirely boring. Unfortunately, there was a slight gap between her front teeth, which reminded me very much of my Aunt Susan. When Aunt Susan had gotten angry because I had once again put my hand up my cousin Minnie's skirt, she had started to hiss, and through the gap between her teeth, small droplets of spit had flown at me. Without much hope, I picked up the third file. As I turned to the page with the photo, I froze. I was looking at the woman I had kissed last night on the street in front of my apartment. I looked closer. Yes, it was her, no doubt. Dark curls, an even face with full lips and blue eyes that mixed curiosity with reserve. My cock was pressing against my pants again. Damn, I wanted to fuck this woman. Meghan Allen, that was the name on the file. Divorce lawyer, divorced herself. Born and raised in New York and heavily in debt since her divorce. I grinned a little at the irony. A divorce lawyer who had been taken advantage of in her own divorce. And wait, hadn't I seen this woman going into the bank this morning? What had she wanted there? Thoughtfully, I stared at Meghan Allen's photo. Then I made a decision. I took Meghan's file in hand and went outside to Jennifer. I want this one. Again, the tone of my voice suggested that I wouldn't discuss this point. Chapter 11. Meghan. I had to hurry if I wanted to make it to my appointment with Gavin Miller on time. This morning, I'd had a hard time getting out of bed because I'd barely slept. Instead, I'd spent half the night lying awake seeing the face of the attractive stranger who had kissed me near Central Park. While brushing my teeth, I'd been careful not to let any water touch my lips. And during the night, I kept touching my mouth with my still slightly trembling hand. Could this be real? Was it me, Meghan Allen, who had hesitated only at the last moment to spend the night with a stranger? A stranger who had aroused more feelings of desire in me in a split second than my own husband ever had in years. What would have happened if we had spent the night together? Even now, over 12 hours after the kiss, the thought sent tingles through my body. I shook my head at myself. Get it together, Meghan. Think about the bank appointment and the house. An unknown man with a lot of sex appeal isn't going to save you from bankruptcy. To wake up better and be ready for the bank appointment, I had wanted to buy a large coffee to go at the subway station. At the last moment, however, I remembered that my cash reserves after the taxi ride amounted to exactly 41 cents. Luckily, my salary would soon arrive in my account, so I could restock my supplies. Maybe cooking was cheaper in the long run than ordering food and preparing ready meals. I should be able to cook some pasta myself, right? When I came out of the subway station, a strong gust of wind hit me, helping me wake up a little even without coffee. Today was a typical New York winter day, cold but clear. I snuggled deeper into my beloved coat, thinking gratefully of Rachel as always, and hurried down the side street where the bank entrance was located. Around me, skyscrapers with polished glass facades loomed. The rents in this area were among the most expensive in New York. This was where the bank branch was located, where Scott and I had taken out the loan back then. I straightened my shoulders, took a deep breath, and entered the building through the glass sliding doors. In the small vestibule with ATMs and account statement printers, a blower pumped pleasant warmth down on me. Involuntarily, I relaxed a little as I stepped into the main room with the counters. Behind the reception, an extremely overweight employee with bright lipstick smiled at me. Hello, what can I do for you? Her voice sounded friendly. Good morning. I have an appointment with Gavin Miller. My name is Meghan Allen. The employee briefly clattered on her keyboard and then nodded. You can go right through to the back. He's already waiting for you. The employee pointed to an office at the other end of the counter area. I thanked her and made my way across the thick carpets to the back. The entire bank exuded wealth and I felt correspondingly out of place. The pawn shop, with its greasy employees with missing teeth and unwashed hair, was more fitting to my account balance than this noble environment. The door to Gavin Miller's office was open. At the desk sat a young man who I assumed was Gavin Miller. Scott and I had taken out the loan with his predecessor, a kind older man who had since retired. The bank had informed me about this in a letter a few months ago, telling me that Gavin Miller was now my loan officer. I had never made an appointment with him, fearing uncomfortable questions about my account balance. That had probably been a mistake. Maybe I should have spoken to him earlier and explained my situation to negotiate new terms. I hadn't done that and now I was facing foreclosure. At that word my stomach clenched. Miss Allen? The young man looked up from his desk. Yes, Mr. Miller. He nodded. Nice to meet you, I added. Gavin Miller made a hand gesture towards the chair opposite him at his desk, but showed no signs of standing up to shake my hand. That wasn't a good sign. I probably wasn't an important customer to him. I took a deep breath. Into battle, Meghan. I took a seat. What brings you here? Also not a good sign. For Gavin Miller, everything had been discussed. Well, we talked on the phone 2 days ago about my loan. My introduction was clumsy. I cursed myself internally. Why had I wasted so much time last night dreaming about a kiss instead of facing reality and devising a suitable strategy for the conversation with Gavin Miller? That's correct. You can't pay the installments, and if that doesn't change in the foreseeable future, we'll have to clear out your house and have it foreclosed. Next week, to be exact. Gavin Miller dryly recited the facts. The thought of being evicted from my own house, from the only home I'd ever had, sent chills down my spine. Say something, Meghan. Quick. You know, I have a new job prospect. In fact, I start tomorrow. The pay is significantly better than my current job, and as soon as I receive my first paycheck, I'll be able to pay the full installment. The lie came so quickly and effortlessly over my lips that I was surprised at myself. I had often had to improvise for our clients in negotiations, but when it came to myself, I rarely had such good ideas. Until now. I'm happy for you, Ms. Allen. Congratulations. Please send us a copy of the signed employment contract, and I'll be glad to remove the mark for eviction and foreclosure from your file. Typically, I'll then postpone the action by 1 month. Once the first full payment is received, we'll delete the note entirely. Despite the congratulations, Gavin Miller's words sounded largely emotionless. I was only interested in the movements in my account. Numbers, dates, facts. Damn it, Meghan. Now you're really in deep shit. I'm afraid I don't have an employment contract yet. There have been some delays in issuing it at my new employer. One lie followed another. By the end of this conversation, I'd either go down in history as the queen of lies, or stand utterly humiliated with an immediate foreclosure note in my file. The latter absolutely could not happen. Well, then you'll surely receive it on your first day of work. Gavin Miller's voice sounded slightly irritated. I think so, I said hesitantly. What else could I have said? If I'm not mistaken, that's tomorrow. I nodded again. I couldn't say anything more. Then simply come by the day after tomorrow at the same time with a document. I'll make a note of it. That way everything is in order. Gavin Miller typed briefly on his keyboard. I cleared my throat. Is there anything else? Gavin Miller asked with a slight trace of impatience in his voice. No, everything's fine. I hurried to assure him. Oh, Meghan, how are you ever going to get out of this mess? Then goodbye and see you the day after tomorrow. See you then. I quickly left the office and hurried across the elegant lobby. I had to hurry to avoid being late for work. Otherwise, Neil might even fire me on top of everything else. Thoughts were racing through my head. Damn. What should I do now? I had exactly 5 days to come up with the money, or 2 days to sign a new employment contract. I needed a miracle. A real damn big New York miracle. Chapter 12. Meghan. I stared glumly at my screen. Today, I simply couldn't concentrate. I hardly dared to imagine what would happen if I didn't show up at Gavin Miller's bank with a new employment contract the day after tomorrow. The words immediate foreclosure swirled through my head, pushing out all other thoughts. Is everything all right, Meghan? Sally's voice had a slightly worried undertone. You don't look like you're doing well. Yes, everything's fine, I assured her. Even to my own ears. My voice sounded completely unconvincing. I was dejected and desperate. Why can't I believe you? Sally replied unsurprisingly. I didn't know what to say. Sally was my ally in the fight against Neil, and I liked her very much. But I didn't want her to know about my financial problems under any circumstances. I kept work and private life strictly separate to give people like Neil as little ammunition as possible. Is it a man? Sally managed to make this question sound sympathetic and open rather than curious and intrusive. I may be married, but I still remember what heartache feels like. If that's the case, you should do something nice for yourself. Maybe we could go out for pizza during our break today, instead of always getting those sandwiches. Sally's attempts to cheer me up touched me. No, not a man, I assured her. Why did I think of the stranger and the passionate kiss he had given me on the street last night at that moment? I'm not really sure what's wrong with me. You're probably right about what you said the day before yesterday. I desperately need a new challenge. I'd better not say how desperate. 2 days to present a new employment contract at the bank, or I was facing foreclosure. What should I do? Have you sent out any job applications yet? Sally asked. No. Sally was about to reply, but luckily at that moment my phone vibrated in my pocket. Sally's questions just hurt too much and reminded me of what awaited me in a few days. I would be driven out of my home and have to crash at my best friend's place, at an age when most women were getting married and having children. A family. I had no husband and no family. Soon I wouldn't even have a house. Sighing, I looked at my phone's display. An unknown number. Hopefully not Gavin Miller again, telling me he had uncovered my lie and my house would be foreclosed on immediately. The thought made me sick. My heart felt like a cold, heavy lump in my chest. The unknown caller didn't give up. Meghan, everything okay? Sally wasn't giving up either. I took a deep breath. The displayed number wasn't a local New York number, but another cell phone number. Of course, it could still be Gavin Miller calling from his cell phone, but that was rather unlikely. Besides, there was no way he could have found out that my new job was completely made up. He wouldn't realize that until the day after tomorrow when I showed up to our appointment without an employment contract. I pulled myself together and swiped across my smartphone's display to answer the call. Hello? Since I had no idea who was calling me, I hesitated to give my name. Good day. Am I speaking with Meghan Allen? The voice on the other end of the line sounded stern, but not unpleasant. A woman. Yes, that's me. Who's calling, please? My name is Jennifer Williams. I work for the future presidential candidate Trevor Dean. The name meant nothing to me. I'm sorry. I don't have time for surveys. I'm at work and I'm not interested in such things in the evening either. With these words, I wanted to end the call and took the phone from my ear when an energetic weight sounded from the phone. Involuntarily, I obeyed and put the phone back to my ear. Yes? I was a little annoyed with myself. Why was I obeying a stranger who was campaigning here? And how did she get my cell phone number? This is about a job offer. A job offer? I repeated in disbelief and almost a bit too loudly. Sally at her desk put her finger to her lips and pointed to the thin wall separating our office from Neil's room. I nodded. I had no idea what this phone call was about, but it was better if Neil didn't hear any of it. A job offer? How could that be? I hadn't applied for a single position. Was someone trying to play a joke on me? Listen, if this is supposed to be a joke, I find it extremely tasteless. I don't have time for this. Miss Allen, I would never allow myself such jokes. I would lose my job if I did. I am Mr. Dean's campaign manager. I wasn't aware that I had applied for a job in your campaign team, I said defensively. Sally had now interrupted her work on her case and was looking over at me curiously. She made an encouraging gesture. That's correct, Jennifer Williams replied with a small laugh. We didn't advertise the position because we certainly would have received a lot of unsuitable applications. We preferred to avoid that. So I researched suitable profiles and came across you among others, Meghan. Mr. Dean was also very impressed with your qualifications and would like to meet you. What is the position about? Does Mr. Dean need a divorce lawyer? I had no idea what Jennifer Williams was getting at. She was speaking in riddles. No, Mr. Dean isn't even married. Then I don't understand what you want from me. I have no other qualifications. There must be some mistake. You are Meghan Allen, who graduated from New York University and now works at Neil Ferguson's law firm, right? Yes, that's me. Then you are the right candidate. I have some information about you from the New York University yearbook. Mr. Dean would like to meet you. I wasn't quite sure how to respond. Jennifer Williams' words made me feel slightly uneasy. Where else had she been researching me? What did she know about me? Miss Allen, are you still there? Yes, I'm still here. Well, this is all very confusing. And how did you even get my cell phone number? Jennifer Williams laughed softly. Nothing stays hidden from me. But how about we shed some light on the situation? We'd very much like to explain the position to you in person and get to know you. Would it suit you to come to Mr. Dean's office in an hour? It's not very far from your workplace. I don't have any time to prepare for a job interview. Let's call it an introductory meeting, Jennifer Williams suggested. You don't need to prepare. We'll explain the details of the offer to you, and you decide whether it's the right position for you. My suspicion hadn't completely disappeared. It's a very well compensated offer, if I may add. Why don't you just come and hear us out? If you don't like it, you can leave. The way Jennifer Williams said it, it sounded easy and completely logical. My ears had perked up at the words well compensated. If there was one thing I desperately needed, it was money. The war couldn't really be worse than here. If it paid better, why not? Alright then. Unfortunately, I can't just leave here easily, as I have some appointments. I lied. I could hardly say that Neil controlled us so tightly that he sometimes asked where I was even when I just went to the bathroom. But I can manage to stop by during my lunch break. Perfect. Let me quickly give you the address. Do you have something to write with? I noted down the address of Trevor Dean's office. It was right next to my bank. Was that a good sign or a bad one? See you later. I said goodbye. As I slipped the phone back into my bag, Sally asked me curiously, "What was that about?" "I don't know," I answered, slightly confused. I looked around carefully. The door to our office was thankfully closed, as always in winter. We didn't want to use what little heat we had to warm the hallway. It sounded like some kind of job offer. That's great. Sally beamed. It could also be fake. I haven't applied anywhere. Last year, I didn't even get an interview with our competitors when I submitted my resume there. And now I'm supposed to work for a potential presidential candidate. Who is this Trevor Dean anyway? I've never heard of him. Chapter 13. Trevor. Meghan Allen should be here in about 5 minutes, Jennifer announced confidently. Ah, yes. So she's interested? My cock throbbed in my pants. It definitely had an interest in fucking the dark-haired beauty. She sounded a bit skeptical, understandably I must say. I haven't given her too many details yet. She'll only find out exactly what it's about when she's here and has signed the non-disclosure agreement. Non-disclosure agreement? Well, if she declines the offer, she shouldn't talk to the press about it under any circumstances. New York presidential candidate enters fake marriage is not a headline we can use. At that moment, Jennifer's phone vibrated. The concierge informed us that Meghan was on her way up. Just a few seconds later, there was a knock at the office door. Jennifer went to the anteroom to greet our visitor there. Through the glass panels, I saw her. Meghan Allen was undoubtedly the woman I had kissed last night. She wore the same expensive winter coat and moved with the same cautious elegance. As Jennifer chatted with her and took her coat, she seemed to relax a little. Finally, I could get a better look at her body. She was slim and had large breasts that were clearly visible under her white cashmere sweater. I imagined how arousing it would feel to hold them in my hand and massage the nipples while kissing those full red lips and making Meghan Allen moan again, like she did last night on the open street. How many men had she driven crazy with her body? Meghan and Jennifer entered my office. "Miss Allen, this is Mr. Dean." Our eyes met and I stood up to greet Meghan. She froze in mid-movement and stopped halfway between my desk and the office door. In her blue eyes, which looked like glacier ice reflecting the sun, I could read that she had recognized me. I smiled. "Good. Very good, in fact. Miss Allen, I'm glad you could arrange the appointment on such short notice." My words were meant to help Meghan cover her embarrassment. "Please have a seat." I gestured to the small conference table with 4 chairs in the corner of my office. Meghan's gaze followed my outstretched hand and she began to move. "Before we explain the details of the offer, we need to ask you to sign this non-disclosure agreement." Jennifer placed a sheet on the table, a short 1-page contract. "Everything discussed between us is strictly confidential and must not be disclosed under any circumstances, regardless of whether you decide to accept or decline the offer," Jennifer explained. "That sounds very cryptic." Meghan wasn't an easy nut to crack. If I was honest with myself, that was probably exactly what attracted me to her. My hunting instinct had awakened. I'd had enough of women who willingly threw themselves at me and did everything to spend the night with me. I loved dominating my sexual partners, and it was all the more appealing when they resisted me a little. "It's just a precaution, nothing more than what you as a lawyer probably agree to with your clients every day." I spoke up and smiled winningly to reassure Meghan and take the edge off Jennifer's explanations. Meghan avoided my gaze but took the 1-page contract from the table and read through it. Without further questions, she reached for the pen provided and signed. She put the contract back on the table and leaned back in her chair. "Now I'm curious about what your offer entails." As she spoke, she avoided looking at me. Her blue eyes were fixed on Jennifer. Jennifer cleared her throat. "Well, the position is quite special. As I hinted on the phone, Mr. Dean will officially announce his candidacy for the presidency of the United States later this week. You're sitting across from the man who will be guiding the fate of our country from the next election day." Meghan remained silent, waiting, but her gaze slid to me and wandered over my face. "To complete Mr. Dean's team, we still need a first lady." Meghan's gaze jumped back to Jennifer. "I beg your pardon. I think I don't understand." Meghan blinked in confusion and her eyebrows furrowed. "We need a first lady," Jennifer repeated impassively. She looked as if she made such a job offer every day. "Mr. Dean is looking for a wife, more specifically, a cultured, educated woman who will marry him and stand by his side during the next few years while he governs the country. A tough job, as you can probably imagine." "Why doesn't he hire a housekeeper?" Meghan seemed to have recovered from her confusion, but she still wasn't looking at me and spoke to Jennifer as if I wasn't present. This behavior was driving me nearly insane because I wanted nothing more than to take her in my arms and kiss her again, so that she would accept the offer as quickly as possible. But I wisely held back and instead let my gaze wander over her body. "Of course, we'll also hire a housekeeper, but I'm sure you know the duties of a first lady as well as I do. We need someone who will appear alongside Mr. Dean in the media and support him in implementing his policies. Also, voters appreciate it when the president has a family, as it makes him seem more trustworthy. Miss Allen, Mr. Dean needs a wife, and that's the job we're offering here. First Lady of the United States of America." Jennifer's last sentence had a triumphant undertone. "I'm supposed to marry Mr. Dean?" Meghan wanted to make sure she had understood everything correctly. "That's the gist of it. Of course, we're offering you appropriate compensation. $10,000 per month for as long as the marriage remains free of scandal. You'll live with Mr. Dean in the White House, with all the amenities that come with it. The housekeeper, several chefs, a stylist. If you have any special requests or needs, we can certainly arrange that." Jennifer let her words sink in. "By the end of the presidency, after 8 years, you'll have no financial worries whatsoever, and you'll have excellent career prospects thanks to your connections." I could see the wheels turning in Meghan Allen's mind. Of course, it's a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week job, as you probably know yourself. Your private life won't be the top priority during this time. Meghan Allen continued to avoid my gaze and focused on the edge of the table. Jennifer waited patiently. I also leaned back. The offer had been made and it was up to Meghan to accept or decline it. Then I see the contract before I decide. Meghan's question was thoroughly that of a lawyer and thoroughly that of a woman who was interested. I suppressed a satisfied nod with difficulty. Of course, I just need to print it out quickly. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Jennifer left the office. Meghan and I were alone. Miss Allen? Please call me Meghan. A promising start. I was thrilled that Meghan made this offer while still addressing me formally. It showed who would be in charge in our relationship. Gladly, Meghan. My eyes met hers and held her gaze. As Meghan looked into my eyes, her expression seemed to change imperceptibly. It became softer and more open. In her blue eyes, passion and uncertainty battled each other. I stood up and walked to the window. The view here is truly unique. I turned back to the conference table and waved Meghan over. She stood up and joined me with a slight hesitation, but made sure to keep enough distance between our bodies. A light, fresh citrus scent wafted around me. Was that why I had the impression earlier that Meghan brought a touch of summer into my office in the middle of winter? I wanted to bury my face in her neck right then, inhale the scent, and bite her so gently that she would moan with pleasure again. But I maintained control as befitting a presidential candidate. Seeing the Empire State Building thrills me every time. I'll miss it when we're living in the White House. Meghan looked at me. I grabbed her elbow and slowly let my hand wander up her upper arm until it rested on her neck. Then I leaned forward. The citrus scent intensified. My thumb caressed Meghan's neck and traced the neckline of her sweater. It lingered briefly in the hollow at the base of her throat. I really enjoyed our encounter last night. It's a shame you had to leave so quickly, Meghan. I whispered in her ear. I brushed aside a few unruly dark curls, leaned in further, and gently beat Meghan's earlobe. I could feel her breath on my ear. It became faster and shallower. Meghan was aroused. I grinned inwardly. My cock was throbbing forcefully against the fastening of my pants, but I didn't let it show. Of course, I would have loved to fuck Meghan right here on the desk, but her cries of pleasure would echo through my apartment soon enough. First, she should read and sign this damn contract, so she would be mine forever. Because for some damn reason I couldn't quite figure out myself, I wanted to fuck this woman more than just once. I let go of Meghan. My index finger traced her lips. The marital duties aren't specified in detail in the contract. I don't think we'll have any problems in that regard, though. Meghan nodded silently. Suddenly she grabbed my hand, opened her mouth and began sucking on my index finger. A veil of lust fell over her blue eyes, and a barely noticeable moan escaped her mouth. My erection now pressed with all its might against my zipper. I imagined Meghan kneeling naked in front of me sucking my cock. Outside, the clatter of Jennifer's heels could be heard. She would enter the office at any moment. The idea of showing her how irresistible Meghan already found me excited me even more. Nevertheless, I gently grabbed Meghan's wrist and pulled my hand out of her mouth. Later, I murmured, and went back to the conference table. Not a second too soon, because at that moment Jennifer opened the door. Here you go, Miss Allen. Miss Allen. Here's your copy of the contract. Read through everything and feel free to ask questions. That's what I'm here for. I'd like to read this over in peace. How many days can you give me to think it over? Meghan asked as she reached for the thin stack of papers Jennifer had placed on the table. I stared at Meghan in disbelief. What was going on in this woman's mind? We'll return to the story soon. But for now, let the music help you slow down and feel present. This free audiobook is made with care. She was driving me so crazy that my pants were about to burst, and now she needed several days to think it over? Unfortunately, time is of the essence, Miss Allen. If you decline, we need to find a replacement candidate as quickly as possible to stand by Mr. Dean during this time. And to fuck Mr. Dean, I added to Jennifer's words in my mind. We therefore need your answer by 9:00 a.m. tomorrow morning at the latest. If we haven't heard from you by then, I'll call the next candidate on the list. For once, I was grateful for Jennifer's emotionless, businesslike way of presenting things. Meghan should know that I wasn't dependent on her signature. I'll be in touch. Meghan didn't let on anything as she stowed the contract draft in her handbag and nodded to us. Jennifer escorted her outside while I remained seated in my chair with a throbbing cock. Damn, what was going on here? What was going on inside me? Chapter 14. Meghan, I need to talk to you. Tonight. It's urgent. As I was heading back to the office, I quickly sent a short message to Rachel. Seconds later, my phone beeped announcing Rachel's response. Did something happen? What should I even reply? I couldn't explain in 5 sentences the offer I had just received. First Lady of the United States. Wife of an outrageously attractive man who, with a light touch, managed to evoke feelings in me that I had never known before. Can you come over tonight? I'll tell you everything then. Sure. Relieved, I slipped the phone into my pocket. Rachel knew me better than I knew myself. With her help, I would be able to bring order to the chaos that had been reigning in my head for the past hour. Or actually, since last night when Trevor Dean had kissed me so passionately, I caught myself wishing he had done it again just now. I thought I could still feel the touch of his hand on my neck. Remembering how I had sucked on his index finger made me blush. What had come over me? This wasn't like me at all. I hardly opened up to people I knew. I strictly separated professional and personal matters. And now I wanted to jump into bed with a stranger? I imagined what would have happened if I'd placed my hand on Trevor's crotch. My core tightened slightly and I felt my arousal growing. By now, I had arrived in front of our office building. I looked left and right as I crossed the street and couldn't help but think of the near accident 2 days ago. The Ferrari driver who had braked just in time. In the twilight, I hadn't been able to see him clearly, but a certain resemblance to Trevor couldn't be denied. Was that him too? I pushed the thought of Trevor aside and entered the office. Meghan, where have you been hanging around for so long again? I'm clearly paying you too much money for the little work you do here. Neil greeted me with one of his usual tirades. Today, however, I simply let his angry voice bounce off me. I imagined how I could pack my things tomorrow and say goodbye to him forever. Without dignifying Neil with a glance, I went to my desk and unlocked my computer. Are you not talking to me anymore? Answer me or you're fired. Neil stormed after me into the office and stood in front of my desk, red-faced. It was obvious that he was about to have a major outburst. I'm sorry, I had something to take care of, and it took a little longer. As usual, I apologized to Neil, but today my voice sounded a little less submissive than usual, and I didn't assure him that it wouldn't happen again. Neil usually had no sense for such subtleties, but he looked at me sharply and ordered, "The door stays open. I want to see that you're doing your work here and not wasting time." Of course, I lowered my head. Neil stomped angrily out of the office. I threw an apologetic look at Sally. Now we both had to work in the drafty cold coming in from the hallway. Sally shrugged her shoulders somewhat helplessly. "I don't hear either of you typing. Get to it," Neil shouted from his office. I was serious about his control. So, Sally and I spent the rest of the afternoon silently hammering away at our keyboards in the cold. Around 5:00 p.m., Neil said goodbye due to a private appointment. "I have to go. Don't even think about leaving early. Heaven help you if those files aren't processed by tomorrow." Neil often threw around such threats. I didn't believe anything would happen, but I could certainly imagine him watching the law firm's entrance from the cafe across the street for half an hour to see if we left earlier than usual. So Sally and I worked for about another hour and then snuck out under the cover of darkness. There was no sign of Neil. "See you tomorrow, Meghan. You absolutely must tell me how your appointment went. I'm very curious." Sally said goodbye to me at the door. "See you tomorrow," I replied and hurried to the subway station across the street. When I arrived at my house a little later, Rachel was already waiting for me on the steps. "Rachel, I'm so sorry. Have you been here long? She must be frozen solid." I hugged my loyal friend. "Hi, Meghan. No, I haven't been waiting long. The store wasn't very busy tonight, and your message made me very curious. So I closed the boutique a little earlier. Neil was particularly nasty today, so I couldn't get away any sooner. Come in." I unlocked the heavy front door made of solid wood. Our protection against the world out there. Scott had called this door. I worked in the security industry and had placed particular emphasis on making our house burglar-proof. My house. It was now burglar-proof, but there was hardly anything left in it worth stealing. Rachel and I went into the living room. An old tube TV stood lonely on an old fruit crate from the junkyard. I had sold the modern flat-screen TV with Wi-Fi and the beautiful solid wall unit first to keep paying the credit installments. "Have a seat. I'll be right back." I went to the kitchen and got a pack of chips from the cupboard. I couldn't offer Rachel anything more because firstly, I was literally broke. I couldn't even afford a takeaway order today. And secondly, even if I had had some ingredients in the house, I wouldn't have been able to prepare anything from them. My cooking skills were simply miserable. "Would you like some tea?" "I'm afraid wine is out," I said apologetically. "That would be wonderful." Tea and chips with this unique combination, I entered the living room. I had also taken the rickety table from the junkyard after selling most of the furniture. I set the teacups on it. "Come on, tell me already." I'm about to burst with curiosity. Rachel reached for her cup and made herself comfortable on the sofa. "Well, you know, I've received a job offer." "A job offer? I didn't know you had applied anywhere." "I didn't. It's all a bit complicated. I'm telling you this in confidence." "Okay. You can't tell anyone about it. Actually, I shouldn't even be talking about it. But the short version is I can become the next First Lady of the United States." "What?" Rachel sounded as confused as I felt, and that was without even knowing half the story. I started to explain about Jennifer Williams' call, the visit to Trevor Dean's office, and the contract that was now lying in my bag out in the hallway. Rachel listened with her mouth open. First Lady? And Trevor Dean? Do you know who he is, Meghan? Well, now was probably the time to tell Rachel that Trevor Dean was the man I had already kissed on the open street before our appointment, and that I wanted him. Wanted him. Wanted him. More than I had ever wanted any man. But Rachel didn't let me finish. He's the New York playboy par excellence. Every woman in New York has been to bed with him. I haven't. I blurted out spontaneously. Rachel looked at me sharply. Meghan, what's going on? Well, you see, with a slightly uncertain voice, I confessed to Rachel that Trevor Dean was the man who had given me the best kiss of my life last night and had triggered unexpected feelings in me. However, I didn't mention that just by telling the story, my nipples were already standing up under my thick sweater and bra. Thankfully, the thick winter clothing concealed a lot. I just don't know what to do, Rachel. Things with Neil are getting worse. And then this morning, I had this appointment at the bank with Gavin Miller, and I couldn't accomplish anything. Really nothing. In the end, I was so desperate that I lied to him, saying I would soon have a new, better paying job. What did he say? That I should either bring the money or the employment contract. I looked at Rachel desperately. She put the teacup on the table and pulled me into a comforting hug. You've gotten yourself into quite a pickle. I nodded. Rachel let go of me and looked at me firmly. On the other hand, you also hold the solution in your hands. What do you mean? You can kill several birds with one stone here. If you accept the offer and marry Trevor, you'll instantly have not only a new employment contract, but also enough money to pay off the loan. Ask for a down payment upon signing and you'll be free of all financial worries. I nodded. You'll be marrying a man who may be a well-known playboy in the city, but who also seems to have a thing for you and you for him. Damn it, Meghan. It's time you come out of the shell you've retreated into since Scott lied to and cheated on you. You need to live. You need sex. Really good sex. And thanks to everything I've heard about Trevor Dean and what you've told me, you'll have that sex with him. Rachel paused for effect. That's what you want too. Bam! That hit home. Rachel was, as always, bluntly direct and honest and had once again hit the nail on the head. Yes, I wanted it. I had wanted to go to bed with Trevor Dean last night. He'll behave himself reasonably well and stop his affairs. After all, he can't afford to jeopardize his presidency. And if he doesn't, you'll be well paid, you'll have influence, and you'll take good care of your heart. You're safer with Trevor Dean than you were with Scott. Affairs. I closed my eyes at this word. What if it goes wrong? After the painful experiences with Scott, I wouldn't be able to shake off this fear so quickly. Then you file for divorce, end up richer by a few tens of thousands or even $100,000, and in the meantime, you'll certainly have met many people who will offer you a job, and a much better one than the one you have now. Rachel's argument was unbeatable in its logic. She leaned forward. Meghan, you have nothing to lose. It can only get better from here. I let it all sink in. You're right. I raised the teacup to my lips and smiled. Do you mind keeping me company while I review the contract? Chapter 15. Meghan. Take care, Meghan. Look after yourself and good luck. Rachel hugged me goodbye and I squeezed her tightly. We had drunk another cup of tea and chatted a bit. I had reviewed the contract. It contained nothing else noteworthy, except for the fact that the point about marital duties wasn't elaborated on. Rachel had asked me what would happen if Trevor and I had children. The thought had almost made me dizzy. Heavens! What was I about to do? I was going to enter an arranged marriage, a marriage in which I would probably have the best sex of my life, but where there was no room for feelings. Trevor would take good care of the children. After all, that too was in many ways a financial matter. I stared at the contract lying on the makeshift coffee table. I wanted to sign. I would sign. But I had to clarify the child question first. I took my phone out of my pocket, searched for Jennifer Williams' number in the call list, and pressed call. Jennifer Williams picked up after the first ring. This woman seemed to know no end of workday or break. Miss Allen, what can I do for you? I've looked over the contract. I'd like to accept the offer, but I have 2 questions I'd like to discuss with Mr. Dean first. Could you please give me his phone number? What kind of questions are they? Perhaps I can help you. Jennifer's manner of speaking somehow made me suspicious. What kind of relationship did she and Trevor have anyway? Was she one of his past lovers who now, for some reason, wasn't eligible to be First Lady? I doubt it. Or do you know if Trevor intends to have children with his future First Lady? And if so, what's planned for their future if the marriage doesn't last? I adopted the same business-like tone as Jennifer Williams. I was a lawyer, damn it, and I wasn't going to let this woman keep me away from my future husband. I can't tell you that exactly. Do you want to discuss this with Trevor now? Jennifer's voice hadn't changed in the slightest. Can't tell you exactly. What was that supposed to mean? Did she know the answer or not? I became more and more suspicious. Yes, I replied curtly. I'll call Trevor and ask him to contact you right away. Give me a few minutes." With these words, Jennifer ended the call. Was Trevor's number already a state secret that he wanted to keep even from his future wife? Or was there really something wrong with Jennifer? What was I getting myself into? I stared at the makeshift coffee table pondering, but then shrugged with a sigh. It wasn't as if I had much choice. Besides discussing children, I also needed to talk to Trevor about needing a down payment. And I needed it tomorrow. With that, I could then stop by Gavin Miller's, settle my debts, and then calmly pay off the loan installments every month. The house would be saved, and even if I wouldn't be living in it for the next few years, it would remain in my possession and patiently wait here for my return when I came back from Washington. At that moment, my phone rang. A cell phone number I didn't know yet. Trevor. If he wanted to keep his number secret from his future wife, he surely would have gone about it more cleverly. So Jennifer was the secretive one between the two. I pushed the thought aside for now and answered the call. "Meghan." When I heard Trevor's masculine voice with its slightly rough sound, my knees went weak. I wanted to ask him if he felt like kidding me again in public. This time I wouldn't say no if he asked me to spend the night with him. "Hello, Trevor. I didn't let on anything. Jennifer told me you had some private matters to discuss with me." "Yes. What's it about?" "Well, I've read through the contract and I was wondering if you want to have children. And what happens in that case if our arrangement ends?" Trevor laughed. "Me and children? I'm really not the family man type, Meghan. That's exactly why I desperately need a first lady. Children don't have to be part of it. As you know, not all of my predecessors as president had young children still living in the White House. So a first family isn't part of the plan, and that's why there's no clause about it in the contract. Does that bother you?" Did it bother me? I couldn't answer the question, but of course I wouldn't tell Trevor that. With this answer, he had clearly expressed that feelings were not provided for in our contract and that from his point of view, it wasn't a long-term arrangement. A marriage that appeared perfect from the outside and inside? Yes, what would it consist of? Sex? These were questions I simply couldn't ask Trevor. I would have to find out the answers over time. So I just said that's fine. I just wanted to know how you felt about it. Good. Does that answer all your questions? There's one more thing, I said hesitantly. I'm listening. Asking for money had never been pleasant for me. I'm a bit short on cash at the moment. And so I was wondering if I could get an advance when I signed the contract. Trevor was probably aware of my financial worries, as Jennifer Williams had mentioned them in our conversation. "How much?" Trevor asked bluntly. "Juzen. A whole month's salary." Trevor whistled softly through his teeth. "I haven't looked closely at your financial situation, but you must be in quite a pickle." You could say that. At this point, I didn't want to tell Trevor how much the house meant to me, and how it had come that I was sitting on a pile of debt after my divorce. "Good. You can have it, under one condition. And that would be? I want an advance too." With these words, Trevor's voice became a little darker and more sensual. At least it seemed that way to me. "I don't understand what you mean." My mind made me say these words while my body began to vibrate slightly. "Are you alone?" Trevor whispered in my ear. "Yes." "Good. I want to hear you moan like last night when I kissed you on the street. I could order you to come here right now so we can repeat that. But I'm not that cruel. I'll give you a little more time." My breath began to quicken at the thought of Trevor ordering me to have sex with him right now. "Damn it, Meghan. Why does this fantasy turn you on so much? You're not usually this submissive. I want you to pleasure yourself now. I'll skip the video call, but I want to hear you moan loudly." "I don't know if I can do that." Trevor laughed darkly. "Very good, Meghan. So you want it? Then you can do it. Take off your bra and caress your breasts." I hesitated only briefly. Then I slid my left hand under my white cashmere sweater and unhooked my bra. I cupped my left breast and began to slowly stroke the nipple with my thumb. Imagine it's my tongue licking you, circling your nipple again and again until it's big, red and hard and swollen. I press against you and you feel my cock. A loud one escaped me. Oh, I wanted this man. I wanted to lose myself in Trevor's dark, mysterious eyes. Press my naked body against his and feel his cock inside me. My center began to burn. "Keep going." Your hand moves down and slowly opens your pants. I fumbled with my button for a moment. Then finally I could slide my hand under my panties. I was aroused and wet like rarely before in my life. And that just from Trevor's voice giving me orders. "Touch yourself." I found my pearl and began to touch myself. First with gentle circular motions. Then increasingly faster and harder. I fell back onto the sofa with the phone at my right ear. I felt the pleasure begin to spread from my pearl in waves throughout my entire body. I moaned loudly into the phone. "Oh, Trevor, don't stop." I continued to stroke myself, and after a few minutes I exploded in a massive orgasm. The phone fell to the floor as I twitched and trembled with pleasure like never before. Yes, I had never experienced anything like this, neither by myself nor with a man, certainly not with Scott. After a few minutes, I had laboriously regained my composure. I picked up the phone. Trevor, an indulgent laugh sounded from the phone. Very nice, Meghan. You've more than earned your advance. See you tomorrow. Trevor ended the call and I stared at the smartphone in my hand. Was I dreaming or had all of this really just happened? Chapter 16. Trevor. Good morning, Trevor. So, is the kids' issue settled? Jennifer greeted me with a slightly ironic undertone as I entered the office the next morning. As always, she was already at work. She probably slept under her desk. I needed this type of employee to win the campaign, but that didn't mean I had to like them. Meghan will bring the signed contract by today, I replied vaguely. And how many children will you be raising? Jennifer needled. I looked at her coolly. For the first time, I noticed that her eyes were a similar color to Meghan's. They were ice blue, but while Meghan's eyes somehow managed to look warm and radiant at the same time, Jennifer's eyes were cold and empty. Life will show me that, Jennifer, I answered cryptically. Then I gave her a cool look. You're running my campaign, not my life. Are we clear? My undertone made it clear. Don't allow yourself any further boundary crossings. Jennifer swallowed almost imperceptibly and nodded. It had been time to clarify the power dynamics between us. Even though I was extremely grateful for Jennifer's help, I was still the boss here. In 2 hours, you're flying to San Francisco for the TV interview, Trevor. It will be recorded and aired on the day your candidacy is announced. Questions and suggested answers are on your desk. You should fix your tie properly before then. Jennifer's voice sounded as usual as she rattled off the day's schedule. There was no indication that I had just reprimanded her. She never showed any emotion, and that's exactly what made her the ideal campaign manager. Got it, I said, and went to my office. As I sat at my desk, I looked down at myself. What was wrong with my tie? Lisa, my former secretary, used to take care of that. She was probably tying her husband's tie right now. Well, I'd deal with that later. Surely a nice makeup artist in San Francisco could help me at the latest. There was a knock. Come in. What did Jennifer want now? She poked her head through the door. Meghan Allen is here, Trevor. Send her in. My thoughts jumped to last night. My future first lady had turned out to be unexpectedly passionate and had followed me without question where I had led her. Her moaning through the phone had aroused me more than I would ever admit. Normally, with such a erection, I would have immediately driven to the burlesque club to find quick relief there. Darren's dancers were available day and night, but I hadn't done that. Something had stopped me, and the fact that I couldn't say exactly what it was bothered me. I frowned. Am I interrupting? Meghan's melodious voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked up and saw her standing in the doorway. My gaze traveled up Meghan's body. Today she was wearing a tight-fitting wool dress that beautifully accentuated her curvy figure. I discreetly observed her full breasts and looked forward to the day when I would finally hold them in my hand. I would have to wait a bit longer, as today I unfortunately had to go to San Francisco to record the TV interview. I desperately wanted to fuck Meghan, but I wanted to become president of the United States even more urgently. Not at all. Please come in, I greeted Meghan. She entered my office and stopped expectantly halfway to my desk. Her questioning gaze wandered to the seating area, and as I rose to lead her there, I nodded encouragingly at her. However, Meghan avoided looking at me directly. I grinned knowingly. So, the memory of our passionate phone sex yesterday had awakened in her too. I would have loved to grab Meghan and quickly fuck her on my desk before my flight. But, at that very moment, Jennifer entered my office and I found myself forced to drop this plan for now. Work before pleasure, and in my case, that meant first I had to become President of the United States. Once I was and living in the White House, I intended to fuck Meghan on the desk in the Oval Office, the President's representative workspace. Yes, that would be a start to the day exactly to my liking. Shall we? Jennifer's voice sounded slightly irritated. I grinned again. Yes, I certainly wanted to, but not with Jennifer, rather with Meghan. I pushed aside my pleasant, but unfortunately inappropriate thoughts to finally focus on work and sat down at the small conference table with Jennifer and Meghan. We cleared up all open questions yesterday, so we can proceed directly to the signature. I began the conversation. All conditions remain as agreed. But additionally, Meghan receives a one-time payment of $10,000 today. Why is that? Jennifer's surprised interjection was completely inappropriate. Hadn't this woman understood earlier that I handled my private affairs in my own way? Because I say so. My answer was short, concise, delivered in a commanding tone and allowed no discussion. Would Jennifer now understand who the boss was here? I really hated it when my authority was questioned. And at this moment, I had to restrain myself severely to avoid having a fit of rage. The vein at my temple began to throb, and I looked sharply at Jennifer. Meghan and I agreed on this last night along with some other things. We're going to sign the contract now, and then you will immediately arrange the transfer. Meghan looked at me slightly surprised when she heard my angry undertone but said nothing. She reached into her handbag and took out her copy of the contract. Jennifer also remained silent and made a note. Now that we've cleared everything up yesterday, I'm ready to sign. Meghan's tone was neutral. I reminded myself that I was dealing with a divorce lawyer, not a singer or model. She was probably used to handling and diffusing escalations. I made a mental note of this ability, as I could surely use Meghan as a wild card during difficult evening negotiations in the White House backrooms over the course of my term. I reached for the expensive and exquisite Montblanc pen that I always kept in my breast pocket and used to sign all my contracts. I handed it to Meghan and watched as she unscrewed it, put the nib to the paper, and with a flourish signed her name on the contract. Good. Trevor flies to San Francisco in an hour. We couldn't pass up the chance for this interview. As soon as he's back, we'll make the double announcement. Trevor Dean announced his presidential candidacy in the presence of his fiancée, Meghan Allen. Meghan, do you have the appropriate wardrobe? We know your account balance, so you're able to buy something, right? Jennifer rattled off a lot of facts again, yet still managed to hide an insult within them. I observed the two women closely. I really couldn't afford a catfight in my team. What on earth was Jennifer up to? Of course, that's not a problem, Jennifer. Meghan let Jennifer's words roll off her and gave a non-committal answer. I'll be perfectly dressed. You can count on that. Suddenly, she looked me directly in the eyes for the first time since she had entered the office. She winked at me a little mischievously, and I got a sense that this woman probably had a certain sense of humor as well. If the wardrobe of all of us needs to be correct for every public appearance, then we still need to fix Trevor's tie. Meghan stood up, walked around the table until she was next to me and leaned over me. Her eyes were focused on the knot of my tie, which her fingers quickly loosened and retied. I looked at her lowered eyelids and imagined Meghan sliding to her knees after fixing the tie and opening my pants. She would take my cock in her mouth, caress it with her tongue and suck on it until I came in her. The thought made me hard again. Damn. Either I would have to find an opportunity in San Francisco to relieve this tension in my pants, or I would have to cut the trip short. I immediately dismissed the first thought. I really couldn't use headlines like Trevor Dean spotted in nightclub on the eve of his engagement. Besides, Meghan had something special about her. I wanted to fuck her and see her body writhing with pleasure beneath me, and feel her vagina contracting around me as she trembled and came in ecstasy. Meghan had meanwhile corrected the sight of my tie. There. I think now you can fly to San Francisco, Trevor. Again, she looked at me. There was something in her eyes that I couldn't interpret. Never had a woman looked at me like that before. I cleared my throat. Obviously, I had to show her who was in charge here too, albeit in a different way than I had done with Jennifer. There would be plenty of time for that when I got back. Thanks, but that really wasn't necessary. I always tie my ties in the taxi. I'll see you when I get back. With these words, I stood up and escorted Meghan to the door. As she left my office, a light citrus scent lingered behind. Chapter 17. Meghan. Jennifer shouldn't have anything to complain about with this. I examined myself in the mirror with satisfaction. The elegant suit looked good on me. The turquoise color made it look fresh and a bit cheeky, despite its serious cut, without being too daring or inappropriate. The color perfectly matched my eyes. I nodded. I'll definitely take this one. I'll keep it on right now. Wonderful. Rachel beamed at me. She had come to her boutique early this morning, especially for me, and we had picked out new outfits for my wardrobe together. In front of me stood several bags with clothing for the future First Lady of the United States. The thought was uplifting, frightening, and unfamiliar all at once. In the past few days, I often had to pinch myself when I woke up to remind myself that this was reality and not a dream. Today, Trevor would finally return from San Francisco. The thought made me feel a bit nervous. There was a tingling in the pit of my stomach. Just a week ago, I hadn't even known this man existed, and now the mere thought of him excited me. We hadn't had any contact during Trevor's absence, and only yesterday a short message had arrived. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the office. Sighing, I reminded myself that feelings weren't part of the contract. No matter what happened, I was essentially his employee. He was paying me to become his wife regardless of how passionate things might be between us. So he could easily summon me to his office at 9 a.m., just as he would with any other employee. How did the conversation at the bank go? Rachel's question snapped me out of my thoughts. Oh, there wasn't much of a conversation. I showed Gavin Miller my new account balance and he immediately deducted the $10,000. It was just enough to cover all the overdue payments. So I'm broke again, but at least I've got the bank off my back. The foreclosure is no longer an issue. I remembered Gavin Miller's surprised face when I told him I had raised the money. He had actually gone pale, but quickly composed himself and congratulated me. Had he already been counting on a good deal at an auction? Anyway, that story was now in the past. That sounds good. Yes, I'm very relieved. The house is mine and always will be. I smiled at the thought that I had saved the place of my childhood memories from falling into strange hands. Even if you won't be living in it for the next few years, Rachel remarked. That doesn't matter. It's still my home. And how did Neil take the news? Rachel wanted to know. I had submitted my resignation to Neil on the day of signing the contract. Oh, as usual. At first, he didn't want to believe it. And he didn't want to let me go. I told him he should be glad to finally be rid of such an expensive, chatty, and unproductive employee like me. I giggled at the memory of this scene. I had finally managed to stand up to Neil properly. Rachel joined in my laughter. That sounds great. What happened then? He wanted to know where I would be working in the future. When I wouldn't tell him, he resorted to insults and threats. That's certainly how you achieve your goal when you want an employee who just resigned to stay, Rachel remarked sarcastically. You can be so glad you don't have to see him anymore. I really am. I'll truly miss Sally. But that's all. No more Neil, no bad lighting, no drafty unheated offices in winter, no sweating without air conditioning in summer, and no more boring cases. I had talked myself into excitement. Dreamy? Rachel smiled warmly at me. Neil will certainly be in for a surprise when he reads the news tonight. Today was the big day. Trevor's and my engagement was to be officially announced. Jennifer had changed the plans several times in the last few days. Trevor's candidacy was now officially known as the TV station that had interviewed him in San Francisco had aired the recording of Trevor's statement that same evening after all. Now a few days later, it was time for the next PR coup. The engagement, just in time before the media would start digging too deep into Trevor's past and publishing lists with the names of his past lovers. Are you taking all these with you, or should I have it delivered to your home? Rachel pointed to the 3 large bags of clothes lying next to her. The wardrobe for the next week. I had to wear a different outfit for each appearance, and my closet would soon be bursting at the seams. Rachel had now gained a new, well-paying customer in me, and the New York and later Washington second-hand stores would soon be able to look forward to donations from me. I didn't plan to keep everything, but there were enough people who needed clothes but couldn't afford new ones. Not long ago, I had been one of those people myself and had only worn new chic things thanks to Rachel. Just have it delivered to the office. I'll have to be careful that Jennifer doesn't put the things in a corner where they'll be disposed of by the cleaning ladies later. But I'll manage, I answered with a slightly sarcastic undertone. This Jennifer seems to be a particularly charming specimen of the human species, Rachel said, frowning. Did you do something to her? Probably, but I have no idea what it could be. Something's not right with that woman, Rachel. I wonder if she used to have an affair with Trevor. Would that bother you? I thought about it. Not really. I mean, even if it does bother me, I can't change it now. As long as the affair is over, it's okay. I pondered again. But I don't think that's it. I rather have the feeling that she would like to have an affair with him. That would certainly explain a lot. Rachel accompanied me to the door. Don't let her get you down, Meghan. You don't need a female Neil making your life difficult. Now a new era begins where things will be really good for you. You deserve it. Don't worry. I hugged Rachel goodbye and opened the door. Outside, the most beautiful New York sunshine awaited me. Today was a wonderful day that almost felt like spring. It was still cold and my breath condensed in small clouds in front of my face as I hurried to the subway station. But the sunshine lifted my mood and the mood of all other New Yorkers. Finally, a day that wasn't gray and wet and wintry. During the short subway ride, I tried to concentrate on what lay ahead. The engagement to Trevor. When I entered the office, Trevor wasn't there yet. Jennifer was sitting at her desk, deeply engrossed in work. The press release about our engagement had just been emailed to all agencies, announcing a press conference to be held this afternoon at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Trevor and I would answer questions and smile together for the cameras. Hello, Meghan. I hope you're prepared. What a warm greeting. I didn't let it show. Good morning, Jennifer. Of course I am. Let's see. Where did you two meet? Jennifer had prepared some questions that the press would surely ask, and that Trevor and I had to memorize. I first saw Trevor a few weeks ago at a charity event that I attended with my friend Rachel. I recited the corresponding part from the script, and it was love at first sight. I added after a small dramatic pause. I'm glad to see you've obviously done your homework, Jennifer said neutrally. Homework? This woman probably thought I was a 9th grader. She would have likely loved to catch me making a mistake and then give me detention. I thought of Rachel's warning words. Don't let her get to you, Meghan. Show her what you've got. Of course I have, I replied sweetly. By the way, some dresses will be delivered for me this afternoon. It would be quite lovely if you could take care of that, Jennifer. Just until I have my own personal assistant. At that moment, Trevor entered the office. probably preventing an all-out war from breaking out between Jennifer and me. Jennifer immediately seemed transformed and lifted the corners of her mouth into a fake smile. Of course, I'd be happy to do that, Meghan. Then she turned to Trevor. Do you have any questions, or did we cover everything last night? Last night? Another dig. Everything's clear, Trevor said with raised eyebrows. Had he also noticed that Jennifer was acting strange? Oh no, there's one thing missing, Trevor added after a short pause. If the press representatives ask for a photo of an intimate moment, would something like this be okay? With these words, Trevor stepped towards me, grabbed me by the waist and kissed me in front of Jennifer's eyes. Deeply, intimately, passionately, I instinctively opened my mouth. Our tongues met and played with each other. Our bodies seemed to melt together. And in my imagination, I was no longer in the middle of a New York office, but back on the dark street with Trevor, where he kissed me after scaring off a thief who had tried to snatch my purse. What a greeting! My knees began to tremble and my surroundings blurred before my eyes. Deep down, I hoped that Trevor would simply send Jennifer home and take me to his office. And there, just as I was thinking this, Trevor abruptly broke off the kiss. Had I done something wrong? But he leaned towards my ear and whispered, later. Then he took out his phone, which had been vibrating for some time, went into his office, and left me alone with Jennifer in the anteroom. Chapter 11. Trevor. Meghan, Jennifer and I were the only ones left in the Waldorf Astoria's ballroom. The press representatives had all left. Today, they really couldn't complain, because I had given them a story that would bring them dream circulation numbers and clicks. Former Playboy becomes president and gets engaged. I grinned contentedly. If that wasn't a twist worth reporting, I don't know what is. We had answered all the questions without really saying anything. Meghan had smiled politely and held my hand the entire time. For tougher questions, she had left the answers to Jennifer and me, just as we had told her to do beforehand. Next time, the press representatives probably wouldn't let her off so easily. But for today, everything was over. I don't know about you guys, but I'm in the mood for dinner. The kitchen here is supposed to be pretty good, right? Jennifer asked as she gathered her papers. Meghan had obviously decided to leave the answer to me in this case as well, because she remained silent. Her dark curls bounced on her shoulders as she turned her head towards me. Her blue eyes seemed unfathomable. Damn, I had finally earned my reward. I wanted to fuck this woman ever since I kissed her for the first time over a week ago on the street. My dick had waited long enough. I wanted to bury my hands in Meghan's dark curls, kiss her neck as it bent towards me, and hear her glorious moans echoing through my penthouse. Thanks, Jennifer. That's a wonderful offer. Unfortunately, Meghan and I have to go. I want to show her something. I declined decisively. Meghan looked at me in surprise. I raised an eyebrow to show her that I wouldn't entertain any discussion here. Meghan lowered her gaze and obediently nodded. I grinned again. Good. Too bad. Jennifer replied regretfully. We'll see you tomorrow. I said goodbye, grabbed Meghan's hand, and led her out of the slightly musty conference room into the elegant lobby. Meghan still smelled faintly of citrus. How did she manage to smell so enchantingly fresh all day? Silently, we walked to the hotel garage where I had parked my Ferrari. With a slight sense of regret, I thought that today was probably the last day I would drive myself on the streets of New York. Tomorrow, Scott would take over. Where are we going? Meghan inquired as I opened the door for her. You'll see, I said, smiling at her to soften the words. Then I reached my hand over the car door between us into Meghan's dark curls, briefly buried my fingers in them, and then let them slide down to her neck, which I gently massaged. Meghan closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly back. I let my hand move forward and stroked her neck. We're going to finish what we started at our first meeting. My words left no room for misinterpretation. Meghan's eyes flicked open again. Behind the ice in her blue eyes, I saw fire flare. Finish? That's hopefully just the beginning, she said, getting into the car. I closed the door of the Ferrari and grinned. A woman after my own heart. Since we would be forced to spend the next few years together more or less, we might as well have a lot of fun. I walked around the car and got in without giving Meghan another glance. If I had looked at her again, I probably would have wanted to screw her right here in the hotel garage. Silently, we drove through the streets of New York. It was already dark, and the light from the street lamps and the headlights of the other cars coming towards us created an intimate atmosphere. Meghan's citrus scent filled the interior of my car. The tension between us was almost palpable. Meghan cleared her throat. You're driving a red Ferrari. As you can see, I replied, my cock was throbbing. And this woman wanted to talk about cars. Cars? Women never talked about cars. It dawned on me that I knew almost nothing about Meghan. Maybe she was actually interested in cars. 2 weeks ago, a red Ferrari almost ran me over as I was crossing the street, Meghan said. Really? I almost hit a woman 2 weeks ago who didn't look left or right as she ran across the road. I said, briefly taking my eyes off the road to look at Meghan. In her blue eyes, I read a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. I'll come up with a fitting punishment, I said as I licked my lips. The kind of punishment I had in mind involved Meghan kneeling naked in front of me, at least. Thinking about it made my cock throb again. And I felt myself getting hard. I had waited long enough. Now I wanted to take this woman and let my desire run free. By now Central Park was visible to our left. I turned into the entrance of the underground garage of my house. After parking, Meghan didn't wait for me to come and open the door for her. She just got out and waited by the elevator, which was right next to my parking spot. I stared at her well-shaped ass in the dim light of the garage. What was that supposed to mean? Did she suddenly not want to have sex anymore? It had been clear what was going to happen. I walked around the Ferrari to Meghan without looking at her and inserted my key into the slot next to the elevator. The doors immediately opened. We stepped into the cramped cabin. I pressed the button for the top floor and we started moving. Meghan cleared her throat. I mean, I haven't done it in a very long time. That explained the wind. This confession made my dick even harder. I would have loved to take off my pants right there on the spot. I could hardly wait to be the first man in a long time to make this woman moan with pleasure and give her an orgasm she wouldn't forget anytime soon. Look at me. Meghan stood on the other side of the elevator cab and lifted her blue eyes to mine. I took a step forward, so our bodies nearly touched. Almost. The air between us was electrified. It didn't feel like you forgot or lost anything out there on the street and afterward either. Meghan slightly lowered her gaze in embarrassment, only to lift it again right away. I moved a millimeter closer, and suddenly there was no space left between our bodies. I grabbed the back of Meghan's head and pressed my lips to hers. Finally. Meghan opened her mouth, and as before our tongues found each other instinctively and intertwined. Meghan had been carrying her warm winter coat over her arm. Now it slipped to the ground. One less barrier between us. I pressed Meghan against the wall of the elevator cab. Now she couldn't escape me that easily. Our kiss grew more passionate. Meghan's hands grabbed my ass and pressed it against her lower abdomen. When she felt my big hard erection, she didn't stop but slightly pushed her hips forward. Oh yes, baby. Show me how much you want me. Her soft breasts pressed against my muscular upper body, which I worked out hard every day. Just as I was about to slide my hand under her blouse, a soft bing sounded and the elevator doors opened. Breathing heavily, we pulled away from each other. We had arrived on the top floor, which I kept for myself. Meghan bent down to pick up the winter coat from the floor of the elevator cab. Her round, well-shaped ass stretched out toward me, and after enjoying the sight, I placed my hand on Meghan's hip and led her into my penthouse. Like all visitors who entered my apartment, or rather my luxury apartment for the first time, Meghan's eyes widened in amazement. I had made sure during the planning that anyone stepping out of the elevator had an unobstructed view through the opposite window front. We were high above Central Park and saw the lights of New York in front of us. The skyline was breathtaking even during the day, but at night it was unique. Meghan wanted to hurry to the window front. Stop! My exclamation made Meghan stop halfway. The woman really had nerves. First, she drove me half crazy in the elevator, and then she wanted to admire the view, while my dick was energetically demanding to fuck her. We'll look at that later. First, I want to see something. I let my gaze slide unmistakably over Meghan's body. Meghan blushed slightly. She placed her winter coat on the back of the sofa next to her. Then she stood awkwardly in front of me, which only aroused me more. This was real. No acting like with my previous lovers or the dancers in nightclubs, where you never really knew what they wanted. Take off the costume. I could hardly control myself. Damn, we would be husband and wife in a few weeks, and I finally wanted to see her naked. Meghan obeyed and stood before me in white lace underwear a few seconds later. I walked over to her and circled her hungrily like a tiger. My cock throbbed and I could hardly wait to free myself from my pants. After a few seconds, I pulled Meghan to me. Our mouths found each other again. When Meghan willingly opened her lips, I gently ran my tongue over them. Damn, how good this woman tasted. I bit into her lower lip, and at that moment, Meghan let out a loud moan. Well, I knew it. Behind the innocent schoolgirl facade with the white underwear was a predator, and I would bring that out in her yet. With my left hand, I reached under Meghan's lace panties and began to gently knead her butt. Meanwhile, my right hand traveled up her back and unhooked her bra. Two perfectly rounded, large full breasts thrust out toward me. I pulled slightly away from Meghan, briefly looked into her ice blue eyes, which were blazing with desire, and then bent down to suckle at the butt of her right breast. Meghan moaned expectantly and arched her back. Oh yes, she was as sharp as I was. We were still standing in the middle of my apartment, on the expensive oriental carpet that I had brought back from a business trip to Pakistan once. Breathlessly, I let go of Meghan. I took off my jacket, loosened my tie, and removed my shirt. Now with my bare torso, I stood before Meghan. She raised her hand and stroked my chest muscles. Damn! That gentle touch made me hotter than any of my former lover's hands on my cock. What was this angel with the dark curls doing to me? Meghan's hands wandered down my stomach. When she stroked the patch of skin just above my waistband, my cock got even harder. I grabbed Meghan's wrists and guided her hands to my belt buckle. Finally, I stood before her in my boxers. My erection was huge. Meghan's blue eyes lingered on it for a moment, before her hand followed her gaze and she began to stroke my cock through the boxers. I couldn't hold back any longer. Ratch! The delicate silk of Meghan's panties tore from her body as I ripped them off. I slid my hand between her legs. Meghan wasn't just wet, she was soaked. Oh yes, she was ready for my big hard cock. But first, I wanted to give her some pleasure. My fingers found her pearl and began to massage it gently with circular motions. Meghan reacted within seconds. She writhed and moaned under my touch. To my regret, she could no longer focus on my cock. Well, there would be plenty of time for that later. Meghan's hands traveled up my bare back and finally she lifted her head. The ice in her blue eyes had melted, replaced by pure lust. Her mouth opened slightly. "Take me," she whispered, weak but clear. So she was like every other woman who wanted to feel my cock inside her. I looked at her unwaveringly and didn't stop massaging her pearl. Meghan's moans grew louder and louder, echoing off the walls of my living room. Her orgasm was powerful. Meghan's skin glowed and I felt her core tighten. Quickly I inserted several fingers into her warm, soft vagina, just in time to feel the muscle contractions. But I didn't give her time to recover. As soon as Meghan's moans turned into rapid breathing, I pressed her upper body down over the sofa back and entered her from behind. Finally, I enjoyed the tightness of Meghan's vagina as it closed around my cock and began to fuck her devotedly. My hips moved back and forth in ever faster rhythm. Meghan started to match my thrusts with circular movements. My right hand wandered around her hips to the front and began to massage her pearl again. Meghan wanted. Her body still glowed from her first orgasm, but I didn't let up. I would show her what true lust was. My thrusts grew deeper and harder and my hand massaged Meghan's pearl more and more intensely. Her vagina tightened again and her moans turned into loud cries of pleasure. When she came, I also poured myself into her, and our sweat-soaked bodies lay intertwined half over the sofa back. Finally, I sighed contentedly. My cock, and I really needed that. Chapter 19. Meghan. Breathlessly, I burst through the door to Trevor's office. "Good morning, Jennifer." "Hello, Meghan. We've been waiting for you." Did I hear a hint of reproach in Jennifer's response? "The streets are absolute chaos today because of the snow. You'll have to head into that chaos soon because you can't fly to Albany in this weather." "We leave in 10 minutes, Jennifer announced. Today was the official start of Trevor's campaign. He would be giving a speech in the evening to several hundred selected supporters in Albany, the capital of New York State. I would be accompanying him as his fiancée. Was it really only 2 days ago that Trevor and I had announced our engagement? So much had happened in that time that it felt like months had passed. Trevor and I had completed 3 press appointments, which had gone well thanks to Jennifer's preparation and support. We had been able to elegantly answer all questions about how we met and our relationship. Trevor had held my hand and I had smiled at him lovingly. To be honest, it hadn't been particularly difficult for me, because I had felt butterflies in my stomach from our very first encounter. Was I in the process of falling in love with Trevor? After my divorce from Scott, I had sworn never to give my heart away so carelessly again. This was also one of the reasons why the marriage arrangement with Trevor had seemed practical to me. My financial problems were solved, I wouldn't be alone, and I had fantastic sex. At this thought, the flutter in my stomach moved a little lower. There was a pleasant tingling in my core. 2 days ago, I had finally accompanied Trevor up to his penthouse over a week after I had first seen him. I blushed slightly because the sex had been a revelation. I had been married for some time, but I had never experienced an orgasm that could literally sweep me off my feet and simultaneously dull and sharpen all my senses. I hung up my coat and shifted uneasily from one foot to the other, trying to dispel the tingling in my pearl. Would Trevor invite me to his penthouse again tonight? Or should I simply ask him about it? As his fiancé, I was entitled to that, wasn't I? As I uncertainly pondered how best to behave in the current situation, Trevor came out of his office. "Good morning, Meghan." Nye gave me a fleeting kiss on the cheek in greeting. I looked at him, but I couldn't detect any emotion in his dark eyes. Was it the tension before the start of the campaign? Another man came out of the office behind Trevor. I looked at him and forgot all thoughts of sex, fake engagements, and penthouses. Scott. I felt as if the ground had been pulled out from under my feet. What the hell was he doing here? How did he get into Trevor's office? Did they know each other? "Meghan, this is my bodyguard and driver, Scott Smith." Scott, this is my fiancée, the fiancée Meghan Allen. I stared at Scott with my mouth open. Bodyguard and driver. The job he had mentioned on the phone a few days ago was this one. Thoughts were racing through my head. What should I do now? Should I tell Trevor that I knew Scott? That he was my former husband? Did Trevor even know that I had a former husband? It had never come up during my job interviews. Are you feeling all right? You look a bit pale, Scott said and took my arm. Come, let me accompany you outside for some fresh air. No, everything's fine, I said, if you'll excuse me for a moment. With these words, I yanked the office door open again and disappeared into the ladies' room 2 doors down. I carefully locked the door, lowered the white toilet lid, and sank down on it exhausted. Out there stood the man I had once been married to and the man I would marry. My former husband was my future husband's bodyguard, and what's more, he had just pretended not to know me. He had addressed me formally and asked to accompany me outside alone. What game was being played here? Or rather, what ulterior motives did Scott have? Unfortunately, I couldn't hide in the bathroom forever, because if I didn't show up on time for the departure to Albany, Jennifer would come looking for me here and probably drag me out of the stall. I felt an urgent need to call Rachel and looked at the clock. Just after 10. The boutique was already open and I didn't want to disturb Rachel at work. Maybe I could discuss everything with her tonight. But what should I do now? I imagined marching back into Trevor's office and saying, "Hello, Scott. By the way, Trevor, this is my former husband." Scott would probably have to leave immediately, but without him we couldn't drive to Albany. Jennifer would have to reschedule everything. But what would be much worse? I would rob Trevor of his campaign kickoff. He had worked very hard for this moment. No, I couldn't do that. I would play along with Scott's game for today and tell Trevor tonight. "Meghan?" I heard Jennifer's voice outside the door. "I'm coming," I replied and flushed the toilet. A minute later, I opened the door. Trevor and Scott were already standing in front of the elevator, and I positioned myself next to them with stiff shoulders. I didn't give Scott a glance. A good bodyguard should be as invisible as possible, so I acted as if he simply wasn't there. We were also silent during the drive. Trevor sat next to me in the back seat reading the cards with his speech text, even though he surely knew it by heart by now. I wanted to say something encouraging to him, but in Scott's presence, I simply didn't dare to say anything. I took my phone out of my pocket and sent a message to Rachel. "Something crazy has happened. Scott showed up here and he's Trevor's new bodyguard." Rachel would surely answer me as soon as her last client had left or she had a little time. I looked out the car window. The white snow-covered landscape was pretty to look at, but today I simply had no eye for it. Everything inside me was swirling around like the snowflakes that fell incessantly from the sky. I just wanted the day to be over. "We're here." Scott's announcement broke the hours-long silence. We had just stopped in front of a gate barrier, and Scott held his ID to the window. A guard looked at it, checked our license plate, and then moved the barrier aside to let us through. We drove to the back entrance of a large hall where several bodyguards were waiting for us. Why did we need Scott if Trevor was so well protected here? Jennifer could surely find another driver quickly. I would definitely talk to Trevor tonight. The 3 of us went inside the hall. "Here are your dressing rooms and lounge areas." A bodyguard showed us the way. "Perfect. Thank you very much," said Trevor. "Then you take me outside to the stage? I'd like to see where I'll be speaking later." Scott and I were left alone in our lounge. Oh damn. This was exactly what I had wanted to avoid at all costs. I wanted to follow Trevor, but Scott pushed himself between me and the door. "Where are you rushing off to, Meghan?" he asked, looking at me with those hazel eyes that once pierced straight into my heart. Now I read pure calculation in them. Scott's gaze left me cold. "I want to check on Trevor." "Your fiancé, right?" Scott laughed scornfully. "Honestly, Meghan, when I read that in the press yesterday, I knew right away that something was fishy." "You and that guy?" "No way. We're engaged," I replied cautiously. "On paper, yes. For the press." Scott grabbed my arm and pushed me against the wall. He stood in front of me, looking at me threateningly. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and goosebumps covered my arms. What was coming now? What should I do? "Trevor is a first-class playboy, Meghan. I can have any woman. And doesn't need a good little bunny like you. You might be engaged, but the lovebirds you've been playing for the press these last few days, that's not you. When I called you the other day, you didn't mention him with a single word. You could have just given me the house now that you're living in his fancy penthouse." I looked desperately at the door. Couldn't someone just come in? I cleared my throat and gathered all my courage. "You're wrong, Scott. Trevor and I have been a couple for a while now. We met at a charity event. I had told this story several times over the last few days, and I could now recite it almost by heart. I didn't tell you about him because it's none of your business, and I didn't want to give you the house because it's mine. You left me and moved out." "Did I? These accusations don't sound like new happiness, Meghan. Scott pressed my arm harder. When I tried to wiggle out of his grip, he pressed his other arm against my shoulder. I was so close to me now that I could feel his breath on my neck. Shouldn't you actually not care that I moved out? I don't care. I tried to sound convincing, but my voice was barely more than a whisper. I was so afraid. Meghan. Scott let go of my arm and stroked my neck with one finger. I used to love this touch, but now it sent chills down my spine. My heart. I know something's fishy, and I'll tell you one thing. As soon as I find proof of it, I'll come to you with it, and you'll do what I say. Otherwise, the next morning, it'll be in the press that you're nothing more than the president's highly paid whore. Your Trevor will never become president in that case. Scott's finger moved to my carotid artery, where it stayed and pressed slightly. I barely suppressed a gag. How about my heart? You pay me $10,000 for my silence to start with. Maybe then I won't even start looking. Never in a million years. This time I managed to sound loud and indignant. Just as Scott was about to respond, we heard loud footsteps in the hallway. The door opened and Trevor entered the room with the bodyguards. Scott backed away from me just in time. We'll talk later, he hissed. I rubbed my aching upper arm. Chapter 20. Trevor. What a start to my campaign. Adrenaline was rushing through my veins as I stood on the stage, looking down at the cheering crowd. Men, women, old, young, people of every skin color who had come to hear me speak today and who shared my visions for a new America. I was more excited than ever at the prospect of soon becoming the most powerful man in the United States. Indeed, the most powerful man in the world. In the sea of faces, a woman with long red hair stood out in the front row. Her green eyes sparkled in the light of the spotlights illuminating the hall, and she seemed to be looking right at me. Or rather, she was looking right at me, because she winked, ran her tongue over her lips, and in a suggestive gesture brought her right index finger to her mouth and began to suck on it. I let my gaze drift a little lower. Unfortunately, I couldn't see much of the woman's body in the crowd, but her décolletage looked promising. White, flawless skin and large breasts outlined under a thin t-shirt. Oh, how I would have loved to bring her up on stage. If this were a dance event at a burlesque club rather than a campaign rally, I certainly would have done that. And not just that. No, I would have taken the redhead upstairs and fuck her hard and passionately all night long. The thought aroused me, and my cock was already pressing against my pants. But I could no longer allow myself such pleasures. Shortly before my engagement to Meghan, Jennifer had reminded me once again that headlines like presidential candidate Trevor Dean caught cheating shortly after engagement were to be strictly avoided. I still kept a watchful eye on Jennifer to ensure she didn't try to control my life again. But in this case, she was clearly right, and I intended to heed her advice. One last time I waved brightly to the cheering crowd and threw an apologetic glance at the redhead in front of the stage. My cock would still get what it needed today, but not from her. Scott, Meghan, and I couldn't return to New York until tomorrow because of the snowstorm and would be staying here at the hotel. Even though I loved variety in sexual matters and red-headed playmates were usually particularly imaginative and willing, the thought of Meghan excited me in a very special way. There was something about her nature, about the way she had talked about her parents' home, and about her gaze that was different from other women. When those blue eyes looked at me, I felt naked inside. It was dangerous. Of course, we would be married in a few weeks, and Meghan would move into the White House by my side. But I had no intention of having a conventional marriage where partners shared all emotions with each other. What good would that do anyway? I turned away from the crowd in front of the stage. Beside me, Meghan smiled at me. I looked at her full lips and let my gaze wander further to her breasts. At least as good as the redheads. No, even better. I took Meghan's hand, and that's when that gaze from those blue eyes hit me again. I quickly looked over at Scott and waved to him. He should get us outside quickly and drive us to the hotel Jennifer had reserved. It's a spa hotel, Meghan announced excitedly as we sat in the back of the car driving through the dark streets. It was a sensible decision not to return to New York today. In the heavy snowfall, the road was barely visible, and for the short distance to the hotel, we needed more than double the planned time. I leaned over to Meghan. No spa for you today, I whispered in her ear. I want to hear you moan and scream again like you did the night before last, even louder. I blew gently on her neck and began nibbling on her earlobe. Instantly, Meghan's body stiffened. What was the matter now? Did she not want sex today? Was she on her period? I moved a bit away from her. What's wrong? My voice didn't sound particularly friendly. Surely I was allowed to have sex with my fiancé. Can we wait until we're at the hotel? Meghan whispered so quietly I could barely hear her, and looked uncertainly towards Scott in the front. I grinned. So that was the issue. Voyeurism wasn't her thing. Well, in this case, I wanted to be merciful once again and fulfill Meghan's wish. Half an hour later, we had finally reached our destination. After check-in, Scott accompanied us to our suite before politely taking his leave. Was I imagining it? Or did he really hesitate slightly to leave us alone? I looked around. This suite couldn't compare to New York. A small living room with a sofa and a low table, and a bedroom with a large double bed, plus the bathroom without a spa. At least they had placed a bottle of champagne on the table in front of the sofa as a gesture from the house. I picked it up and frowned in annoyance. This wasn't real champagne, but a local cheap sparkling wine. Nevertheless, I opened the bottle and poured some of the bubbly into the waiting glasses. I handed one to Meghan. To a successful campaign kickoff, the glasses clinked as we toasted. Meghan emptied her glass in one go and asked, "Is there any more?" I wouldn't have expected that from her, but I willingly refilled her glass. Again, she quickly emptied her glass and held it out to me for a refill. Her cheeks were already slightly flushed. I took the glass from her hand and placed it on the table. Later. First, we'll continue where we left off in the car. Meghan's blue eyes began to sparkle mischievously, and she willingly took a step towards me with an expectant glow. Meghan's lips tasted slightly of sparkling wine as they pressed against mine. I growled and buried my hand in Meghan's dark curls. Today, I wanted to be pampered by her. I opened my lips and kissed Meghan deeply and passionately. Her hands clawed at my shoulders, and she pulled me as close to her as possible. Oh yes, I loved it when a woman showed me how much she wanted me. This start was just to my liking. I let my hand wander down Meghan's back and gently squeezed her buttocks. God, how I loved curves in the right places. I pulled Meghan's blouse out of the waistband of her skirt and ran my hand up her back. "Take off your clothes," I ordered Meghan. Within seconds, skirt and blouse were on the floor next to the sofa, and Meghan stood before me in black lace underwear. "Everything." Meghan obeyed. Her blue eyes bored into mine. "That's unfair," she whispered with a mischievous glint and unbuckled my belt. My erection sprung towards her. Meghan's hand grasped my cock and began to gently massage it. I closed my eyes in pleasure, ran my fingers down Meghan's neck, circled her breasts, and began to caress her large nipples. I gently pinched to see if Meghan liked it. She tilted her head back and moaned enthusiastically. "More." I pinched again. Meghan's moans grew louder. I let my hands wander down to her hips and gently pushed Meghan downwards. She instinctively understood my signal and knelt before me. Her hand grasped my cock and she eagerly licked my glands with her tongue. I placed my right hand lightly on Meghan's head to show her what I wanted. She tightened her grip on my shaft and began to massage my cock with just the right intensity, as if she had been doing nothing else for years. She glanced up at me briefly. Pure lust shone in her blue eyes. She lowered her gaze, devotedly licked my glands again, and finally took my cock entirely into her mouth. "Oh yes, baby. Don't stop. Never stop." I began to move my hips so that my cock slowly slid in and out of Meghan's mouth. Deeper and deeper. Yes, I wanted to sink completely into her. I had to say, Meghan was doing a damn good job as a fake first lady. I moaned softly and contentedly. "Touch yourself," I ordered Meghan. She was still wearing her panties. Obediently, she slipped her hand between her legs and began to massage her pearl. At first lightly, then faster and faster, exactly in the same rhythm in which she circled my cock with her lips and tongue. I grew harder and harder. A lustful moan escaped Meghan's throat. She was about to come, and so was I. "Stop!" I pulled Meghan to her feet and over to the small bedroom. Luckily, the suite wasn't particularly large. There was a ripping sound as I tore the black silk panties from her body and threw her onto the bed. "Please take me." I had heard this request from her before, and I still liked it as much as the first time. "With pleasure, baby." I grinned because Meghan obviously couldn't wait, just like my cock. I thrust into Meghan deep hard. Beneath me, my dark-haired beauty's body began to move. "Oh yes, baby." My thrust became deeper and harder. Meghan started moaning again, so loud that it was probably audible throughout the entire hotel, definitely on our floor. So what? Let our room neighbors and our bodyguard know that the president and his first lady were having fun. I almost slid out of Meghan again and pushed my hand between our bodies. My thumb found Meghan's pearl and massaged it once more. Meghan began to scream with pleasure. She opened her eyes and looked at me full of lust. My cock grew even harder than before. I couldn't wait any longer, and neither could Meghan. I thrust deep into her, deeper than ever before. "Now," Meghan wanted. At that moment, her body began to tremble, and her vagina contracted around my cock. Meghan gasped loudly and bit my shoulder. I thrust deep one last time and poured myself into her. Chapter 21. Meghan. "Damn it," Trevor cursed. Amused, I watched him struggle with his tie in front of the mirror in the hotel suite's living room. After a hearty breakfast, we were getting ready to be chauffeured back to New York by Scott. Fortunately, it wasn't snowing anymore. On the contrary, the sun was shining from a blue winter sky onto a glittering and sparkling blanket of snow beside the cleared roads. Nevertheless, I dreaded the upcoming journey. We would be trapped in the car with Scott for hours. I didn't want to see Scott at all if I could help it. At the very least, I had to avoid being alone with him. I would have liked to delay our departure further, but Trevor absolutely had to be on time for his next appointment, and sooner or later we had to leave anyway. I couldn't very well stay at the hotel forever. "Let me help you." I squeezed between Trevor and the mirror and gently pushed his hands away from the completely botched tie knot. As a little girl, I had always tied my father's ties when he had an important appointment. I had thoroughly enjoyed learning how to do it from him, and it had always been a special moment that only the two of us shared. Now I was suddenly standing very close to Trevor, and despite the passionate moments we had shared during sex, I felt an intimacy in this moment that I had never known before. I breathed in his scent, a masculine cologne with a mixture of sandalwood and musk. Involuntarily, I lifted my eyelids and looked into Trevor's dark eyes, which once again magnetically attracted me. We paused for a moment. My heart began to beat faster. I had never known such feelings. I wanted nothing more than to wrap my arms around Trevor and pull him close to me. Trevor seemed to sense something that made him uncomfortable as he moved a few millimeters away from me, looked over my head into the mirror and asked, "So, how does this tie-tying thing work?" I smiled and tied Trevor's tie with nimble fingers, just as I had done many times for my father. As I did so, I explained to him, "You see, it's quite simple. You lay the wide end over the narrow end and bring it behind. Then you lay the wide end over the narrow end again in front and pull it up towards the neck, and then down through the loop you've created." I stepped back and looked at my work with satisfaction. It does sound quite simple when you put it that way. Trevor's voice sounded a bit reluctant at this admission. "Until recently, Lisa always tied my ties." "Who's Lisa?" I had to push myself a little to ask this question, and my voice sounded slightly uncertain. "His ex?" Was I not only a fake first lady but also a rebound? "My secretary. She moved to Kansas with her husband," Trevor said regretfully. We were still standing close together in front of the mirror. My nose was almost exactly in front of his muscular chest, and if I took a step forward, I would be in Trevor's arms. I raised my gaze again and looked into his dark eyes, which gazed at me enigmatically. Suddenly, there was a crackling in the air that contained something more than the sexual attraction that had existed between us since our first encounter. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The special atmosphere between us dissipated in an instant, and we moved a few centimeters apart. "Come in." Trevor's commanding voice boomed loudly through the room. The door opened and Scott looked in. "We should get going, Mr. Dean. We're ready," Trevor said after glancing at his Mont Blanc watch. We hadn't brought any luggage anyway, since the overnight stay had been unplanned, so we immediately made our way downstairs to our car. We left behind the replacement items and toiletries that the hotel had procured for us just last night. In the hotel lobby, we stepped out of the elevator and walked across the hall. In the middle, I stopped dead in my tracks. "What is it, Meghan?" Scott asked impatiently. Despite my agitation, I was very much aware that he called me Meghan, while he had addressed Trevor as Mr. Dean. I pointed outside. Through the sliding doors and glass walls of the lobby, a crowd of people with signs could be seen gathered in front of the hotel. "Oh, that," Trevor said nonchalantly. "You'll have to get used to that, my dear. Politicians have political opponents. It's a mix of supporters of other candidates, representatives of different opinions, and people who are just generally frustrated and like to protest. Just walk through. We're safe. That's what we have Scott for." As he spoke, Trevor patted Scott on the shoulder. I still found the crowd outside intimidating. The men and women were shouting and waving their placards and flags wildly. Did they seriously believe they could deter a man like Trevor from his plans, or make him change his political views? And how had it gotten around so quickly that we were here? I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders and followed Trevor and Scott outside the door. There, Trevor paused briefly and waved to the crowd. "There are surely fans here too, so keep smiling." He hissed at me. I timidly raised my right hand to wave. Always make a good impression. Jennifer had told me several times, and she was certainly right about that. In the front row, I could see some press representatives with their cameras. At that moment, I felt a gust of air on my left cheek. Something whizzed past me and landed with a splat on the glass wall of the hotel behind me. I wanted to turn around to see what it was, but at that moment, a hand grabbed me, and I was roughly pushed to the ground. A body that felt strangely familiar was on top of me. "Don't let the playboy become president," I heard chanted in unison as if from a great distance. The events seemed to rush past me. "Someone threw tomatoes at you," a familiar voice whispered in my ear. "Scott." I was buried under my former husband, who had thrown himself on top of me, when someone had pelted my future husband and me with tomatoes. "What about Trevor?" Was he okay? I wanted to get up, but Scott didn't move an inch, so I lay trapped on my stomach beneath him. After what felt like an eternity, I finally heard a voice. You can get up now. Everything's fine. Trevor. I sighed with relief. Scott rolled off me and I sat up. Meghan, are you alright? Scott's hazel eyes looked at me. I could see concern in them. His hand moved forward and he tucked a strand of hair that had come loose from my hairstyle behind my ear. As he withdrew his hand, he caressed my cheek. I sat frozen on the ground, simply letting things happen. Scott stood up, took my hand, pulled me up, and walked me to the waiting car. I was still holding my hand. The bodyguards who had protected us at yesterday's event had already escorted Trevor to the vehicle. Scott opened the door for me, and I sat down next to Trevor in the back seat. Anxiously, I waited to see if he would say anything about Scott holding my hand, but he didn't seem to have noticed at all. We drove off and I stared thoughtfully out the window. Yesterday, there hadn't been an opportunity to tell Trevor that Scott was my former husband, who was also blackmailing me, wanting money from me. And did he want more from me? What was that touch earlier about? And why had he held my hand? We drove silently towards New York. Trevor beside me was going through his documents. Scott concentrated on the road, but out of the corner of my eye I saw him looking in the rearview mirror several times, seemingly trying to catch my gaze. I stubbornly stared out the window. Halfway through the journey, Trevor's phone rang. He looked at the display with a joyful expression and answered the call. Jennifer? He listened to her briefly, nodded with a furrowed brow, and then put the device on the back seat between us. Jennifer wants to speak with all of us. Something like this can never happen again. Jennifer's angry voice came through the speaker. This could not only cost Trevor the election in the worst case, but also his life. What was that all about? What exactly do you mean? Trevor asked. Apparently, he had no idea what Jennifer was talking about, while I could certainly imagine. Scott, your first duty is to protect the future president, not his first lady. In this case, she comes second. That was clear. I swallowed. In a serious situation, Trevor's life would be protected while I would be sacrificed. Nothing about that had been in the contract. But Jennifer, there were plenty of bodyguards on site, and that will be the case in the future too. Besides, I can protect myself quite well. It worked in this case, Trevor said soothingly. He looked at me and in his gaze I read a slightly annoyed woman. That may be so, but you can know that beforehand. Scott is employed as your bodyguard and he'd better do that job. Under no circumstances is he employed to exchange tenderness with the First Lady. No hand-holding, no caresses, which are then photographed by the press and immediately spread on the internet. I have everything in front of me here. Scott, do you understand? Jennifer's voice boomed through the phone and seemed to echo in our car. I looked at Trevor. I was staring straight ahead at Scott, but I could see that he was processing it as he was clenching his jaw tightly, and a slightly pulsing vein was visible at his temple. It was just a mistake, Jennifer, Scott said placatingly. Oh, he was good at talking his way out of situations. I thought of the countless excuses he had fed me to cover up his affairs. Until I caught him in the act with the neighbor, I had never had the slightest suspicion. A stupid reflex I had there. I once had to save my former wife from a similar situation, and I guess I thought of her. I wish she were here now. When I heard this sentence, I thought I was going to be sick. Had I now become Scott's co-conspirator? He had just blackmailed me yesterday. Now Scott's voice carried a feeling that made me uncomfortable. What did he really want? Jennifer snorted into the phone. Just make sure that in the future this only happens with your former wife and not with Meghan. There it was, the moment to confess everything. But I remained silent. I had no desire to draw Jennifer's anger towards me. How could I possibly tell her and Trevor what a mess I was in? And what would Scott do then? I feared the worst. And so I kept quiet. Chapter 22. Trevor. The first primaries of my party had just been held in the state where the campaign traditionally began. Finally, things were really getting started. It would no longer be just speeches, smiles, and handshakes, but results and debates that brought decisions. I sat at my desk working on a speech for my first TV debate with the opposing party's candidate. This was something I was particularly looking forward to. He might have knowledge of politics, but he seemed old and worn out. I, on the other hand, had perfected my on-camera presence by now and appeared young, fresh, serious, full of energy and trustworthy. Meghan had contributed a significant part to the latter point. I had to admit that she really worked hard and appeared almost as professional in front of cameras as I did. She possessed a certain acting talent, and could certainly have made more of herself than just becoming a lawyer in a small firm. That would soon be the case now. In 2 weeks, our wedding would take place, and then Meghan would officially be Mrs. Dean, and in a few months move into the White House as First Lady. The sex in the Oval Office that I had imagined a few weeks ago seemed within reach. At the thought, I felt my cock getting hard. The most powerful man in the world fucking his wife on the desk from which he governs the country. I thought of Meghan. Strangely, I still found sex with her just as exciting as on the first day. I pondered for a while why that was and was about to set the puzzle aside as unsolvable when the door to my office was flung open. "You've won. It's not official yet, but the election officer just called me. You've won. The first primaries are ours. You're on the right track." Jennifer stormed into my office and stopped just short of my desk with flashing eyes. I had never seen her so excited. I placed my Mont Blanc fountain pen next to the document in front of me and looked at her. "That's excellent news," I said calmly. Under the desk, I clenched my fist triumphantly. Have the first opponents already given up? Traditionally, the primary campaign started with a multitude of candidates, who then gradually dropped out of the race until each party nominated their final candidate for the presidency. I would be one of them and the one who ultimately won the election and moved into the White House. Not yet. I think that will only happen once the result has been officially announced. Jennifer sounded a bit more sober now. She put the newspaper she had been holding on the table. It was the worst tabloid in all of New York. I knew it well enough, as I had often been pictured there with various women by my side. I grinned at the thought. "Why are you laughing?" Jennifer asked. "Oh, nothing. What's going on?" I asked back, automatically putting on a serious expression. "Look at the front page," Jennifer instructed me. I did as told. There was a photo of Meghan and Scott that a resourceful reporter had taken on the day of the tomato attack. Meghan and Scott were sitting on the ground looking into each other's eyes. Scott was holding Meghan's hand. It clearly looked like a shot of a couple in love photographed in a moment of intimacy. "So what?" I asked Jennifer. "We know this already. I've seen it several times. In a few weeks, the media will have forgotten about it. Probably even the day after tomorrow when the next celebrity affair becomes known." Shrugging, I turned back to the draft of my speech that lay in front of me on the desk. "Yes, as long as nothing else happens." Jennifer's voice sounded gloomy. "What could happen? Of course, someone could attack me with tomatoes or something else again at any time. But I consider the repetition of the scene with Meghan and Scott impossible. Haven't you noticed that Scott is constantly trying to be alone with Meghan? And that Meghan is constantly trying to avoid exactly that while giving Scott meaningful looks?" The challenge in Jennifer's voice was unmistakable. I leaned back in my desk chair. "No, I haven't noticed that," I replied cautiously. "Then you should pay attention to it from now on," Jennifer demanded. "And I'll tell you one thing. You should urgently talk to Meghan. If she has something to hide or isn't sure if she wants to become First Lady by your side, then she should say so now. We can still counteract it." Jennifer's voice sounded agitated. I looked at her sharply. What did she mean by Meghan not being sure if she wanted to become First Lady? She had everything she needed, didn't she? Her compensation was so good that she could easily pay off the mortgage on her beloved family home. We had passionate sex, and as First Lady, she would have a challenging task. I shrugged in incomprehension. "Maybe that wouldn't be so bad for your image," Jennifer pondered. "Imagine this headline: Former Playboy finds true love as presidential candidate and gets dumped. That would make the hearts of all female voters fly to you. Yes, I'm sure every woman in the country would vote for you then." She looked at me so thoughtfully that I wondered if she was already planning an intrigue to make Meghan leave me. "Enough now," I said angrily in a tone that made it clear to Jennifer that such a thing was out of the question. The vein at my temple was already throbbing angrily at the thought, and I clenched my fist again under the desk to let off steam. I didn't want to show Jennifer in any way that her suggestions were making me angry. So I just asked, "Why would Meghan change her mind?" "She has no reason to do that. Something's going on with her and Scott." Jennifer insisted on her version. I looked thoughtfully at the newspaper lying on my desk. Then I reached for my phone and wrote a message to Meghan. "Expect you tonight at 7 p.m. in the penthouse. We're cooking. If there's something going on, I'll find out tonight." I announced. "You can release a press statement saying the future president and his fiancée are celebrating the election victory cozily at home by the hearth. Maybe that'll be good for my image." The idea of being married still didn't sit well with me, and I would have preferred to celebrate with Ryan. Plenty of alcohol and a few women. That was more my style. But that was in the past, and one thing was clear. I certainly wouldn't let a woman be taken away from me so easily, especially not by a bodyguard I had hired. If Jennifer was right, Scott would be in for it. I clenched my fist again, but this time not in triumph or anger, but in combat mode. I would soon be the most powerful man in the United States. My wife belonged to me, and if that were to change, I would be the one to decide it. That's how it had been in the past, and that's how it would be now. The fact that Meghan was neither a nightclub dancer nor a supermodel didn't mean different rules applied. My phone beeped. "I can't cook." I stared at the display. Was this supposed to be a joke? Who the hell was this woman? Chapter 23. Meghan. I nervously looked at the concierge as I entered the lobby of the building where Trevor's penthouse was located. He knew me quite well by now and was aware that I was Trevor's fiancée. Miss Allen, let me call the elevator for you. I informed Trevor about my arrival through the smart home system and then hurried out from behind his desk. I stepped into the luxurious elevator cabin, which started moving upwards, and thought about Trevor's message. We're cooking. What was that supposed to mean? So far, I hadn't felt that Trevor was particularly keen on getting to know me. Really, me as a woman and as a person. My dreams, wishes, thoughts, and preferences. We had had sex, and I had fulfilled my duties as a fake first lady excellently so far. Trevor had paid me the advance for that. And at the end of the month, I would receive my salary. Meghan. As the elevator doors opened at the top, Trevor was standing in front of me. He beamed at me, and as always when I looked into his dark eyes, my knees weakened slightly, and I felt a little tingle in the pit of my stomach. This man, that look. Trevor continued to beam at me, and I knew I would never be able to refuse him anything. I was the most attractive man I had ever seen. It's not official yet, but I've won the first primary. Trevor grinned victoriously and suddenly looked like a mischievous little boy. A dimple appeared in his right cheek, and my heart leaped at the sight. Congratulations, I said, looking at him shyly. I didn't know what to do now. Should I hug him? Kiss him on the cheek? Really kiss him? I knew how to congratulate friends or married couples. But what did you do as a fake couple? What would a first lady do? A promising start, I added. I have a bottle of real champagne here for us to toast with, not the cheap stuff from the hotel. Trevor led me into the living room, where an expensive-looking bottle was waiting in an equally expensive-looking cooler. Next to it stood 2 glasses that Trevor must have filled while I was coming up. He pressed one of them into my hand. To a future full of victories, he said. May the other primaries be as successful as this one. To a future full of victories, I repeated. Again, the glasses clinked just like in our hotel room. I emptied my glass a little slower than back then. Trevor only sipped his champagne and looked at me thoughtfully. Why can't you cook? You were married before, weren't you? Did your husband do the cooking back then? The questions about my past made me uncomfortable. My husband. Scott was my former husband, and I didn't want to think about him at all right now. Since he had first threatened me at the event in Rochester, and then come dangerously close to me, he had continued to try to be alone with me. I had kept avoiding him, but I could hardly keep that up continuously over the next few weeks. Should I tell Trevor now that my former husband was his bodyguard? I knew I should, but I didn't want to destroy the wonderful mood between us. Should I subtly steer the conversation to another topic? I could talk about how I had unsuccessfully participated in several cooking classes. I thought of Rachel. When I had called her and told her that Scott had reappeared in my life and as Trevor's bodyguard no less, she had advised me to tell Trevor the truth. Yes, he usually did the cooking. I wanted to learn, but then the divorce happened. I began my explanation. Now, Meghan, now. Just tell him. You know. I continued and briefly closed my eyes. Just do it, Meghan. Just do it. It's not bad. Just like jumping into cold water. At that moment, Trevor's phone rang. He looked at the display. It's Jennifer. I need to talk to her briefly. It's about tomorrow's appointment. Trevor moved away with the phone and went into his study. I emptied my glass of champagne, took the bottle from the bucket and refilled my glass. It couldn't hurt to drink a little courage. Everyone knew that alcohol had a disinhibiting effect. Maybe it would also loosen my tongue and I would be able to tell Trevor everything without problems. Undecided, I stood in the living room where we had had sex for the first time last week. I didn't know the rest of the apartment very well yet, as I had never spent the night here before. I went wandering with my champagne glass. 2 doors down, I entered the bedroom and stood thoughtfully in front of the large double bed with the dark red satin bedding. I wondered who Trevor might have spent the night with here. Unlike him, I didn't have to ask much. I could easily read everything in the newspaper. Would he be faithful to me over the next few years? What if Trevor got angry as soon as I told him about Scott and me? Maybe he would rekindle one of his old affairs. Or maybe he would want to find another first lady. I shivered at the thought. As short as I had known Trevor, I couldn't and didn't want to imagine my life without him. Suddenly, Trevor was standing behind me and I could feel his breath on my neck. My first lady looks especially beautiful in front of the bed. And found me beautiful? Even though I always felt how much Trevor desired me in his kisses, he had never given me a compliment before. I felt the pressure of his hand on my hip. It gently moved forward and rested on my stomach. His body pressed against mine. The champagne glass was taken from my hand. I heard Trevor place it on the antique dresser behind him. Then he began to caress my body. Today, I was wearing a black wool dress and Trevor was dressed as always in a shirt and suit pants. But despite the clothing, I felt Trevor's touches as intensely as if I were naked. My whole body began to tingle from the soles of my feet through my knees to my stomach and finally my breasts. Trevor's hands cupped my breasts. I laid my head back on his shoulder and gave myself completely to his caresses. I felt through my bra and dress how my nipples became stiff and firm. Trevor began to nibble on my neck with his mouth, and the tingling increased to a pleasurable prickling. I moaned softly and I wasn't even naked yet. Trevor gently bit my earlobe and whispered, "I love your body, but I like it even better naked, stark naked." I stepped forward and without turning to Trevor, pulled the dress over my head. As it fell to the floor, Trevor grabbed me from behind, slipping his left hand into my panties while simultaneously removing my bra with his right hand. Despite my arousal, I still found time to admire his skill in handling my underwear. "You must have undressed many women," I panted with some effort. Trevor's left hand had found my pearl, and he began to massage me again in that wonderful way just as he had done in the hotel. My center began to burn and I moaned loudly. "Who's going to come already?" Trevor growled in my ear and abruptly let go of me. I turned around, but before I could count to 3, he had already grabbed me and thrown me on the bed. His shirt and pants fell to the floor, and Trevor lay down naked next to me. He grabbed my hair and pressed his mouth to mine. Our tongues began to play lustfully with each other, and I opened my legs for Trevor. "Take me," I gasped as our mouths separated to catch our breath. "Oh, my little first lady can hardly wait." Trevor grinned. He slid down a bit and began to circle my breast with his finger. When his fingertip reached my nipple, I thought I would die from lust. I moaned loudly, and at that moment Trevor began to suck on my nipple. If I had thought I would die from lust before, my feelings now intensified to an unbearable level. I lifted my head. "Please, Trevor, I can't take it anymore." Trevor let go of my breast and eyed me with his impenetrable dark eyes. "Oh, yes you can." He pushed me back down onto the mattress. Eyes closed and legs spread. The command was short and hard and I obeyed. I wanted this man more than I had ever wanted anyone or anything. Just a moment later, I felt Trevor's fingers inside me. His tongue glided over my pearl and circled it with small, short movements. I opened my eyes again, pushed my head further back into the pillow and moaned heavily as the wave of pleasure that spread through me from head to toe. "Please don't stop. Please don't stop. Please never stop." I heard myself begging Trevor for more, something I had never done before. Trevor's tongue continued to circle my pearl, getting faster and faster. I felt the pleasure spreading throughout my entire body. While Trevor's fingers massaged my insides, I gave myself completely to the wonderful feeling of being pleasured by the man I would soon marry. I got even hotter than before and my arousal increased further. Trevor's tongue skillfully played with my pearl, and after a few seconds, I exploded in an orgasm unlike any I had ever experienced before. Probably even the neighbors 2 floors down had heard my cries of pleasure. I had thought I'd experienced my most intense orgasm when Trevor had taken me from behind over the sofa arm, but obviously I had been mistaken. What else would I experience with this man? Just the thought that today's experience might not have been the peak of pleasure made me hot again, and I felt my body begin to tingle anew immediately after the orgasm. Trevor grabbed my hips with a satisfied grin, skillfully slid under me, and ordered, "Ride me." Obviously he liked to call the shots during sex, but I didn't mind. I leaned back so he could enter me as deeply as possible, and began to move rhythmically up and down, faster and faster. My hand went to my pearl, and I began to massage myself in front of Trevor's eyes. I enjoyed the obvious lust and desire with which he eyed my naked body. He grabbed my hips to direct my movements. I felt his cock getting even stiffer inside me. My ride became wilder and wilder. Suddenly, Trevor half sat up, grabbed my hips more firmly, and pressed me down onto him, making his thrusts even deeper than before. He moaned loudly as he pressed me down on him one last time, and his body arched as he came inside me. I massaged my pearl faster and faster, and as Trevor slipped out of me, I came for the second time that evening with a loud moan. After sex, our sweat-covered bodies lay intertwined in bed, and I enjoyed the intimacy that had developed between us tonight. Trevor had been unexpectedly tender and passionate. "I could do this every night, First Lady," Trevor whispered in my ear. "We will, Mr. President." Chapter 24. Meghan. Where was I? The bed felt unfamiliar. The darkness on this winter morning felt strange. The sounds drifting in from the street felt foreign. The warmth surrounding me felt alien. Everything felt unfamiliar. I couldn't possibly be in my poorly heated parents' house. Still half asleep, I opened my eyes, and as I adjusted to the dim light, I recognized the outlines of the room. Trevor's bedroom. Someone stirred beside me. Trevor smiled at me sleepily. "Good morning, First Lady." "Good morning, Mr. President." I smiled back and suddenly a warm, wonderful feeling spread through me. One I hadn't felt in a long time. Happiness. Yes, I was happy. Waking up next to my future husband felt so incredibly right. It couldn't get any more right than this. Trevor had captivated me from the very first moment, and I now admitted to myself that I was glad to have him in my life. At this thought, my heart beat wildly in my chest. Or was it perhaps because Trevor's hand was slowly caressing my stomach from top to bottom? It had been a long time since I'd had a quickie in the morning, and I found the thought arousing. Under the covers, I reached for Trevor's cock and began to massage it lovingly. I pushed Trevor's hand away and slid down a little to kiss his muscular chest. I loved the taste of his skin and tickled him a bit with my tongue. Slowly, I worked my way further down. Trevor had pampered me last night. Today, it should be his turn. I could get used to this kind of morning greeting. Trevor sighed with pleasure. At that exact moment, the phone rang, the number of which was known to only a few people. Trevor had to answer. I already knew that. Cursing, he jumped out of bed. Yes, Jennifer. What is it? I heard him ask. Jennifer. That woman again. Once Trevor and I were married and he was president, I'd probably have to coordinate our sex schedule with her. My arousal collapsed. Worse, my good mood was gone and I laboriously rolled out of bed. My clothes from yesterday were scattered across the floor. Yeah. Just call back in 15 minutes, I heard Trevor say. What's going on? I asked when he had ended the call. Oh, trouble with the helicopter again. A spare part isn't coming. I might have to quickly go check on it myself. You know, people always listen best to the boss. That's probably true. I'll go get ready. I didn't want to say more. This woman was calling about a spare part? A spare part? That was really not an urgent matter. Had she known I was still here and intentionally disturbed us? I shook off the thought and entered Trevor's luxurious bathroom with the rain shower and whirlpool. I could have spent hours in here, but I hurried instead. Who knew when Jennifer would call next? 15 minutes later, I stood indecisively in Trevor's living room. Should I go to the kitchen and make breakfast? I could at least brew coffee. Or would Trevor rather I didn't? At that moment, the elevator that led directly to the penthouse gave a ding and the doors opened. Since Trevor hadn't mentioned expecting a guest, I looked up curiously. Scott sauntered casually out of the elevator. Good morning, Meghan. Due time no see. He greeted me. Hello, Scott. I answered cautiously and looked around. Where was Trevor? I definitely didn't want to be alone with Scott. How are you doing as the future First Lady? The question seemed genuine. Scott stood a few meters away from me, admiring the view over Central Park and making no move to come closer. Pretty good, I replied, relaxing a little. Maybe after Jennifer's lecture following the incident at the hotel in Albany, Scott had come to his senses and his threats were a thing of the past. Or should I say fake First Lady? Scott inquired with a mocking undertone. I froze and turned my gaze to Scott. What was he up to now? His hazel eyes looked cold as he stared at me. You know, Meghan, I was at the office again yesterday. When I came in, Jennifer was in the bathroom. Unfortunately, she was a bit careless and left some documents on her desk while she was gone. Interesting documents. Very interesting documents. Oh, really? I replied with feigned indifference. I frantically wondered what Scott might have seen there. In the bathroom, I heard the electric razor humming. Trevor would need a few more minutes. During this time, I was on my own here. It was a contract between a certain Meghan Allen and a certain Trevor Dean. A prenuptial agreement, to be precise. So what? Prenups aren't unusual. Outwardly, I remained calm, but at the same time, a chill ran down my spine. There was only one contract between Trevor and me, and it clearly showed that we weren't the loving couple we had been pretending to be for the press for weeks. Had Jennifer really left this contract on her desk, and Scott had found it? That's true, but I found it unusual that the president pays his future First Lady $10,000 a month for every month the marriage lasts. Are you getting that money now too? Because you're fucking him before your wedding? Or are there pay raises if you fuck him particularly well? There was a cold and calculating look in Scott's eyes that frightened me. I don't know what you're talking about, I said in a weak voice. I desperately considered how I could defend myself. I would have preferred to simply run away. But how could I have explained that to Trevor? Scott moved so close to me that I could feel his breath in my hair. I instinctively backed away, but he followed until I was literally backed up against the wall. I looked around helplessly. Where was Trevor? Oh yes, you do know. Scott hissed. His quiet voice sounded more threatening than anything I had ever heard. You're not a First Lady. You're the president's whore. And fucks you and pays for it. That's all. Are you jealous? I made one last attempt to defend myself. Jealous? Scott laughed scornfully. Well, I wouldn't mind seeing you in my bed again, Meghan. But most of all, I'm broke. So here's my offer. You and I split the $10,000. $5,000 for each of us every month. And I'll keep my mouth shut forever. The press won't hear about any of this. You're out of your mind. I blurted out spontaneously. I'm dead serious. You can think it over until tonight. Scott took a step back and I felt relieved. It immediately felt like I could breathe more freely again. There's nothing to think about, I said with conviction. Oh no? I thought you wanted to be first lady and your husband to be president. I'm sure headlines like President enters arranged marriage with high-class prostitute would be poison for your campaign. A contemptuous smile played around Scott's lips. And if you're thinking about telling your president what I just told you, forget it, Meghan. Maybe you're in love with him, but he doesn't care about you. Even a blind man could see that. You can't know that. I retorted with more conviction than I felt. The argument hit home. I really didn't know what Trevor felt for me. I thought of his dark eyes that I could lose myself in, and his muscular chest that I longed to snuggle against every night. Yes, nothing more than that. Yesterday he had called me his first lady. The thought made my knees weak. But what did I really know about Trevor? 3 weeks ago he was probably still picking up women in nightclubs and not wasting a thought on marriage. So it could well be that Scott was right, and I meant nothing to Trevor. I felt cold. I can't know that, Scott asked mockingly. Well, what I do know is that Jennifer's desk also had some bills from the burlesque club, the hottest club in town. They offer everything, including hot sex. And judging by the bill amounts, Trevor certainly had that there until recently. Someone like that doesn't know feelings or morals, Meghan. If you act up, he'll just replace you with someone else. I stared at Scott with wide eyes. Could what he was saying really be true? So think carefully about what you do now and who you talk to about this. Scott's voice sounded warning. My offer stands. $5,000 a month for me and everything stays between us. My thoughts were racing. What should I do? I couldn't possibly pay Scott $5,000 a month for the rest of my life. I would never get rid of him that way and would live with a double shame for eternity. I would be in an arranged marriage with my husband Trevor, for which I would receive money from which I would pay my former husband Scott to keep quiet about it. Besides, I knew Scott. I would never be satisfied with $5,000 a month in the long run, but would want more and more. In the end, I would be left with nothing. But if I didn't give Scott the money, then the story would be in all the newspapers. I was sure of that. Scott had been unscrupulous enough to cheat on me with the neighbor in our shared bed. He would also carry out his current threat and inform the press because I meant nothing to him. All he cared about was his own well-being. And if the story was in all the newspapers, then Trevor could forget about his election, and I could forget about him. And tell Trevor everything? He would probably replace me with another first lady then, just as Scott had predicted. But I didn't want to lose him. I wanted to be Trevor's first lady. What should I do? I looked around desperately. Scott stepped in front of me and said, "You have until tonight to think it over. Then I expect your answer. Otherwise, the story goes to the newspapers." Chapter 25. Trevor. I pensively gazed at the streets of New York through the car window. The day was gray and gloomy, and the dark clouds in the sky promised nothing good. The asphalt outside was still dry, but a heavy downpour was likely imminent. Scott sat behind the wheel of the Ferrari, silently driving me to the office. Meghan was still in the penthouse. She had claimed she needed to finish getting ready and would come to my office later by taxi. When I had come out of the bathroom, she had seemed oddly fidgety. What was that all about? I wasn't particularly well versed in women's sensitivities outside the bedroom. There had been no need for that, and there shouldn't be any need for it in the future. That's precisely why Meghan and I had made the agreement. I didn't feel good about leaving her alone in my penthouse. In my entire life, I had never let a woman be alone in my apartment. Of course, I didn't believe Meghan would cause trouble, break anything, or snoop around. But the thought that she might discover something that revealed a hidden side of me made me feel somewhat uneasy. As much as I enjoyed being photographed by the tabloid press with a woman on my arm, I was just as reluctant to let anyone truly look into my innermost self. We reached the underground parking garage of the office building, and I shook off these thoughts. They weren't getting me anywhere anyway. Scott parked the Ferrari in my usual spot right next to the elevator. Should I go back and pick up Meghan? I inquired. Something in his voice made me take notice. He sounded a bit too eager. I would think about that later. No, that's not necessary. She surely already ordered a taxi and will be here shortly, I replied. Please clean the trunk and the windows and then come upstairs. I took the elevator and got off on the top floor. As always, Jennifer was already at work in my anteroom. Good morning, Trevor. Sleep well? She looked at me curiously. Something about her was different today. She didn't seem as stern as usual, but almost attractive and feminine. Had she perhaps changed her hairstyle? Hello, Jennifer. Yes, thank you, I greeted. To be on the safe side, I added, you look good today. Your hairstyle suits you. With women, you never knew if they were particularly sensitive about these things. I thought of Meghan. Was she like that? I didn't want a sensitive woman in my home who never said what she thought and waited for compliments. Come to think of it, I didn't want any woman permanently in my house at all, even though waking up with Meghan this morning had felt surprisingly good. Nevertheless, I was the man who pleased a different woman every night. That had been my motto for years, and I had lived very well with it. I couldn't suddenly become someone else. At least not internally, First Lady or not. I'm just finishing up the schedule for next week, then I'll come in and we can go over it together, Jennifer announced. All right. I muttered and went into my office. I urgently needed to talk to someone. I sat down at my desk and pulled out my phone. One missed call from Meghan. What could she want? She would be here soon anyway. I tapped on Ryan's name. What I needed now was a conversation between men, and I hadn't spoken to Ryan in far too long anyway. It rang and Ryan picked up almost immediately. Trevor, old boy, do you still exist? Ryan's energetic voice boomed from the speaker. Or should I call you Mr. President now? Not yet, Ryan, not yet. It's been pretty busy lately. I explained my silence. I can imagine. I've seen you on TV a few times. Today in New York and tomorrow in California. Do you even sleep anymore? Ryan asked. You know I've always gotten by on little sleep, I replied. That's true. Only you didn't spend that time in airplanes and at campaign events back then, but in the back rooms of the burlesque club with willing ladies. That must have been a bit more relaxing. Even though I couldn't see Ryan, I was sure he had a wide grin on his face at that moment. Oh, I'd love to do that again. I could use a real guy's night out. You've got a first lady now. She looks good, that woman. Is she no good in bed? Ryan asked bluntly. Or why do you want to hit the town again? I don't know. I even like Meghan, but somehow I miss my old life, my freedom. I admitted reluctantly. There could be a president without a first lady for once. Sure thing, old boy. Wasn't there even one like that about 200 years ago or so? You should know that as the future president. Ryan tried to distract me with a little jab. I haven't yet studied the wives and affairs of my predecessors in detail. I half-heartedly played along. I paused thoughtfully. They did have affairs though. Everyone knows about John F. Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe. I stood up and turned my back to my desk. I looked through the window front at the panorama of New York, which was framed today by dark clouds looming threateningly on the horizon. This skyline was a sight that never failed to amaze me, regardless of the weather. Soon I would rule over this city, indeed over this great country. Exactly. But even that was a long-term thing, Trevor. And they kept it as secret as possible, unlike you. You meet a different woman every night, with whom you're then pictured half-naked in the newspaper the next day. If I remember correctly, you need your first lady so that people forget you were ever anyone other than a faithful family man. These words sent a chill down my spine. Yes, I had been aware that my life would change if I wanted to become president of the United States. I was also ready to make the necessary sacrifices for it. But this was more like a personality change. And that was too much for me. I shook my head, which Ryan couldn't see through the phone, of course. Trevor, are you still there? I heard him ask. Enough is enough, Ryan. I need my freedom and I'll continue to find it as president. Family man, don't make me laugh. Yes, I like Meghan and I will marry her, but there must be other possibilities besides that. Other women, you mean? Yes, other women. Damn it, I'm not made for monogamy. I'd fuck Meghan on the spot if she walked in here right now, but I'd rather kiss another woman. Trevor, man, you're just having cold feet, that's all. Calm down. I don't know Meghan, but from the photos and on TV, she's quite a catch. You've done well for yourself. Ryan was probably right. I was going through a change, and maybe I just needed to give it a little more time. Rome wasn't built in a day after all. I looked out at the New York skyline one more time and then turned back around. Jennifer was standing in the middle of my office looking at me. What the hell was she doing here? Hadn't I made it clear enough that she shouldn't enter my office until I called her in? Now I was completely fed up with women, one in my penthouse, the other in my office. The dancers at the club had never interfered in my life. I could feel myself getting angry, and the vein at my temple starting to pulse, a sure sign of an impending outburst. I have to go, Ryan. I'll call you back soon. With these words, I abruptly ended the conversation without waiting for a response from Ryan. I looked coldly at Jennifer. She owed me a damn good explanation. Sorry for just coming in, but the door was open anyway, she said with an innocent smile. That's why I could hear your entire phone conversation from my desk. That's not an excuse, I said coldly. I expect absolute discretion from the people around me at all times. This, of course, also applies to private matters that they accidentally overhear. You also have a corresponding clause in your employment contract. Is that clear? There was a threatening undertone in my question. Jennifer might be the best campaign manager in the USA, but that didn't mean she was irreplaceable or could get away with anything here. Absolutely clear, Jennifer confirmed. Only in this case I have a solution for your dilemma and I couldn't very well present it to you without telling you that I know. She smiled at me. I didn't know what to make of it. Was this woman trying to mess with me? What do you mean? I growled irritably. I've been thinking for a while about whether Meghan was the right decision, Jennifer said, looking at me steadily. There might be another option, you know. I thought about the freedom I had lost in recent weeks. The freedom to indulge my desires when and with whom I wanted. What do you mean? I repeated. I hated it from the bottom of my heart when women spoke in riddles like Jennifer was doing at this moment. Jennifer crossed the office and approached me, until she was standing so close that I could feel her breath on my chest. She fixed me with her penetrating gaze and suddenly grabbed my head, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her lips to mine. The kiss surprised me so much that I simply let Jennifer have her way. Wait a minute. She meant herself with the other option, and even as her lips were on mine, one thing was clear to me. I wanted to kiss Meghan in this office, not Jennifer. I wanted to bury my fingers in dark curls and smell a light citrus scent. I wanted Meghan. I pushed Jennifer away. No way. I cleared my throat. This kiss never happened. Meghan will be my first lady. And now, please let me call Senator Emerson so I can find out if he wants to run as vice president with me. With that, I turned my back on Jennifer. Chapter 26. Meghan. I opened the door to Trevor's office. Jennifer's desk was vacant. A glance through the glass front of Trevor's office showed me that she was standing in the middle of his office, listening attentively while he was on the phone. Probably the call with Senator Emerson discussing whether he could be a suitable vice president. Trevor had told me about it. So far, he hadn't selected anyone to run with him as a team in the race for the presidency. I knew how important the decision about the vice president was, so I initially remained in the anteroom. Besides, I had something else to take care of here. I hung up my coat and approached Jennifer's desk inconspicuously. I wanted to find out if she really left confidential papers lying around so carelessly. Perhaps Scott had only been bluffing and trying to scare me when he claimed to have seen the contract. Yes, he had mentioned the sum of $10,000, but he could have plucked that figure out of thin air or seen it somewhere else. Jennifer's desk was tidy. No unnecessary piece of paper was lying around, and her PC screen was locked. So it wasn't that easy for me to access confidential data, and therefore not for Scott either. Discreetly, I bent down to the rolling cabinet and tried to pull open the individual drawers. The top drawer opened, but it only contained office supplies like pens, a ruler, and erasers. Erasers. Shaking my head, I wondered who still needed such things nowadays. Did Jennifer have a notebook? If so, where was it, and what did it say about Trevor and me? The other drawers were all locked, even though Jennifer was only standing in Trevor's office. I nodded with satisfaction. She would probably lock the drawers when she went to the bathroom too. Before I turned to the low filing cabinet behind Jennifer's desk to check if it was also locked, I risked a glance through the glass wall into Trevor's office to make sure they were still busy with their phone call. Obviously, Trevor had just ended the conversation because I could see him putting down his phone and Jennifer approaching him. Their meeting would probably last a few more minutes, so I could quickly and discreetly check if the filing cabinet could be opened. Just as I was about to turn away again, I froze. Jennifer was standing quite close to Trevor. As if in slow motion, I watched as she stretched up towards him and was greeted with a kiss. Trevor was kissing Jennifer as a greeting, but he wasn't just kissing her on the cheek, on the mouth. Trevor's lips were on Jennifer's mouth, and Jennifer looked like she was enjoying it wholeheartedly. Of course, she enjoyed it. I knew how Trevor's kisses felt, and how much every woman must enjoy them. Everything tightened inside me, and my heart became so heavy as if I had a cold black lump in my chest. My arms and legs began to tremble, and I sank powerlessly into Jennifer's office chair. Just yesterday, Trevor had called me his first lady. He, the president of my life, probably had several first ladies as he had throughout his entire life so far. At the very least, he was having an affair with Jennifer, as this kiss clearly showed. I laughed bitterly. How could I have seriously believed that Trevor would change? That I, Meghan, was the only one for him? Meghan, what a stupid cow you are, falling for it again after divorcing Scott. And for someone who pays you to play his wife, no less. It should have been clear that this would happen. I sat frozen on the office chair. This kiss seemed to last forever. Or was there more? What were they doing now? I didn't dare to stand up and look. I would have loved to run away, but I lacked the strength. At that moment, Jennifer stepped out of Trevor's office. Hello, Meghan. I didn't hear you come in. So, how does it feel behind my desk? Want my job? Jennifer's casual greeting sounded as if nothing had happened, as if there had been no kiss. In any case, she wasn't aware of any guilt because she treated me as always. Was this a sign that the affair between Jennifer and Trevor had been going on for a while? Had Trevor possibly brought Jennifer to New York so they could see each other more often? I don't know, but you certainly want mine. I shot back without thinking much about my answer. I felt a wave of heat rising through my body. It was rare for something to affect me emotionally this much. But when it did, I often reacted particularly strongly. Scott had experienced that during the years of our marriage too. What do you mean? Jennifer asked. This woman was actually playing dumb. I was stunned. I saw exactly how you kissed Trevor. May I remind you that I'm going to be the first lady, not you. Is my future husband. Before I knew it, these words had also shot out of my mouth. I was still as upset as before. But was it really a good idea to claim ownership of Trevor in front of Jennifer? Jennifer's pearly laughter echoed through the entire anteroom. Oh, Meghan, you don't seriously believe that Trevor would be satisfied with one woman in his life, do you? You knew his reputation when you signed the contract. I stared at Jennifer. This woman was even worse than in my wildest imagination. What did she think of herself? Of course I knew that. After all, we made the contract to improve his image, I said coolly. So I could naturally assume that he wouldn't have other women besides me. What's in the contract and what he does are two different things, Meghan. You should really know that best as a lawyer. This humiliation hit home, but Jennifer wasn't finished. Besides, sexual fidelity on Trevor's part is in no way part of the contract. You should have read better and negotiated a bit more. Trevor and I certainly won't forbid ourselves from having a little fun together now and then. Jennifer sighed with pleasure as she uttered the last sentence and provocatively touched her breast. I've never experienced orgasms like I do with him, truly, Meghan. Don't you feel the same? That was enough. Tears welled up in my eyes. And despite my acting talent and numerous courtroom appearances where I'd been far from gently handled, I couldn't stop a sob from escaping my lips. Meghan. Jennifer's voice now took on the tone of a mother explaining the world to her 4-year-old child. You know that in public there will only ever be one woman for Trevor, and that will be you. That's what the arrangement means. Everything else? Well, that's up to Trevor, or in this case, the three of us. And if you can't handle it, then you'll have to withdraw from the contract. After all, you're not married yet. I stared at Jennifer in horror. She couldn't be serious, could she? Never in my life would I have suspected that behind her cool facade lurked such a mean, unscrupulous, even heartless woman. First, she arranged for me to be hired as First Lady. Then she snatched my future husband, humiliated me, and finally made the magnanimous offer to share Trevor with me. I wouldn't take this lying down. I was a lawyer after all, and I could fight. And that's exactly what I was going to do now. I want to hear this from Trevor. He needs to say it to my face, and then he'll have to make a choice. Determinedly, I wiped the tears from my face, stood up, and walked to Trevor's office door, which I flung open with a grand sweep. I could see he was on the phone again, but I didn't care. This was about my life, my future. Chapter 27. Trevor. So, under these conditions, a vice presidency would be conceivable? I asked, eagerly awaiting the answer on the other end of the phone. Choosing the vice president was at least as important as selecting the first lady. After all, he too should polish my image. Senator Emerson was an experienced politician, well connected in both the Senate and the House of Representatives, who would secure parliamentary approval for all my important political initiatives. Above all, he would secure the approval of the more traditional representatives who always faithfully adhered to party lines and despised me because of my previous lifestyle. I grinned to myself. Probably each of these hypocrites actually had at least one mistress, and they hated me for openly leaving out what they could only do in secret. I stared at the gray, cloudy sky. There was no trace left of the early spring that had colored the New York sky blue just a few days ago. The first drops were breaking free from the dark cloud mountains, leaving traces on the windows of my office. Yes, I'm in, Trevor. By the way, I'm very pleased to hear that you'll be getting married soon. Without a woman by your side, the presidency would be difficult. James, how wonderful. We'll make a great team. It was no big surprise that my marriage pleased the traditionally minded James Emerson. I was just about to start speaking the words of praise about Meghan that Jennifer had prepared for me when the door was flung open. Angrily, I turned away from the window front to see who was disturbing me. Jennifer knew who I was talking to, and she should have realized that she should only enter the office in the most extreme emergency, like an evacuation of the building. Did I really have to tell this woman everything multiple times? However, it was Meghan standing in the doorway. I wasn't well versed in women's emotions, but her reddened and slightly swollen eyes and the determined set of her mouth boded nothing good. Just a moment, James. I lowered the phone to my chest, covering the microphone so Senator Emerson wouldn't overhear what was happening in my office. Behind Meghan, Jennifer appeared gesticulating wildly. I'm sorry, Trevor. I couldn't stop her from disturbing you. I know how important the call is. At least Jennifer seemed to have understood what I wanted. Good, she was improving. But two women were really the last thing I needed during a phone call with Senator Emerson. So I just made a dismissive gesture and waved Meghan into the office. James, I'll call you back in 2 minutes. Then we can discuss everything else. I'm glad you're on board. I ended the call and looked at Meghan, annoyed. But before I could say anything, she burst into tears. 2 minutes, she sobbed. This is about our life and 2 minutes is all you have for it? Now calm down, I growled. Heaven, what did one do in such a case? I had only seen crying women before, when they quickly gathered their clothes and disappeared from my apartment, after realizing there was no chance of a relationship with me. Of course, I hadn't calmed them down, but let them leave. A pretty big part of me wished that Meghan would just disappear now, too, and only come back when the problem had dissolved into thin air, whatever the problem was. Meghan had claimed it was about our life, but I didn't have the slightest idea what she was talking about. Meghan was still standing in the doorway, shaking her head agitatedly. 2 minutes. Tears were welling up in her eyes, and she really didn't look particularly attractive. I have to call Senator Emerson back soon. It's about the vice presidency. That's very important for the campaign, I explained impatiently. And I'm not important, Meghan sobbed. Please, that's something completely different. And you know very well you're also important for the campaign. That's why you're here as First Lady. What's this all about anyway? I felt the vein at my temple starting to throb wildly. If I wasn't careful, I'd soon work myself into a first-rate fit of rage. Meghan took 2 deep breaths and finally stopped crying. I saw you kissing Jennifer, she said in a calm voice. So what? I asked distractedly as I was thinking about Senator Emerson and the vice presidency. So what? So what? That's all you can say about it? In a split second, Meghan's voice was no longer calm, but shrill and agitated. And that I'm also important for the campaign, and that's why I'm becoming your first lady. That's all? All? I'm not important otherwise. Meghan, we have a clear agreement. I need a first lady and that's you. I'm paying you $10,000 a month for it, and besides, we're having a bit of fun together. What else do you want from me? I asked in a calm voice while balling my hand in my pocket to control my anger. I had no idea what Meghan was getting at and really couldn't use such discussions at the moment. Why didn't Meghan clear this up with Jennifer? She would tell her that the kiss from just now meant nothing. Meghan stared at me with her mouth open. She looked as if she had been struck dumb. I frowned. Women. I had never understood them, and I never would. Meghan would probably claim not to want anything else from me, even though that wasn't true, and then leave the office. I glanced discreetly at my watch. Senator Emerson had little time and wouldn't wait forever for my callback. I want to know what that kiss was about. Meghan's voice had changed tone again. She no longer sounded angry but sad and resigned. How could a person go through so many emotional states in such a short time? That must really only be possible with women. I sighed. What was there to explain? Jennifer had just kissed me. These things happen. Meghan really didn't need to make a drama out of it. I hated explanations that inevitably ended in declarations of love that a woman then demanded, and I really wasn't the type for that. Meghan had known that. That's why we had made the contract. At that moment, my phone vibrated. I glanced at the display. Senator Emerson. With a sense of relief, I took a deep breath. If Emerson was calling back, it meant he still had serious interest and would support my candidacy. Meghan, I need to take this call now. It's about my presidency. This is really more important than any explanations. We can discuss that in a few minutes. If you have any questions in the meantime, please just ask Jennifer. If I could ask you to leave the office now, this conversation is really an extremely delicate and important matter, and I need some peace and quiet for it, I said emphatically. When Meghan didn't budge, I walked up to her, grabbed her arm, pushed her out of the office door, and closed it behind her. Finally alone, I picked up my phone and swiped across the display. Senator Emerson, please excuse the delay. Chapter 28. Meghan. As soon as Trevor closed the office door behind me, I burst into violent sobs again. What had he said? We have a clear agreement. I need a first lady, and that's you. I pay you $10,000 a month for it, and we also have a little fun together. What else do you want from me? He couldn't have made it much clearer that I meant nothing to him. I was an employee he paid for, and with whom he had a little fun, which he was essentially paying for as well. Do you need a tissue? Jennifer's voice reached my ears. However, she didn't sound sympathetic, but cold and almost mocking. Through a veil of tears, I saw Jennifer holding out a box of tissues to me. She was probably trying to smile at me, but her face reminded me more of a cobra that could spit its venom in my face at any moment. I shook my head. I didn't even want a tissue from this woman anymore. I never wanted to see her again. But she was Trevor's campaign manager after all. Trevor would probably fire me before he'd fire her. But I needed the money he paid me monthly. Otherwise, my parents' house would soon be back on the foreclosure list. What should I do? At that moment, the door to the hallway opened and Scott walked in. Jennifer, I'm supposed to tell Mr. Dean. I broke off in mid-sentence and looked at me. Meghan, what's wrong with you? I didn't answer. Scott was really the last person I wanted to confess to, that Trevor was in the process of breaking my heart. After all, Scott himself had broken my heart. And lately, he had even tried to blackmail me and use my relationship with Trevor to his advantage. We were far from becoming friends after the breakup. That would certainly never be the case. Oh, Meghan apparently imagined that Trevor had deeper feelings for her and is now a bit shocked that she caught him kissing me. Jennifer cheerfully reported in a tone as if she were talking about her last evening at the bar with her best friends. My tears dried up almost immediately, and I felt my hands begin to tremble slightly. What game was being played here? The comparison to the cobra wasn't too far-fetched after all, because Jennifer was truly a vicious snake, but before I could say a word, Scott pulled me into his arms and pressed me against him. I was lying against the familiar chest I had fallen asleep on every night years ago. Meghan, I told you recently you were and are the only one for me. What happened back then, I'm infinitely sorry for. Scott slid his hand into my hair and began to gently massage my head. I involuntarily closed my eyes. It felt so good to hear these words. A few years ago, I would have given anything to hear Scott say exactly this. Now I was getting what I had wished for, but I didn't want it anymore. I was lying against the familiar chest that was the wrong one. Now I wanted Trevor to storm out of the office, tear me from Scott's arms, and tell me that I was the only one for him, and that Scott and Jennifer should go to hell. What's going on here? Jennifer's curious question interrupted my thoughts. Meghan, are you playing Miss Broken Heart here when in reality you're involved with the president's bodyguard? I'm dying of laughter. I'm not involved with the president's bodyguard, I blurted out while freeing myself from Scott. I stood a bit lost between Jennifer and Scott and thought only one thing. I want to get out of here. This was all a never-ending nightmare, and I finally wanted to be alone somewhere. But it got even worse. Scott fell to his knees in front of me. Meghan, I was just a fool who wasn't mature enough for a relationship, let alone marriage. My affairs must have hurt you infinitely. Divorcing you was the biggest mistake of my life. He knelt before me, looking at me with his hazel eyes, waiting for my answer. That's your former husband? I ignored Jennifer's incredulous question. Scott? I began hesitantly. I didn't want to hurt him, but I also didn't want to give him false hope under any circumstances. The past was past. Besides, I still couldn't forget how mean he had been to me when he had tried to blackmail me. That had only been this morning. How could Scott make a 180-degree turn in such a short time? Something had to be fishy here. Come with me, Meghan. I've spent the last few years in Chicago, and life there is at least as good as in New York, if not better. Let's go there together and start over. I've been acting so weird since I got here because I wanted you to break up with that cheating bastard in there. Scott took a deep breath. I know I don't have much money, but we can sell the house, and with that money, we'll make it together. Sell the house? At that thought, my heart froze. The guy must be out of his mind. He wanted me back, yes, but only for the money. Realizing that the blackmail wouldn't work, he was now cozying up to me again and pretending he wanted to help me in a time of need. Or did he have other intentions? What did Trevor want? And what did I actually want? Well, Jennifer commented. Looks like someone had quite different motives. Becoming First Lady? No. Starting a new life in Chicago with a pile of money and the former husband. That's what you wanted. Well, then it doesn't matter that Trevor doesn't really want you. We've been together for quite a while. Divine sex, to be precise. She grinned seductively. I stared at Jennifer. How could a person be so deceitful? I felt my lower lip start to quiver again. I struggled to suppress the sob that sat in my throat. I desperately needed to get out of here because the pain of being so mistaken about Trevor ran deep and wanted to come out. I wanted to cry in peace and mourn my loss. Just leave me alone. I screamed desperately and ran out of the office. Chapter 29. Meghan. I ran out of the office and got lucky. When I pressed the elevator button, the doors opened immediately. I hurried inside and pressed the button for the ground floor on the large panel in the cabin. Just as the doors closed again, I saw Scott running out of the office. Too late. I could still hear Scott pounding on the elevator door from outside, but he couldn't reach me anymore. The cabin started moving downward. There was no other elevator on this floor, so I was safe. Relieved, I leaned against the back wall of the cabin and closed my eyes. My head was pounding and everything was spinning inside me. We have a clear agreement. I need a first lady, and that's you. I'm paying you $10,000 a month for it, and besides, we're having a bit of fun together. What else do you want from me? Trevor's words. I don't. Well, then it doesn't matter that Trevor doesn't really want you. We've been together for quite a while now. Having divine sex, to be precise. Jennifer's words. What should I do? I had reached the bottom. The elevator doors opened and I hurried through the building's lobby to the outside, where I turned right. I needed to get away from here. Scott might still get the idea to follow me down the stairs. I didn't want to think about what would happen if he found me down here. I ran down the street as fast as I could. After 10 minutes, I saw a blue band in front of me. The Hudson River. Sitting by the water had always had a calming effect on me, and that's exactly what I wanted to do now. Watch the lazy river for a while and sort out my thoughts. It was drizzling a bit, but that wouldn't bother me. Pier 46 with the small park where Sally and I had occasionally enjoyed our lunch breaks in the summer when we had more time must be nearby. After a short walk, I reached the small peninsula that jutted out green into the river. I found a lonely bench and sat down. Gloomily, I stared into the puddle in front of me and watched as the drizzle transformed into individual thicker drops. They fell from the gray clouds in the sky and drew small circles in the puddle, which disappeared without a trace after a few moments. At this moment, the whole weight of the day fell off me and I began to cry. Silently, the salty tears ran down my cheeks and formed wet spots on my coat. Trevor had cheated on me with Jennifer, probably the whole time since we'd known each other. Cheated? I laughed ironically through tears, and the lone walker looked at me in surprise as he passed the bench at that moment. No, Trevor hadn't cheated on me because we weren't a couple. What prospects did I have now? Go to Chicago with Scott? That was out of the question. Scott had behaved like an asshole back then, and his behavior lately had clearly shown that he hadn't changed. Besides, I didn't love him anymore but felt disgust and revulsion when he got too close to me. I probably never really loved him, because my knees never went weak at the sight of him as they did when I looked into Trevor's dark eyes. At the thought of Trevor, I sobbed again. What should I do? I had no job, and while my bank account wasn't currently in the red, I still had a pile of debts that I could only pay off if I had a regular monthly income. An income of $10,000 like Trevor paid me to play his fake first lady, his wife in a loveless marriage. I would never find another job with this income quickly enough to keep my beloved parents' house, which was now more important to me than ever. It was the only home I had ever had, and more than ever my refuge in difficult times. I stared gloomily at the gray Hudson River. The thick drops falling from the sky intensified. Soon it would be raining properly. Where could I find a new job? Should I ask Neil to give me my old job back? I immediately dismissed this thought. That was out of the question. I wouldn't do him the favor of knocking on his door begging just so he could reject me with malicious glee. From Sally, I knew that he had long since hired a replacement whom he tyrannized even more than me. So he wasn't dependent on my labor anyway. Did I have any choice but to marry Trevor and live under one roof with him and Jennifer? Of course, Jennifer wouldn't move into the White House, but as an advisor, she would be coming and going there daily. A gust of wind whirled up a pile of leaves left over from autumn near me. I left my bench and took a few steps along the riverbank. At that moment, the sky opened its floodgates and the thick drops transformed into a dense wet curtain within split seconds. The rain was so heavy that my coat was completely soaked after a short time. I didn't have an umbrella with me, but I didn't care. My prospects were even grayer and gloomier than the weather. I had been prepared for a loveless marriage when I signed the contract, but I hadn't counted on cheating, betrayal, and malice. How could I watch Jennifer and Trevor flirt and kiss in front of my nose every day? Desperately, I looked up at the sky. The rain washed away the last traces of my tears from my face. My hair had become heavy with wetness and hung down over my coat. I sneezed and shivered all over. I urgently needed to get somewhere dry. Chapter 30. Trevor. I ended the phone call with Senator Emerson feeling satisfied. I was certain he would make a good vice president for me, as he would take on the hard work that I couldn't or didn't want to do myself. On important issues, he would ensure that Parliament was on my side, allowing me to implement the urgent plans that would improve the lives of my voters, making America a better country through my presidency. People would look back on me as a visionary for decades to come. In my mind's eye, I could already see a biography that would be published after my presidency, praising my contributions to the country. The thought made me nod contentedly. But now I had to deal with Meghan first. Jennifer had probably already explained to her that our kiss meant nothing, but it couldn't hurt for Meghan to hear it from me again. Earlier, she had looked like the whole thing really affected her. I didn't need to go overboard and make a declaration of love to Meghan. I shook my head at the thought. Love. That was a word I had never uttered to any woman, and I wasn't about to start now. I opened the office door. Jennifer was sitting at her desk, typing furiously. "Where's Meghan?" I asked. Jennifer continued staring at her screen. Without looking at me, she said, "No idea." What's that supposed to mean? I hated it when my employees didn't know something. So there was an angry undertone in my voice, which apparently prompted Jennifer to look up from her screen. She shrugged. "It means I don't know." There was an expression in her eyes that I found hard to interpret. I was sure she wasn't lying to me. She didn't know where Meghan was, but there was something else she wasn't telling me. At that moment, the office door opened from the outside, and Scott came stumbling in, breathing heavily and making a lot of noise. "I missed her. Damn it, I missed her," he shouted, slamming his fist on Jennifer's desk. "I told you so," Jennifer said calmly, turning back to her screen. I stared at the agitated Scott. Bodyguards shouldn't have temper tantrums. They should remain in control of every situation. Was he even suitable for this job? And what was going on here? I want to know right now what's actually going on here, I commanded. Jennifer sighed heavily and pointed at Scott. This is Meghan's former husband. They ran into each other here by chance. Or maybe she got him the job, I'm not sure. Anyway, they had an argument. That's what's going on. Jennifer looked at me, and again I saw that expression in her eyes that made me suspect she hadn't told me the whole truth. But first I turned to Scott. Is that true? I snapped at him. You were once married to Meghan? Scott nodded. I was visibly upset. Of course, Meghan was and is the love of my life. She always will be. These words hit me. Scott loved Meghan, the woman who would become my first lady? The situation was becoming increasingly unclear. Meghan had signed the contract with me, but what did she really think? Did she still love Scott? You took this job to be close to Meghan. I approached Scott and grabbed him by the collar. He might be my bodyguard, but I was at least as athletic as he was, and had the advantage of surprising him at that moment. I was a bit taller than Scott, so I effortlessly pulled him up onto his tiptoes by the collar and hissed at him. Listen, buddy, you're going to tell me right now what's going on here. Otherwise, I'll personally make sure you never find a job as a bodyguard again. No, please don't. Scott stuttered helplessly. I snorted contemptuously. What kind of loser had Jennifer hired here? This guy would probably have hidden behind me during the next attack to seek protection. I was acting like a crying, helpless baby. This was definitely not someone Meghan ever deserved. Then spit it out. With these words, I shoved Scott backward and pressed him against the office door. Jennifer called me to offer me this job. Since the position is in New York, I contacted Meghan before our conversation. She rejected me. Then I only saw her by chance at the campaign event and realized that she's now here. The words came in bursts, but Scott's statement was believable. Go on. I growled. Nothing else? Scott assured me, looking into my eyes. I stared at him. The guy was still scared. That much was clear. If I held him here a while longer, he'd probably wet himself out of fear. You're hiding something from me. I pressed my elbow against his chest, literally pinning him to the wall. What just happened here and where's Meghan? Scott whimpered but remained silent. She's gone. After Scott suggested they run off to Chicago together with your money, Jennifer explained in her usual dry tone. Scott choked under my hand and I could see a thin film of sweat forming at his hairline. Fear sweat. The guy really would wet himself soon. How did you know about the money? I asked. I saw a contract on the desk. I stared at Scott again. But this time his eyes only showed naked fear. The guy was probably telling the truth. My conversation with Jennifer would have to happen soon. And it wouldn't be particularly pleasant for her. How could she leave such a document lying around openly? What if a curious journalist had shown up? But first, there was something more important to deal with. I had to find Meghan and find out what she was thinking. And where's Meghan? I didn't give Scott a millimeter more freedom of movement, which wasn't particularly difficult. The guy didn't make the slightest attempt to free himself. Was he even really a bodyguard? I tried to remember what references Jennifer had presented to me when he was hired. She doesn't want to go to Chicago. She ran out I don't know where. I wanted to follow her, but she was already in the elevator and I couldn't stop her. Scott's words seemed to be the truth. The film of sweat on his forehead had intensified, and a slight panic had now entered his eyes, which was a sign that he had told me everything he knew, and had nothing more to offer if I continued to threaten him. Anything else? I asked just to be sure. No. Came from Scott. Then I go now? He added. It couldn't get much better than this. This wimp even wanted to piss off on his own. Now I just had to make sure he stayed away from Meghan and never showed up here again. You can go in a moment and then forever. You're fired. I replied with a calmness I had never used to speak these words before. You can choose what happens now. You can gladly get a letter of recommendation with an address in Chicago where you might find work, or I can make sure you never find a job in the United States again. That will happen if you blab about anything you've seen or heard here. Which do you prefer? My soberly delivered threat had its effect. Scott swallowed and I could feel his Adam's apple dancing under my hand. What do I have to do? He asked. For what? I replied. The guy deserved me rubbing a little more salt in his wounds. I was getting off way too easy anyway. For the letter of recommendation. Scott whimpered under my hand. Stay away from Meghan. Never ever, but really never let a word out about what you've seen or heard here. That's in your contract anyway, but I'm emphasizing it again explicitly. One last time. I tightened my grip on Scott's shirt collar and pressed him a little harder against the wall. Have I made myself clear? Yes, I'll do anything you want, but I need a job, a future. Please let me go to Chicago. Scott begged. Get out. I ordered as I finally released my grip. My hand was slightly strained, but I didn't show it. Scott disappeared out the door. We'll talk later. I barked at Jennifer before heading back to my office. Still standing, I took out my phone and dialed Meghan's number. It rang, but Meghan didn't answer. The voicemail was turned off, so I couldn't leave a message either. Where on earth was she? Chapter 31. Meghan. On my way from Pier 46 to the nearest subway station, I pulled out my phone to send Rachel a message announcing my arrival. 3 missed calls. Trevor had called me 3 times. I shrugged tiredly. It was all useless now. Earlier, I would have loved to talk to him and hear what the kiss with Jennifer meant, and more importantly, what I meant to him. But Trevor had sent me away, and Jennifer had made it more than clear what he thought of me. I deleted the notification of missed calls, opened the WhatsApp, and wrote a message to Rachel. On my way. Need to see you urgently. I hurried on through the rain. By now, I was freezing to the bone in my soaked coat and with my wet hair. I sneezed violently, but in the subway, I was finally greeted by cozy warmth. No wonder the homeless slept here in winter. Luckily, I found a seat on the train. Rush hour hadn't started at this time and there were hardly any people around besides me. As the metro headed towards Columbus Circle, I stared at the dirty patch of floor between my feet. What should I do? What should I do? It thrummed in my head in the same rhythm as the carriage rattled over the subway tracks. When I exchanged the warm underground passages for the rain under the grey cloudy sky, not far from Rachel's boutique, I had become a little warmer on the outside. But inside I was cold and numb. My heart was beating, but it felt heavy and hard. After what seemed like an endless walk, I saw the turquoise neon sign in the brightly lit windows of All Things Beautiful and yanked the door open with relief. Meghan. Rachel looked up in surprise as I came in. What happened to you? Like a drowned rat. Probably, I thought as I stopped just inside the door. Water was dripping from my hair and coat and a small puddle was forming on the floor beneath me. Quick, go to the empty changing room in the back. I'll bring you a towel and some dry clothes. Gratefully, I slipped past an astonished customer who was stepping out of the second changing room looking for advice. That looks excellent on you and is exactly the right size, I heard Rachel say as I hung up my wet coat and looked at myself in the mirror. No wonder Rachel had been so appalled. My hair hung in stringy wet clumps in front of my face, which looked like a pale white blotch. My eyelids were swollen from crying so much. My eyes looked tired and I had dark circles under them. In short, I looked terrible. Meghan, Rachel's voice. Yes, I'm here, I answered. The curtain of the changing room was slightly pushed aside and Rachel handed me a towel, a cozy wool sweater, thick flannel pants, an undershirt and a pair of socks. I'll just ring up the customer, then I'll close up, she whispered. And you'll tell me every detail of what happened. It must be bad. She looked sympathetic and I felt tears welling up in my eyes again. Don't cry, Meghan. That asshole isn't worth a single tear. Think about your future. The energetic command to myself did little good. 2 tears broke free from my eyelashes and ran down my cheeks. I swallowed hard. Thank you for your purchase and enjoy your new clothes, I heard Rachel say to the customer outside. The doorbell jingled and shortly after I heard Rachel lock the door and turn the sign on the door to closed. The store was now closed to customers. Rachel and I were alone. I'll make us some tea. As Rachel said this, her footsteps moved away towards the storage room where the kettle stood in the small corner with the table and chairs. I wrapped my wet hair as best I could in the small towel Rachel had brought me and examined myself again in the mirror. I was still pale, but at least I no longer looked like I was on the verge of drowning. When I came to the back storage room, a steaming cup of tea was already waiting for me. Have a sip first. You urgently need something warm, Rachel said as she handed me the cup. Gratefully, I sat down at the table, pressed my still slightly damp hands against the hot cup, and sipped the tea. A comforting warmth ran down my throat, but where my heart sat, it still remained cold and dark. In the meantime, I've also seen your message. Rachel stood next to the kettle and eyed me. But it doesn't say why you look like you've seen a ghost. What on earth happened? Oh, Rachel. No sooner had I opened my mouth than I started crying uncontrollably. My best friend put her teacup down next to the kettle, pulled me into her arms, rocked me, and stroked my back. It'll all be okay, Meghan. Now calm down first and then you can tell me everything. Rachel continued to pat me gently. After a while, I had composed myself enough to break away from her embrace and drink the rest of the tea. Rachel sat down across from me and made an encouraging gesture. Well, you know, last night I stayed over at Trevor's for the first time. I began my story. He called me his first lady. I smiled at the memory. Rachel remained silent because she knew me well enough to know that this was only the beginning and that something serious must have happened. I continued talking and reported about the kiss, how Trevor had brushed me off briefly, how Jennifer had mocked me, and how, to top it all off, Scott had come into the office. And then I couldn't take it anymore. I just ran outside and sat at Pier 46, you know, on the bench where we used to sit sometimes. Then it started raining. My last words sounded quiet and my voice began to tremble again. Don't cry, Meghan. Don't cry. He's not worth it. How could he? Rachel fumed. I was glad that at least one of us was as angry as the situation warranted. Well, you got by without him before and you'll get by without him now. How, Rachel? How? I sobbed desperately. I don't even have a job anymore. Without it, I won't be able to pay even half of the loan payments next month. I'll be in debt for everything and then I'll lose my home. But that doesn't even seem so bad right now. Oh, I had such beautiful dreams. What did you dream of, Meghan? Living in the White House with Trevor, being his first lady. Despite my sadness, I smiled at the thought. You fell in love with him? Rachel examined me carefully. I didn't know that. We haven't had much chance to talk in detail lately. Well, I hemmed and hawed. Rachel laughed indulgently. Oh, Meghan, we were friends before we were interested in boys. I know what you look like when you're in love. A small smile flitted across my tear-stained face. That was Rachel. She lifted me up when I was down, made me smile when I cried, and offered me tea and warm clothes when I was freezing cold. What do you want to do now? Rachel asked. What can I do? I replied helplessly. I could ask him to fire Jennifer, of course. But she's his most important employee. Without her, he barely has a chance of winning the election. He'll never do that, especially not if he's having an affair with her. That's just how he is. You know his reputation. My sentences sounded disjointed and a bit confused. And that's how I felt too. Rachel instinctively understood what I meant anyway. Who is this Jennifer anyway? She asked thoughtfully. A kiss is far from an affair. Besides her jabs and her malice, you have nothing that would even prove there's an affair. I thought about it. Rachel's argument was not to be dismissed. You're right. Especially since it didn't look at all like Trevor had wildly pulled her into his arms. More like she had kissed him. I took out my phone. Trevor has called me 3 times. Should I call him back? Give it a try. Rachel encouraged me. I dialed Trevor's number. He's not answering, I said dejectedly. At that moment, I didn't believe I would have the courage to call Trevor again and speak openly with him. Then it's time for Plan B. Rachel announced decisively. What's Plan B? I asked, perplexed. In the cabinet under the cash register is the tablet I use for orders. Now it's going to help us find out everything about Jennifer. Who is this woman who wants to mess you up so badly? Sounds good. I nodded. Know thy enemy, Rachel said wisely, taking the teacup from me and pulling me along to the counter in the sales room. Chapter 32. Trevor. Yeah, where could Meghan be? And what was I supposed to do now? I had no idea because until now, I had never had to search for a woman who had run away from me. Usually I was the one who sent women away when they got too close. I briefly considered asking Jennifer for advice, but then quickly dismissed the thought. The situation was far too complicated. Jennifer had not only kissed me, but I also couldn't be sure what information she had given Meghan and whether she had known about Meghan's marriage to Scott when she hired him. In general, she had been acting somewhat strangely. I reached for my phone. Trevor, first I don't hear from you for ages and now you're calling me twice in one morning. What's going on? Ryan picked up after the second ring and sounded as energetic and cheerful as ever. Ryan, I urgently need your advice. I greeted him. I never thought I'd hear that coming from you. What investment is it this time? Oh, don't you know who to vote for in the upcoming presidential election? Ryan's booming laughter reached my ear, but I didn't engage with his joke. No, it's about something else, I said, my voice still serious. What's up, man? I haven't heard you like this in a long time, Ryan asked. It's about Meghan. Meghan? Your first lady? Again? Are you still having cold feet? No, I replied curtly. I hated having to ask Ryan for advice in this matter. I would have preferred to do what I had always done in such situations. I would have liked to drive to the burlesque club, chosen one of the dancers, and fuck her so that I would soon forget about Meghan. Trevor Dean, the great playboy, asking me for advice about a woman he cares about. I never thought I'd live to see the day. Ryan's voice sounded slightly mocking but also friendly. I'm asking you for advice on a political matter. The first lady is a political matter, I defended myself. What happened? Ryan inquired. Secretly, I was relieved that Ryan didn't ask further, and I didn't have to elaborate on the political matter topic. This morning was very strange. She woke up next to me, and it was as if she had always been there and would always be there. Ryan just grunted, so I continued. That made me pretty nervous, and I drove here to the office. You already know that. I told you on the phone that the thought of never being able to have another woman makes me nervous. Jennifer Williams overheard that and she kissed me. Jennifer is that campaign manager? Yes. Ryan groaned loudly. Well, Trevor, honestly, even a blind person can see that she's in love with you. The way she always looks when you're giving a speech and she's standing next to you, you'd think she was the future first lady. Excuse me, of course. Oh man, No wonder she felt encouraged if you tell her you're feeling weird with Meghan. Ryan sighed. Go on. That wasn't all, was it? If Jennifer had just kissed you, there wouldn't be a problem now. Where Ryan was right, he was right. Well, Meghan obviously saw the kiss, because she then came in and wanted to know what had happened. At the memory of how pale and agitated Meghan had been when she stood in the doorway, I felt a little tightness in my chest. Was I actually feeling my heart here? I had actually wanted to keep my heart out of all matters in my life. It had always been a bad advisor to me. Of course you told her that, Ryan commented. Not really. I was just on the phone with Senator Armerson about the vice presidency. That was really important. I told Meghan to ask Jennifer. Ryan groaned even louder than before. Man, Trevor, you really have a thick skull when it comes to women. Kind of, I grumbled a bit sheepishly. I don't know what the two of them talked about, but in any case, it's also the case that my bodyguard, whom Jennifer hired, is Meghan's former husband, and he would like to win her back. The guy who was on the front pages of the newspapers with her? Ryan obviously didn't just read the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, but also gossip magazines. Exactly. Scott's revelation cast this incident, in which he had thrown himself protectively on Meghan, in a new light. And now she's disappeared. With that kind of drama, any woman would disappear, Ryan replied dryly. She's the future First Lady. She can't afford such games. She can't just disappear. As I spoke, anger rose in me again. How could Meghan do this to me? Put yourself in her shoes. Does she even know she's the future First Lady? Ryan asked. What do you mean? I didn't understand the question. Meghan and I had signed the contract. Of course she knew she was the future First Lady. Who else would it be? She saw you kissing Jennifer. Then you sent her away because you had an important phone call to make. Who knows what Jennifer told her after that? You mean she thinks it's over? The thought caused a strange feeling in my heart and stomach area. While I had felt the need to visit the burlesque club earlier, I was now suddenly sure that I never wanted to go there again. I wanted Meghan in my life. That's quite possible. And what should I do now? I asked, more to myself than to Ryan. However, he took it differently and laughed. Well, look at that. You do want advice on a non-political matter after all. Well, it's logical. Find her. Drive to her home. That's where she's likely to be. Buy a bouquet of roses on the way and then talk to her. At this idea, I felt slightly uncomfortable and swallowed. What if she doesn't want to talk to me? Or if she doesn't want me anymore? I pondered. Well, looks like the great Trevor Dean is just like any other man after all. That's reassuring, buddy. It's about time you gave your heart away. Now it's up to you to find out if the woman you've given it to is ready to forgive you for acting like an asshole. So, soften her up. Buy the roses. Show her that you put some thought into this. Ryan's words were meant to encourage me, but he couldn't give me the guarantee of success I so desperately wanted. I hated the thought that Meghan might reject me. I wanted to ask for her forgiveness only when I was sure she would grant it. But that wouldn't work, of course. I had to take the plunge, whether I liked it or not. There was no alternative. I was certain I didn't want to give up on Meghan anymore. Chapter 33. Meghan. I leaned on my elbows on the counter in the sales room, eagerly watching the tablet's display as Rachel typed Jennifer Williams into the Google search bar. I wish Kaylee were here, Rachel said. Her twin sister had known everything about our classmates and teachers in high school, or found out as quickly as possible. But even without Kaylee's help, the Google page rapidly filled with results and photos. Oh dear. Jennifer Williams is a name that exists thousands of times in the United States. We could be searching for ages. I commented, disappointed. Come on, Meghan, Rachel said sternly. Has love and rain clouded your brain so much that you're giving up already? Kaylee would give you an earful. As a lawyer, don't you even remember how to Google someone anymore? Jennifer Williams used to live in Washington and worked in politics, right? Exactly, I replied, hope rekindling. Then let's continue our search there. Rachel tapped her finger on the display. I read Jennifer Williams, Washington in the search bar. There, that's Jennifer. I pointed to one of the images Google suggested on the first page of results. Rachel tapped on the image. Behind it was a long newspaper article about Jennifer's achievements in the campaigns she had led for senators and governors. She was described as a shrewd tactician, clever strategist, and skilled speechwriter. In recent campaigns, Mrs. Williams has shown that she stops at nothing to secure victory for her party. Ruthless and fighting with no holds barred, this is how Washington knows its most famous and sought-after campaign manager. I read the sentence aloud and looked at Rachel. What do you think about that? I'm not sure, Rachel answered slowly, looking pensive. I guess for a campaign manager, those are compliments. But overall, I don't see it as a flattering portrait of a person. I wouldn't want her as a friend. But that doesn't have to mean anything yet. She's just doing her job, I sighed, discouraged. But Meghan, don't let yourself get discouraged so quickly. Do you want to fight for Trevor and your future or not? Rachel looked at me challengingly. I thought of Trevor. His dark eyes, the sex with him. How safe I felt when he pressed me against his broad chest. And how wonderful it was when he called me his first lady. Of course I want to, I answered. That sounds too undecided to me. Say it again. Rachel knew me well, and as always mercilessly put her finger on the wound. I want to fight. I shouted into the empty store. Jennifer may have led as many successful campaigns as anyone else, but she won't win the fight for my future. Rachel nodded, satisfied. That's more like it. Look, it says here that Jennifer has a degree in political science from a university in Atlanta. Why don't we check out what she did during her college years? I pointed to an info box below the campaign article that briefly summarized Jennifer's resume. Rachel took the tablet in her hand and entered Jennifer Williams University Atlanta into the search bar. Again, there were too many hits, but when we added political science to the search bar, some familiar-looking photos appeared. Jennifer, just a bit younger and less strictly styled than today. Look, there's the yearbook that was made for graduation. It probably says who she was friends with, what her dreams and future plans were and things like that. That could be interesting, Rachel mused while continuing to tap on the tablet. We ended up on a page with gossip from the university. We scrolled and tapped. Look, there's Jennifer next to a man. Wonder who that is. I pointed to a small photo that was shown next to a general text about Jennifer's graduating class. Rachel tried to zoom in on the image section with 2 fingers. Looks familiar somehow, she said pensively. But I couldn't say who he is. Here's the yearbook text for Jennifer, I said excitedly. I didn't like spying on people on the internet, but this felt more like journalistic research. Before I decided to become a lawyer, I had also toyed with the idea of studying journalism. Jennifer Williams, future residence, White House. I read the headline of the yearbook text in disbelief. Our sharp-tongued and eloquent fellow student has a bright future ahead of her. Not only is she talented and gifted, but her fiancé is also one of the most promising up-and-coming politicians in the country. David Johnson is considered a potential president, and so we hope to one day be able to say that we studied with the future First Lady. After reading the yearbook text aloud, I fell silent. What does that mean? Rachel inquired. David Johnson is one of Trevor's competitors for the office, I explained. Since signing the contract with Trevor, I had spent many hours reading newspapers and learning politicians' names. He's married and has 2 little twin daughters with his wife. Slowly, I sank onto one of the bar stools that stood ready behind the counter, in case Rachel or her colleague needed to stand at the cash register for a long time or got tired feet during the day. He's not married to Jennifer, Rachel astutely observed. I nodded speechless. My mind was racing just as it had been a few hours ago when I had fled headlong from Trevor's office. There you have it, Rachel said triumphantly. David Johnson dumped Jennifer for someone else, and now she wants revenge. She wants Trevor to win the campaign. But when she arrived here, she realized that wasn't enough. She wants to enter the White House as First Lady too. Only now, not as Mrs. Johnson, because that position is already taken. She wants to become Mrs. Dean now. You think so? I asked uncertainly. Everything was spinning inside me, and the floor seemed to sway slightly. Of course. At first, she just wanted to decide the campaign for Trevor. But when you came into the picture, she realized that wasn't enough. Rachel's voice sounded confident and determined. But she's the one who brought me into the picture. I still had my doubts, but Rachel wouldn't accept them and just rolled her eyes. Come on, Meghan. Since when do these things follow any logic? She just wants to kick you out of the race now. Trevor doesn't matter to her at all. She just wants to triumph and show David Johnson that he was wrong to dump her. She wants to be First Lady regardless of which last name she has. Then why didn't she propose marriage to Trevor as soon as she arrived here? Who knows? Maybe her whole plan only developed over time. You'll probably never find out, Rachel said, adding, revenge is a powerful motive. I nodded thoughtfully. Revenge. Jennifer wanted revenge and triumph, and I was just a pawn for her. Even Trevor was ultimately nothing more than a pawn. So what should I do now? Chapter 34. Trevor. My Ferrari definitely stood out in this street in a typical middle-class neighborhood. So I parked directly in front of the chic New York brownstone that must have been Meghan's family home. It had been lovingly renovated, and I could vividly imagine how much money must have flowed to bring it to this condition. The neighboring houses looked a bit more weathered, but in a friendly way that let visitors know families lived here, raising their children and doing their best every day. I wanted to do something for people like them, and ensure during my presidency that they had a better life, could fulfill their obligations in peace, and didn't have to worry about the future of the country. It was a street where many potential voters lived. I shooed thoughts of politics from my head. Now wasn't about the future of the country, but about my future. I wanted to find Meghan and explain to her that the kiss with Jennifer meant nothing, and that I wanted Meghan and no one else as my first lady. Forever, regardless of whether I won the election or not. Forever? I paused on the sidewalk. A staircase with 3 steps led up to the door of Meghan's house. The entrance was decorated with a welcoming wreath. Meghan must have bought it recently, because she had told me with some pain in her voice that she had sold many of her parents' furniture and heirlooms to continue paying off the mortgage and to avoid losing her family home as well. So she had no money for decoration. I frowned. Perhaps I could help Meghan retrieve some of the items she held dear from their new owners. Money couldn't buy everything, but it could buy a lot. I stared at the door. Forever. Yes, forever. The words I had never wanted to think, let alone say out loud. Forever. I said the words on the empty street, and they didn't feel as terrifying as I had thought. Determined, I climbed the 3 steps and rang the bell. Nothing stirred in the house. I rang again and waited. Still nothing. I leaned against the cast iron railing and pulled out my phone to dial Meghan's number again. That's when I saw a missed call from her. I hadn't even noticed it ringing. This could only mean that she wanted to talk to me, too. I pressed call back. It rang, but Meghan didn't answer her phone. Cursing, I put my phone back in my pocket. "Aren't you the presidential candidate?" A voice made me perk up. An older woman was looking out the window of the neighboring house. I waved friendly. After all, she was a potential voter. This was also typical for this kind of street. The neighbors missed nothing and they knew about everything. People knew each other, knew their neighbors' habits, and helped one another. The thought made me pause. Did the old lady perhaps know where Meghan was? "Yes, I'm Trevor Dean," I called over to her. "You look even better in real life than on TV." A mischievous giggle followed. I smiled kindly, just as I had been accustomed to for years and had trained even more since my candidacy. "Would you like an autograph?" I quickly went to my Ferrari, got some of the cards that were always ready from the glove compartment, and asked, "What's your name?" "Please write it for Thelma. That's my sister." I walked to the neighboring house, climbed the stairs, and handed the card to the older lady who was curiously examining me. "I already told Thelma our Meghan has made quite a catch, better than the last man she lived with here." The old lady giggled again, and I still didn't know her name. "I'm very honored that you think so," I replied politely. The older lady beckoned me with her finger. I pressed myself against the railing to listen to her. I was impatient and desperately wanted to know where I could find Meghan, but first I had to listen patiently, which would increase my chances of learning something useful from the old lady. The other one always cheated on her and lied to her with the woman 2 doors down. When Meghan threw him out, the other one moved away too. Since then, Meghan has always been alone, but believe me, that's not good. I'm old and therefore know what I'm talking about. If I didn't have Thelma, things would look grim here. I nodded understandingly. "Do you happen to know where Meghan is?" I finally asked. The older lady furrowed her brow. "Why are you asking me that? Have you had a fight with her?" "A little," I admitted. Promptly I was subjected to an even more critical examination. "Well, you look like you want to apologize. That's why you came here, I suppose." I nodded and Thelma's sister continued. "Meghan has a friend, Rachel is her name. She's probably with her. They've known each other since school. I still remember how they used to hop hand in hand on the sidewalk here as little girls." "And where does Rachel live?" I asked patiently. "Oh, I don't know that, but she's probably not at home now. Rachel works, she has a boutique. I guess Meghan drove to her shop." As the old lady spoke, I remembered Meghan telling me that her friend would provide her with clothes. That must be Rachel. "Do you know what the boutique is called?" I inquired. "I'm afraid not." The old lady regretted. "Or where it is?" Let me think. Meghan mentioned that it's near a subway station, and that the new turquoise advertisement really looks very pretty." The lady in her window shrugged apologetically. "I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing." "Thank you very much and give my regards to Thelma," I replied. "Good luck, young man." Thelma's sister wished me and closed the window. I walked slowly back to my Ferrari. How on earth was I supposed to find Rachel's boutique with such scant information? Or should I wait here until Meghan came home? No, I had to see her and clear up this misunderstanding as quickly as possible. Who knew if she'd even come home at all? Women often spend the night at their best friends' places when they were feeling down. Besides, I had decided that Meghan should be my first lady forever, and I meant starting right now. Chapter 35. "Meghan, you want to know what you should do now?" Rachel asked incredulously. "But Meghan, it's completely obvious. Jennifer wants to kick you out of the race. Don't let her do that to you. Kick her out of the race. She's cunning." "I can do that," I replied discouraged. "You don't need to plot and intrigue. Just be honest," Rachel advised me while patting my arm encouragingly. "What do you mean?" I wanted to know. Rachel turned to face me, grabbed my shoulders and shook me gently. Meghan, you're a lawyer, you're highly qualified, and you've wanted a better job for a long time. You can run this campaign just as well as Jennifer Williams. As Rachel spoke, she looked at me intently. I hesitated. Damn it, how long have you been going on about needing a new challenge? Rachel was starting to sound a bit irritated. I don't know the ins and outs of politics, I pointed out. Of course I studied law, but I don't know how to talk to Parliament or what to consider at press conferences. You can hire people who know about that. Rachel dismissed my concerns with one sentence. You don't have to do everything yourself, but you know enough and are smart enough to act as the strategic mind behind the campaign. That's all Jennifer does. That may be true, I muttered hesitantly. Look at me, Rachel said, gesturing to the beautifully decorated sales room of all things beautiful. I had no idea about many things when I opened the boutique. Yes, of course, I know about fashion, but interior design, taxes, and all the other things you need to know about starting a business, I had no clue. And I still managed. Yes, I murmured hesitantly. Inside me, doubt and the desire to have Trevor all to myself were battling each other. What I can do, you can do even better. Rachel looked me straight in the eye. Believe in yourself, Meghan. I nodded timidly. That was all I could manage at that moment. She advises Trevor, and you can do that too. Which brings us to the most important question. Do you want to fight for Trevor? As a man for your president? Rachel looked at me long and intensely as she spoke. I remained silent, and my gaze initially wandered to the floor, where I fixated on the tips of my shoes. After a few seemingly endless seconds, I looked at Rachel again. Her gaze was serious. Didn't you just shout here that you wanted to fight? She asked. I did, I had to admit. Then damn well do it. With these words, Rachel slammed her fist on the counter. I just don't know what Trevor thinks of me, and that makes it so difficult. You're afraid. Rachel smiled. That's a good sign. If you fear rejection, it shows that he means something to you. And what you mean to him, you can't know until you've asked him. It's always a leap into the unknown. Rachel was probably right. I felt like a 10-year-old standing on the 10-meter diving board for the first time at the swimming pool. Fear tingled in my stomach. I had dared to climb up, but would I dare to jump? If you don't ask, you'll never know the answer. So do you want to fight? Rachel repeated her question. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and took a step forward on my imaginary 10-meter board. Yes, I do. I love Trevor, no matter what his past may have looked like. He's a wonderful person, and I'm happy whenever I'm by his side. I said with conviction. Then leave your things here and go to him. Rachel smiled at me warmly. I'm so glad, Meghan, that you've decided to follow your heart. You deserve only the best. You deserve to finally have someone who loves and appreciates you as you are. So go now and find out if he does. I nodded and went to the door with Rachel. She turned the closed sign back around and unlocked the door. Thank you for everything. I don't know what I'd do without a friend like you, I said in a choked voice as I hugged Rachel tightly. Then I put one foot over the threshold, wrapped my coat a little tighter around me, which thankfully was dry inside and as cozy soft as always, and went outside to Trevor. Chapter 36. Trevor. Still perplexed, I got into my Ferrari and started the engine. In the rearview mirror, I saw that Thelma's sister had reopened the window and was curiously watching me leave. As a good neighbor, she might even be jotting down the license plate number. I shrugged as it didn't matter to me. The only thing I wanted was Meghan. I wanted to find her and could only hope that she would listen to my explanations and forgive me. How could I find out Rachel's full name and where Rachel's boutique was located? Normally, Jennifer would have handled such research and probably delivered the name to me within 10 minutes. But I didn't want anything to do with her for now. Was she even the right campaign manager for me? Someone I could trust and want to rely on in the coming months? I pushed that question aside for now. First I had to find Meghan. Then I would sort everything else out. Because if Meghan wanted me to fire Jennifer for kissing me, I would do it. Meghan was the first lady of my heart and as such irreplaceable. Jennifer wasn't. But where was Meghan? The longer I couldn't see her and explain everything, the more uncomfortable I felt. I slowly drove off towards downtown Manhattan where my office was located. I didn't want to go there at all, but I didn't know where else to drive. Home at this time? I desperately needed advice. I stared briefly at my phone and then gave the voice command, "Call Ryan." After 3 rings, I heard Ryan's voice. "Trevor, man, did you find her?" "If I had, I probably wouldn't be calling you, but would be fucking her right now," I remarked sarcastically. Ryan knew me well enough to understand that such comments indicated I was particularly agitated. "What's the problem?" I inquired without further addressing my comment. "She's not at home." I gritted out. I hated to admit it, but Meghan eluding me now was driving me crazy to a certain extent. Was I about to completely lose control? Where else could she be? Ryan's question brought me back to the present. A neighbor said her best friend's name is Rachel and she has a boutique. She's probably there. I explained. That's not much to go on to find her. Maybe you should drive by her place again tonight to see if she's home then, Ryan suggested. This is all taking too long. My voice grew a bit louder as I spoke. Well, so I was right earlier. She's driving you crazy. Ryan laughed indulgently. I remember Meghan mentioning that her friend took out a loan to open the boutique. Ryan, you're an investment broker and have access to all kinds of bank data. Can't you look up for me which Rachel has taken out a business loan in the last few months to open a boutique? I urgently asked my best friend. I don't know. Ryan hesitated. You know I do a lot for you, Trevor, but that's a clear violation of data protection regulations. If that gets out, I'm finished in my job. Even friendship with the president couldn't help me then. Ryan was absolutely right, of course. But his words were driving me crazy. I had to convince him to help me. Without me, you wouldn't even have this job. I reminded Ryan. That was true because it was my name that had ensured wealthy investors put their money in Ryan's hands. So? I heard a deep sigh on the other end of the line. Even if I have the loan data, it's not certain I'll find the boutique's address in it. That could be doubly secured. Ryan made a one last week attempt to resist. I internally clenched my fist. Soon I would hold Meghan in my arms and stroke her dark curls. That's nonsense and you know it, I retorted. The location is crucial for a boutique's success, so the bank needs the address to assess whether Rachel can ever repay the loan. It will be in the documents. Ryan sighed heavily. This could take a while, Trevor. Surely not as long as waiting to see if Meghan comes home tonight. Okay, her name is Rachel. She has a boutique and a business loan. Do you have any other information that could make the search easier? The fewer data set the computer has to sift through, the faster it goes. Ryan didn't sound exactly thrilled about my request, but that would have been too much to expect. The main thing was that he did what I wanted. Thanks, buddy, I said. Those were big words for me. The last time I had thanked Ryan, we had both been about 8 years old. Just save my ass if I get caught, Ryan commented dryly. So what else do you know? At that moment, I noticed through the windshield a turquoise sign with the inscription, All Things Beautiful. In my ear, I still had the words of Thelma's sister. The turquoise sign looks very pretty and it's near a subway station. Could this be Rachel's boutique? I slammed on the brakes so hard that the driver behind me started honking. The other traffic participants didn't interest me at all at that moment though. In front of me, I saw the sign for the subway station. Behind me, the turquoise sign. Could it really be? Hold on, I ordered Ryan. I'll call you right back. I turned on the hazard lights and left the red Ferrari parked in the second lane. As I turned around, a slim woman with dark curls stepped out of the door and hurried in my direction. I commanded my heart to stay calm, but it didn't obey me and skipped a beat. Chapter 37. Meghan. I stepped out of Rachel's boutique and hurried left down the sidewalk to get to the subway station. In my head, I was trying to prepare what I wanted to say to Trevor, but as soon as I formed a sentence, it vanished. Good thing I still had to take the subway. That would give me time to prepare for the meeting. I absolutely had to make sure he fired Jennifer and trusted me. As if by miracle, the dark clouds that had hung over New York just hours ago had disappeared. The pale winter sun peeked through a white blanket of clouds, interrupted in places by bright blue streaks. That had to be a good sign, right? A cautious optimism stirred within me. You can do this, Meghan. I nodded to myself, hoping no passerby would see. I must have looked a bit crazy. In the distance, I spotted the sign for the subway station. I briefly lifted my face to the sun. Watch out. I nearly tripped over a homeless man sitting at the curb sharing a sandwich with his dog. After this warning, I directed my gaze back to the sidewalk and looked ahead. And suddenly my heart stopped. A tall, attractive, dark-haired man was heading straight for me. It was unmistakably Trevor. I stopped dead in my tracks in the middle of the sidewalk, causing a passerby behind me to almost bump into me and start complaining. I paid him no attention and stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the sidewalk. Trevor hurried towards me. When he reached me, he stood so close that he almost touched me. I could feel his breath, and my heart immediately started beating faster. Meghan, I've been looking everywhere for you. Trevor blurted out these words quickly, his dark eyes boring into my face. Under his gaze, my whole body began to tingle. But I couldn't give in so quickly here. Really? I asked. Don't you have something important to discuss on the phone? Or with Jennifer? I looked at Trevor steadily to observe his reaction. When I said Jennifer's name, his eyes darkened slightly and a hint of anger was visible in them. Having important things to discuss on the phone will happen often in the near future. And after that too. That's just how it is for a president. Surely you knew that when you agreed to become my first lady. His first lady. I had to hold back from showing my joy too, obviously. As long as the president doesn't kiss his campaign manager beforehand, that's fine, I stated, still keenly observing Trevor. He reached for my hand, and at this touch, a small jolt went through me. I squeezed Trevor's hand and waited for a further response. In this case, the campaign manager forced a kiss on the president, and he was too surprised to defend himself. The president likes to kiss his first lady before important phone calls. Trevor took my hand and brought it to his mouth. He kissed each of my fingers, then let my hand drop slightly, and brushed a curl from my face with his other hand. I know we've basically discussed this already, but I wanted to ask you again, Meghan. Do you want to be my wife and spend the rest of my life with me? The rest of his life. Our life. At these words, my heart was beating so fast I could hardly speak. My silence seemed to unsettle Trevor. Meghan? He asked with a slightly husky voice. It was the first time I realized what I must mean to Trevor. My heart warmed. Yes, of course I do, Trevor. A broad smile spread across my face and my eyes began to shine. Trevor pulled me into his arms and I pressed my nose against his muscular chest. I inhaled the familiar scent, the masculine herbal mixture of sandalwood and musk. So, you don't want that crazy former husband back? Trevor murmured into my hair. Of course not. I never wanted to see that cheater again. But unfortunately, Jennifer hired him as your bodyguard. I explained. And why didn't you tell me that he's your ex? Trevor wanted to know. You kept it from me the whole time. I lifted my head and looked at Trevor as we continued to stand in the middle of the sidewalk holding each other. I didn't want to disrupt your campaign. You needed Scott as a bodyguard to be able to hold all those events. And I didn't want to cause any more trouble that would then appear in the press. My explanation seemed a bit ridiculous even to me, but I suppose that's often the case in hindsight. Well, you did an excellent job of that, Trevor said with a laugh. Then his dark gaze bored into my eyes again so deeply that I felt like I was burning inside. In the future, I want to know everything. Clear? The first lady of my heart won't keep anything from me anymore. I swallowed. It sounded like an order, but it was exactly the order I wanted to hear. Clear. I nodded. And finally, Trevor bent his head to me and pressed his lips to mine. Just feeling his breath brush over my face made my knees weak. I clung even tighter to Trevor and opened my mouth. Our tongues met and began a passionate dance that immediately reminded me of our first kiss when we both stood under a streetlight in front of Trevor's house. I pressed myself so tightly against Trevor that not even a sheet of paper could fit between our bodies. Trevor's hand wandered down to my bottom and gently squeezed. Although I was wearing my winter coat, it felt as if his hand was directly on my skin. I already felt a telltale burning in my core that slowly spread throughout my body and couldn't suppress a soft moan. Trevor released me, took my hand, and led me to his Ferrari, which was parked in the second row. I don't want us to get arrested here because you can't control yourself. He grinned. Me? I feigned indignation. What's that supposed to mean? That I'm enjoying it. With a wink, Trevor opened the car door for me, let me get in, quickly went around the car, got in himself, and drove off. That I'm enjoying it, he repeated, and that I'm glad the way home isn't too far. I smiled knowingly and ran my left hand over Trevor's pants, through which I could feel his hard cock. I hope you're already enjoying the ride home, I murmured, as I caressed him through his clothes while looking at him hungrily. Something like this would never have happened with Scott. But with Trevor, I knew no inhibitions and no shame, and I liked that. As I stroked Trevor, I felt the desire rising in me again. My lips tingled, and small shivers of excitement ran through my entire body. I am, Trevor said in a slightly hoarse voice as he tried to concentrate on the traffic. Giggling, I took my hand away. I don't want you to have an accident. Don't worry, we're already here, Trevor remarked as he turned into the underground parking garage of his apartment block. As soon as he turned off the Ferrari's engine, I yanked the door open, got out, and hurried to the elevator. You can't wait, can you? Trevor said, grinning as he followed me to the elevator at a teasingly slow pace. Busted, I replied. Finally, we were standing together in the elevator. On the way up, I wrapped my arms around Trevor and began to nibble slowly on his neck. Trevor put his hands back on my butt and pressed me against him. Even through our coats, I could feel his erection, which aroused me so much that I immediately became wet. After a few seemingly endless moments, the elevator doors opened and we were in Trevor's penthouse. At that moment, Trevor began to undress me. My coat fell behind me onto the polished granite floor, and then Trevor pulled the wool sweater Rachel had lent me over my head. However, I couldn't wait any longer to continue what I had started in the car and fell to my knees in front of Trevor. I was still wearing his coat, but I didn't care. Luckily, it was open and offered me a clear view of his bulging pants. I hastily opened his pants and his cock sprang out in all its glory. Eagerly, I leaned forward and began to caress the magnificent piece with my tongue. Under the circular, lustful movements of my tongue, Trevor's cock became even harder than it already was. I took it all in my mouth and sucked on it more and more greedily. Trevor put a hand on my head and moved his hips rhythmically, as his cock thrust almost to my palate. A loud moan from his mouth was the reward, and I got so hot that I hastily opened my own pants. While I devotedly sucked on Trevor's cock, my hand slipped into my panties and I began to gently massage my pearl. After a few moments, I was already so aroused that I could hardly concentrate on Trevor, but I kept my tongue dancing around his cock as waves of lust shot through my body. A deep moan escaped my throat, and at that moment, Trevor took a step back. I looked up at him as he shed his last pieces of clothing. My skin seemed to glow and the burning in my center intensified. Trevor was the most attractive man I had ever seen. In his gaze lay burning desire. The next moment, I felt myself being gently pushed back onto the granite floor. Suddenly, I no longer had pants on and was lying on my soft, warm winter coat. Finally, Trevor entered me and fucked me with deep, hard thrusts. Oh yes, baby. I began to move my hips in rhythm with his thrusts. Trevor's cock touched exactly the right spot inside me, and I felt my arousal reaching unprecedented heights. Trevor's hand slid between us and began to massage my pearl. Panting, I arched my back and lifted myself towards Trevor. All at once, he pulled his cock back out of me and then thrust again, harder and deeper than ever before. At that moment, my lust finally reached its peak, and I exploded into an orgasm that made my whole body tremble. Waves of pleasure ran through me from head to toe. When Trevor also came and poured himself into me, I moaned loudly and then relaxed back onto the hard granite floor. Trevor lay down on top of me and brushed one of my unruly curls out of my face. I smiled at him. I love you, Mr. President. I love you too, my First Lady. Chapter 38. Meghan. 1 year later. Satisfied, I sat at my luxurious mahogany desk in the White House, where generations of First Ladies before me had carried out their work. Unlike them, however, I had not only taken on the chairmanship of various charity organizations, but also advised my husband on strategically important issues. I was Mrs. Meghan Dean, First Lady of the United States, and advisor to my husband, President Trevor Dean. I had naturally taken on this job. After all, I had been my husband's campaign manager in the months prior, and had ensured that the election had become a triumph for him. Jennifer Williams had been fired by Trevor just like Scott. She had returned to Washington. The door to my office opened and Trevor entered. "Come over for a moment, Meghan," he called and immediately disappeared again. I smiled as I had become accustomed to this since the election. Trevor was even busier than before, but always found time for me when I needed him. The campaign period had brought us closer together and strengthened our love. I entered the Oval Office and was amazed, as always. The imposing Oval Room, where the President of the United States had his office, had impressed me from the first moment. Trevor's desk was flanked by the flag of the United States and the President's flag. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the White House Rose Garden, where I spent time as often as my schedule allowed. To the amazement of our gardeners, I even occasionally picked up a shovel and rake to help with the gardening. Trevor was just tying his tie. When he worked alone, he usually dispensed with very formal clothing. But in half an hour, the President of Russia and his wife were due to arrive for a state visit. "We've received a congratulatory card," he remarked while checking the fit of his tie in the mirror. "It sat perfectly." "Oh, really? From whom?" I asked, looking at him proudly. Shortly after the election, congratulations had arrived in such quantities that we had to hire some additional staff to help us sort through the mail. If Trevor was mentioning a card specifically now, it must have been something special. "From Jennifer Williams," Trevor replied without any emotion in his voice. I raised an eyebrow. "What does she want?" "It doesn't say on the card," Trevor said ironically. After a few weeks, Jennifer had joined the campaign team of a politician who wanted to enter the Senate, but he had lost the election, and now Jennifer probably had to look for a new job. That probably wouldn't be so easy for her. She now had the reputation of a loser. She had lost her job with Trevor, while Trevor had won the election, and she hadn't been successful in her new job. Despite myself, I felt a little sympathy for Jennifer. I was happier than ever before, while she would probably never achieve her goal of becoming First Lady. Trevor had only been in office for a short time, and the next elections were still far off. Moreover, my husband's first political projects had found high approval among voters, and I was sure he would be re-elected for a second term in a few years. "You could get her a new job, maybe in some agency," I suggested. Trevor turned around. "You're really very generous," he said. I don't think I would have come up with that idea on my own. I went to Trevor, stood between him and the mirror and hugged him. "That's what the President has his First Lady for," I murmured, and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. "All right, I'll think about it, but preferably an agency at the other end of the country. I don't want to see that woman anymore." "I can't forget what she did to you and me," Trevor declared. "I didn't say it should be here," I replied. "How about sending her to Chicago to Scott? A mischievous smile crept onto my face. A good idea, Trevor remarked thoughtfully. I pressed another quick kiss to his lips, but Trevor had other plans. He grabbed my curls and pressed his body so close to mine that I thought I would melt into him. Our lips found each other again, and Trevor's tongue brushed across my mouth. I embraced Trevor tighter and moaned softly. It's a shame the Russian president is coming soon, Trevor murmured in my ear. We haven't properly christened the Oval Office yet. Well, the Russian president will leave again, I giggled. Even after a year of marriage, I found Trevor as attractive as ever. Hopefully soon, Trevor grumbled. I want to hear you moan on the president's desk. He grinned and then gently stroked the soft curve of my belly that was visible under my dress. In this condition, I find you even more beautiful and desirable than ever before. The end. You listen to Love the Fake, Seduced by the Billionaire, written by Rebecca Baker, voiced by Maya Black and Michael Vincent, produced by Heartbeat Publishing.